But my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching, finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest, I'm gonna launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
What is up, people? So this is what it is. I know yesterday got a little hectic at times, but guess what? That's what happens. So if you're gonna complain about it, oh well. Anyway, I decided, like I said, I haven't been live in a while. I went a whole week and it pissed me off. So I'm probably just gonna start just throwing in a whole bunch of live streams, probably for the next few days, is every day. And this one, nothing really directed at anything. Maybe I got a little rant I got built up in me, but I definitely want to just build and see where we go from here. I don't want to constrain it to a single topic, so anything goes. I'm gonna go ahead and get the hangout going. For those of you who were on it yesterday, I'm gonna use the same hangout. Why? Because I'm lazy. Let me get this set up real quick. Alright, let me see something. It is saying I am blocked, which is odd. Hey guys, do me a favor. Somebody search my channel and see if it's being blocked or not. I got a weird little notification just now. I'll even show you guys because it's odd to me. I'm not used to ever having it. I want the other screen. There we go. Yeah, see, it just got this. It says, heads up, we're detecting copyright audio and video in your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. Heads up, we're detecting copyright audio and video in your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. Kind of wanted to see if you guys are able to. Actually, I can do it right now. Haven't got that one before. Oh, nope, there it is. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about, but apparently that's what it is. Let me go ahead and find this hangout real quick. There that is. Alright, now I got the hangout ready to go. Hang on 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Alright, sorry about that. Trying to get the hangout to show. Bam, there we go. Alright. I put the hangout out there. Like I was saying, it's kind of, just free flow. Nothing serious. Not trying to get into any serious topics, but see where it goes. Sasha, if you wanted to jump on, this would probably be a good time if you wanted to talk about that, the climate, the global warming situation. What's up, UEP? Yeah. Still trying to recover from my trip. But yeah, one of the things I wanted to talk about from yesterday, again, the one serious problem I'm seeing with flat Earth is that simple evidence that shows why we live on a globe is being just tossed out. Doesn't make so much sense to me because it's not like the information is suppressed. It's just what you're willing to accept is suppressed. Um, and I came to the conclusion last night that it has to go one of two ways. It has to be you either are doubting what the issues that the globe does have, and you're not a flat earther because remember you want all this proof that it's a globe, but you're not willing to show any proof of flat Earth. So as far as I think it should be, you're not a flat earther anymore. You just have doubts in the globe. That's as far as it really should be going. As far as I can tell, I mean, if I'm wrong, I may be wrong, but that's where I'm seeing right now. Um, Again, it's a lot of the stuff that's going on just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't add up. Um, I've had quite a few shows now where this is what I've been pretty much focused on is getting the understanding of these different evidences that that are being presented, and for me, a lot of it is I'm learning and I appreciate it, and maybe some of these people should be more appreciative of the people that are actually willing to express how things work and explain how things work for nothing. I don't know about other shows, but here I'm not paying nobody. I'm not getting paid, so it's free information out of the kindness of people's. They're taking out of their time to do it, and just realize that if you're not going to give it evidence, and these people are saying they're giving evidence, at least listen and take it in, figure it out, and then if you're able to break it down and show it's wrong, I will give you the floor to do so. But that's the only time you can really say that's not how it is or that's not true. Is by once you need to be able to show how you break that down and how you show it's not that way. So, what's up, Larry? What's up, Sasha? What's up, Huey P? Larry? Okay, I think I just said that. What's up, MG42 Pillbox? He says it's not flat. That's why it's been 3 years and there is zero evidence for the globe. And a long range of photography and radar only works using line of sight, just FYI. Well, the problem is what you're saying is your numbers. The 3 years, there's definitely been, I mean, there's thousands of evidence that show that it's a globe. And you're just not willing to accept any of them, and that may be the issue. Well, what's up, Sasha? Hang on 1 second so I can make it so they can hear you. There you go. How you doing, sir?
Is my microphone working?
Your everything's working good. I can hear you. Just for our audio check, you guys make sure you guys can hear Sasha just as good.
Do you hear me?
Okay. Yep. Everyone says your audio is good, so we're good to go. How you doing, sir?
Tried a new microphone.
Say again.
I'm trying a new microphone today.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it works good. I hear you good perfectly. What's up, P. Mars? How you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm good.
Open topic. Anybody just gotta throw it in. I know I wanted to give Sasha the floor at first, just because I know you really been wanting to talk about this climate change stuff, and I actually have a different. I'm not gonna say a different opinion, but I definitely have an opinion on it. Again, a different outlook on it. Sasha,
From what?
I was just gonna say
Yeah.
if you wanted to, kind of
Mm.
just talk about global warming stuff. We can kind of start getting into it.
Yeah. Okay. I found this website and I shared it with Sean, but
Yeah.
it shows.
I'm gonna go ahead while you're talking about it. I'm gonna go ahead and find it real quick and put it up.
Okay.
Where is it? I believe this is it. Nope. It was called. Dang, I'm trying to remember.
Climate file. I put it in the chat.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll just get it from there. Yes. Then I will share it. All right. This is what he showed me, and I again, I didn't look through every bit of these files, but what I saw was a lot of evidence that global warming is 100% real, based on. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Look at the headlines. There's a bunch of letters, a bunch of research papers, and a lot of it from Exxon or coal companies, and it's basically letters from 2001, 2002. There's one from 1982. If you can, that was on that showed it the. Let me find it.
Let me see if I can just skip to it.
Well, there was one that from it was
The
a
Exxon?
1982 memo to.
Is it the
Yep,
memo?
that one.
Okay.
To Exxon management about CO2 greenhouse effect. And then if you just scroll down, all the predictions that they had were spot on for how it would affect the climate. And this is from 1982. This is before the government started talking about climate change. This is before regular people. This is just an environmental study that they did to see how fossil fuels that they were about to start selling to the masses would affect the climate and all their. So it's crazy because we have this for Exxon, we have this for the coal companies, we have this for Shell, and this website it just shows how they were,
I'm gonna put the link in the chat
how
right
they
now.
knew. I hear a lot that I hear a lot of people say that we didn't know until recently. Oh, where's the proof? Well, the proof is right here in these studies that they did in 1982 that they didn't want to bring up.
And I want to play
The
something,
repercussions, and they wanted the money.
And I know I'm most likely going to get a copyright strike for it, but I don't really care. It was a TED Talk that I actually listened to a couple days ago, and it was. I'm sorry, it was probably by far the most alarming and dynamic speech I've ever heard on a TED Talk. I'm not sure if you guys know what TED Talks are. It's basically, they give the platform for just any platform of for anybody to speak their mind, and they have really good topics that happen, and they talk about. This one was about global warming. Plus, I'm not sure if you got to see this one that I had posted. I had liked it at least for Facebook. I don't think I re-uploaded it, but Let me find it real quick.
I don't know if I've seen it yet.
Here it is. Alright, so I gotta share it real quick with you guys.
I think climate change is a hoax.
Okay, but just listen to this. Tell me what you guys think. And again, it's not very long, but it's whether you like long presentations, it's very powerful as far as I'm concerned. Let me see where I get this thing to start playing again. 1 second.
We've had ice ages. It's just normal for climate to change, and they're just using it as an excuse to blame humans for something.
When I was about 8 years old, I first heard about something called climate change or global warming. Apparently that was something humans had created by our way of living.
Turn the audio up.
I was told to turn off the lights to save energy and to recycle paper to save resources. I remember thinking that it was very strange that humans, who are an animal species among others, could be capable of changing the Earth's climate. Because if we were, and if it was really happening, we wouldn't be talking about anything else. As soon as you turn on the TV, everything would be about that. Headlines, radio, newspapers. You would never read or hear about anything else. As if there was a world war going on. But no one ever talked about it. If burning fossil fuels was so bad that it threatened our very existence, how could we just continue like before? Why were there no restrictions? Why wasn't it made illegal? To me, that did not add up. It was too unreal. So when I was 11, I became ill. I fell into depression. I stopped talking, and I stopped eating. In 2 months, I lost about 10 kilos of weight. Later on, I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, OCD, and selective mutism. That basically means I only speak when I think it's necessary. Now was one of those moments. For those of us who are on the spectrum, almost everything is black or white. We aren't very good at lying, and we usually don't enjoy participating in the social game that the rest of you seem so fond of. I think in many ways that we autistic are the normal ones, and the rest of the people are pretty strange. Especially when it comes to the sustainability crisis, where everyone keeps saying that climate change is an existential threat and the most important issue of all, and yet they just carry on like before. I don't understand that, because if the emissions have to stop, then we must stop the emissions. To me, that is black or white. There are no grey areas when it comes to survival. Either we go on as a civilization or we don't. We have to change. Rich countries like Sweden need to start reducing emissions by at least 15% every year. And that is so that we can stay below a 2-degree warming target. Yet, as the IPCC have recently demonstrated, aiming instead for 1.5 degrees Celsius would significantly reduce the climate impacts. But we can only imagine what that means for reducing emissions. You would think the media and every one of our leaders would be talking about nothing else, but they never even mention it. Nor does anyone ever mention the greenhouse gases already locked in the system, nor that air pollution is hiding a warming, so that when we stop burning fossil fuels, we already have an extra level of warming, perhaps as high as 0.5 to 1.1 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, does hardly anyone speak about the fact that we are in the midst of the 6th mass extinction, with up to 200 species going extinct every single day. That the extinction rate is today between 1,000 and 10,000 times higher than what is seen as normal. Nor does hardly anyone ever speak about the aspect of equity or climate justice, clearly stated everywhere in the Paris Agreement, which is absolutely necessary to make it work on a global scale. That means that rich countries need to get down to zero emissions
You can
within
tell
6
it's
to 12
propaganda because
years.
they're using a little child
today's
to play
emission
upon
speed.
your sympathy. They can't just
This is
argue.
That is
this
so
is
that
a TED
people in
talk. This
poorer
is
countries can have a chance to
independently
heighten their
organized.
standard of living.
You can't prove that. It's not independently organized. No, it's not.
She had to. This was all her doing. It wasn't any government or any.
No, this is total government propaganda. You don't understand how the government.
You don't understand how
works.
TED talks work.
Wasn't put up. How can you prove that she wasn't put up to it? What you mean?
Well, because
how
we
can you
have
say that? I didn't-
whistleblower, we can prove it because we have we read books. We have a whistleblower. Yeah, can you shut up for a second? I'm trying to talk.
Whistleblowers on her.
We have whistleblowers like Carol Quigley, who talk about how propaganda techniques work, and they explain the methods where they set up these speeches and ceremonies at colleges and magazine articles that seem like they're independent and autonomous, but they're actually all secretly working behind the scenes, and they all echo the same slogans and all that. It's all been described. If you read the books about how this works, Quigley says they only have to affect the important people, and the little people will just copy what the important people do.
You know what she's doing right now is something that the government actually wouldn't want. What she's doing is she's saying we need to be talking more about this.
Yeah,
but the government and the
government put out a document.
Talking about this.
No, it's not true because the government put out a document called "The First Global Revolutions." Is a United Nations think tank, and in this document, they said that we're going to invent like the threat of global warming, famine, disease, water shortages.
Show it to me.
And the like.
Well, it is. Have you seen?
I'll get the quote.
Wait, no, but it is.
I want the document. You said it was a document.
You saw Cape Town, South Africa. They ran out of water last year. They physically ran out of water. If we look at hurricanes, and if we look at the extremities,
my question is,
the extremities are getting worse.
Because this goes along with the whole conspiracy thing with me as well. What you're saying is that every single one is a hoax. Every single one is fake.
Here, let me read this. This is from the horse's mouth, the Club of Rome, the United Nations think tank. They put out this, I think it's a book or a document called "The First Global Revolution." Here's a quote. Because of sudden absence of traditional enemies...
We weren't talking at all. She said they're not talking about enough.
New enemies must be identified. In searching for a new enemy to unite us in a one world government, right, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention, and it is only through changed attitudes and behaviors that they can be overcome. The real enemy then is humanity itself.
Well, I agree. We do need to change attitudes.
Exactly. So this is done by those in power.
Can you show me the document?
I just linked it to you.
Okay.
This is done by those in power who want to change attitudes and behaviors. This is power. This is a lie, a con by the power freaks in control.
Stop. Okay. First of all, this is it clearly says this is a book written, right? So this is a depiction by an author. So what you're doing is the same thing that NASA does, and the same thing that this is the artist depiction. Remember how everyone has a problem with that? Well, this isn't reality. This isn't
United
backed by.
Nations come out and say that they're lying like
This
that.
isn't backed by evidence. This is literally a story written by a man. You understand that,
Dude,
right,
it's no, Sean, you're an idiot. This is written by the Club of Rome. This is written by the Club of Rome. It's a United Nations think tank.
Okay.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's not, wait, time out. I'll go right back to it because again, it says.
If it's
and
United,
quote,
why would they come out and say that everything we do is propaganda?
It says the first global revolution is a book written by Alexander King and Bertram Schindler, or whatever, Schindler, and published by Pantheon Books in 1991. The book follows up on an earlier 1972 work product from a Club of Rome entitled The Limits to the Growth. This is a fucking book. You linked me to a book. Not proof.
Yes.
Not proof, not documents showing this evidence. A book written by a man who has told a story. It doesn't say it was based on anything true.
Are you retarded? Do you have Asperger's or autism, Sean? Do you read books? Do you understand that books are evidence, you retard?
Man, I think y'all should be more respectful to each other, man. Don't call either one of you guys retarded. I think both of you guys are very intelligent.
He's acting like I'm not providing evidence, and I'm linking him to books, and he's acting like I'm not providing the documents.
You're not.
He's actually retarded.
Wait,
this guy is actually autistic. Retarded. He's listening to a little girl with Asperger's over me. He's autistic.
Wait.
Sean
Why wouldn't I?
His eyes are so far apart on his head, he looks like a goddamn hammerhead shark.
Why wouldn't I, P. Mars?
Why are your eyes so... You can't read books because your eyes are so freaking far apart,
That's funny. That's funny, because you linked me to this book, and that's your evidence.
Yeah, books are evidence, you idiot.
No, this is a book. It's not told... God damn it. Okay, you know what?
What is wrong with you?
Wait. Can I clear this up? What is this evidence for?
You know, when people write books, they do research.
What is this evidence for?
And they put the citations in the book.
What is this showing evidence for?
Oh my fucking god.
No, P. Mars, I haven't read the book. What's it showing?
It's the strategy of using the global warming, climate change hoax to change how we live our lives. And it's a strategy coming straight from the United Nations. It's all a hoax to just have more power over our lives and change how we live our lives. That's what it's about. It's about power. It's not about truth. It's a hoax.
Wait. Does the book say it's a hoax?
The book says
that combat climate change. Does the book specifically say it's a hoax?
Because of the sudden absence of traditional enemies, new enemies must be identified. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, they're looking for a new enemy. They're creating an enemy. Like, this is what they do. Like, the Cold War also was a lie. They lie to us all the time for the purpose of having power over us.
It's all about fear. I agree with him. I agree with P. Mars on that.
I agree with
now, since we talking about we on the flat Earth, globe Earth debate, right? All right.
But they haven't been talking about that much. They've been trying to hide it.
I know. Check this out. Listen, I got a question, right? I got a question for you guys. Being that it was newfound evidence that the Earth's atmosphere reached beyond the moon.
Wait, what?
What?
Y'all heard that the Earth atmosphere reached beyond the moon?
No.
All right.
No.
Okay, yeah, look it up. Well, if y'all haven't heard it, this is the newest thing that they're saying.
Nobody's ever said that.
Who's saying that?
They are. NASA is saying it. I forgot. Yeah, look it up.
There's no government agency that would ever say that because the government sent landers to the moon.
Ah, damn, can I just say something? Let me just say this. I'm not saying it. I didn't say it. I didn't make it up. It's not nothing that I just made up out the blue. You feel what I'm saying? I just asked the question because I wonder what would y'all say. When you find out that they did say it, what you think about that now, that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere now?
I've never seen it, heard or seen anybody say that.
Okay, so I
Okay.
found what he's talking about, or I'm not sure if this is what you're talking about, but this is a story about this. Now, this isn't even saying that it is. This is like a thought piece, basically. And the title is "If this is space, if the space study is right, humans have never left Earth's atmosphere." It says the Earth's
Who
atmosphere.
published this?
This is PBS.
Okay.
Says the Earth's atmosphere is described as a fragile coat wrapping around the planet, comparable in scale to an apple skin protecting the fruit. For more than half a century, even before Apollo 16 mission captured the first ultraviolet images of Earth, researchers knew that the outermost atmospheric layers, the geocorona, extends far beyond the denser surface level air that we breathe. Now, a new study from the Science Physics redefines the boundaries of our planet based on the overlooked data collected at the end of the last millennium. The report concludes that the edges of the atmosphere actually exclude more than 391,000 miles from the planet's surface, which is twice as far as our moon. That doesn't mean you can go out moonwalk without spacesuits, said Gene Blair's. I study. Okay. So yeah. So basically, they're just saying that
Earth's atmosphere goes forever. They're just saying that there may still be hydrogen particles orbiting Earth really, really far away from Earth.
That has nothing to do with anything, really. That's just like saying
No.
That's like saying the atmospheric gradient extends further than we thought, and that's okay.
That's basically saying there's a hydrogen particle
orbiting space in at the Earth's atmosphere. I mean, where does outer space start and where does it end?
It starts at the Kármán line.
I can clarify that right away. They've never ever once said that like the ISS is in outer space. They're very clear that
it is.
No, it's not.
Huh?
No,
Yes, it is.
The
Yes, they
ISS
have,
is
bro.
not
What do you
outer
mean?
space. Outer space is not.
Oh, wow.
I'll tell you right now.
Wow.
Outer space starts at.
Space starts at the Kármán line, so satellites are in space and they're in the atmosphere at the same time.
There's a difference between outer space and space. You know that,
well,
right?
The moon is still considered to be in space. I know that.
Oh, wait,
I know that satellites. It's called a space
you're right.
station.
You're right. No, you're 100% right. I'm not. No, you're right. I'm not trying to say you're wrong at all.
It's the Kármán line. So things can be in space and in our atmosphere at the same time.
Yes.
There's so little atmosphere that it's still considered a vacuum.
Yeah, low space orbit is space. Yes, 100% right. I wasn't trying to say you're wrong. I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Man, it's space right between me and you and the
and there's two air molecules in it. Is it still a vacuum?
It's not a perfect vacuum, but it's considered a vacuum.
But there's also no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
Still considered a vacuum, even though there's a few hydrogen particles still orbiting the Earth out there.
There's no such thing as a perfect, so we know that there's always going to be something.
Are you telling me it doesn't matter that they said that our sky is way bigger than they thought it was when they went out of space and they never been out of the motherfucker?
No, that means that means science is real. Science works as science says it does, and they figured out something more that we didn't know. That's all it is.
I think flat earthers just seized on that to propagandize their flat Earth because it doesn't really matter that much.
Like they're supposed to come out with new stuff. You know what that means? That means they're doing their jobs.
Bro, they just making up shit because we busting they fucking ass. We putting a hole into their shit, so they got to keep switching it up.
Okay, but
that's what that says.
What holes are they putting? What holes?
That's what that says. Because you shouldn't have to keep changing up the truth. You shouldn't keep having to change it up and switch up.
This doesn't change the truth. It just says that there's hydrogen particles.
At what point does science say? What point does science say this is the truth? It will never change. When does it ever say that?
Say that again.
When does science ever say this is the truth? It will never change.
Science ain't never said shit. Y'all the ones who think that science is fucking facts.
No,
y'all
wait,
what science says.
Stop.
Science ain't got to say nothing about shit.
Here's the problem, because that's not true. That's
the question.
Not true. Hang on, that's not true. No one says that about science. Everyone knows that science is very open to the fact that it is not the it's not here to prove anything. It's actually here to disprove itself. So therefore,
Fact. So it's not no fucking truth to no science. It's a fucking
it's always
situation.
Trying to disprove
yeah,
science.
it's always trying to correct itself. So there's always it never says there's never going to be a different truth. It's always said things do change. We're trying to figure that out. It's always done that.
The majority of science is disproving
The
science.
change is the globe Earth is a fucking lie. That's the big change of it. All of that shit is a fucking lie.
That's a statement.
And all that. That's what's changing.
That's a
That's
statement.
what's changing. They was lying. They didn't know.
That's a statement. That's not truth. That's not
Man,
evidence.
That's
That's a statement.
That's what it is. That's fucking lie.
That's a statement.
And all changing everything up.
All you just did was a statement. You're not giving
Okay,
evidence for that.
That's what they did. That's all they do is make statements.
I can give you evidence for the globe.
What's the evidence for the globe? If it was evidence for a globe, it wouldn't be so many arguments. It wouldn't be so many holes to walk into.
There would. You ready? I can give you. So the sunrise, sunset. How is that not evidence?
You say what now?
The sunset and sunrise.
The sun don't set and it don't rise. It just rotate and go outside your perspective. It don't go down and come up. Hold on, let me say something, bro. Stop cutting me off, bro. It don't go down. Okay. It don't come up. It's always up in the sky.
Okay.
It don't come down. It don't go up. It's always up in the sky, bro.
Here's a problem. That's not what we observe.
What you mean? It's not what you observe.
It's not what you observe.
What you mean?
You don't observe the sun being in the sky all day.
Plane going out your distance, you know that it's still up in the fucking sky. Yep. That it didn't come down out the fucking air now. That's what you observe. No, just like the sun do.
Your word's sallying it right now.
No, it's not. The sun goes out your vision. That's what you observe. You don't observe it going down and coming up. What do you observe coming down?
Actually, we do. We do.
When?
Sunset and sunrise. Have you ever been to a beach?
When does the sun set and it goes out your vision?
Matter of fact,
we ever been to a beach?
We can predict when it's
going to go out your vision. If you keep on going, if you thought that it was setting, you would keep on going with that motherfucker.
Wait. We can predict when it happens as well on a globe.
When does it set, bro?
Oh, okay.
When does it
All
set?
I'm hearing is yelling and contradicting.
Yeah, hang on.
I'll ask you a question, bro.
Okay, hang on. So today, San Diego, the sun will set at 5:47.
That's what they say, yeah.
Yep, that's what they say, and here's the problem. That's what they say. Hang on. That's what they say.
It's not going down or coming up. It's just going out your way, bro. It's just rotating around, bro.
Hang on. Here's the problem. They say at 5:47 here in San Diego, March 2nd, 2019, the sun will set. Here's the problem. You can't say they're lying because it will set at that time, and that means we can also observe and check what they're saying. So we know they're not lying.
Bro, it goes out your vision, bro. It doesn't come down. You think it comes out the sky. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't leave out the sky. It doesn't come down from out the sky, bro.
Okay, so you know what?
Hold on, why are you saying this? Let me say this. Don't you know that the sun is always up somewhere, just like the moon is always up in the sky?
Thank you. That's perfect. So just like you're saying, so the sun should get smaller, become a tiny speck in the sky at some point. When do you see that?
What you mean? When do I see it get a small?
You said the sun is always up, and that means the sun moves away from you. So at what point in the sky, when the sun is sunrise, quote unquote, do you see the sun as a small speck in the sky as it goes further away to the point where you can't see it?
What you mean? You ain't gonna be a small speck in the sky.
Yes, it will.
If the sun, it ain't far up as a star.
The sun is moving. Hang on. If the sun is moving away from you, then yes, it's supposed to become small.
Don't do that. Don't answer the question for me, bro.
I don't need to answer. No, that's the thing. You can't answer the question and say the sun doesn't get smaller, but on a flat Earth, it does.
Listen, bro. Listen.
When did we start talking about the sun? I thought we were talking about climate change being the hoax.
Hold on. Listen. We start talking about the sun because we was talking about the moon, and they are one and the same. They're in the same.
When are we talking about the moon?
Hang on.
Hold on. When I asked them about the space being the moon stretching past
Huey,
about Earth being in the Earth atmosphere.
Huey.
Okay, I was
You
just
guys still
asking
haven't
what.
proved how climate
Hold
change is
on, I
fake.
just
hang on,
asked. I
Sasha.
just wanted
Hang on, Sasha. Hang on, Huey. I need you to answer that question. Explain sunrise,
What
sunset.
question?
Go ahead. What do
Okay,
you,
man.
and that's from what you see, the observation you see. Go ahead.
All right, the sun is coming to your view. All right, early. Have you ever seen the sun come up when you thinking that it came up when it rise come to your face early in the rise? All right,
Okay,
all right.
does it
It's
at that
coming
point?
through,
Hang on. At that
right?
point, at
All
the
right.
sun, hang on. In the sunrise, does it start very very small and then get bigger as the sunrise happens?
No, it don't. It don't start
Okay.
small.
Okay. Well, that's what it should do on a flat Earth
Why?
because it's always in the same altitude and it's moving in a circular across the sky.
So, you know, it gets smaller, right?
No, it
It looks
doesn't.
very big. Hold on, listen. Early, and the earlier it is, right? It looks big. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
When it go away from you, when it get closer to where you're at, it look smaller in the sky over your head, right?
Can you show me that?
Listen. When it go away from you, right, it gets the same way that it looked away from you when it was in front of you.
Okay.
Meaning on the
You
when
do
it comes
know.
towards you, far away and it look very big. When it get into the sky over your head, right? When it's come closer to you, where it's closer right over your head, it looks smaller.
But
When it get further away from you, it looks bigger, bro.
okay, you do know that there's plenty of evidence where they've proven that the angular size of the sun does not change.
Who proved it?
Oh, thousands and thousands of people
What difference is that, man?
Where?
everywhere.
Show me.
Okay,
Because he's gonna deny it anyway.
I know, but
I'm
you
not.
can always show it.
This brother been building for. I respect this brother. I'm not calling him stupid. I'm not calling him retarded. I'm not calling him nothing of the sort. So I'm respecting what he's talking about. Don't tell me what I'm gonna do. You can speak for what yourself gonna do. Don't tell me what I'm gonna do. I asked him to show me something.
That's
Can
fine.
we just have a respectful build?
No.
Oh, okay.
Awful lot shouting.
I can do without my time without it. You feel what I'm saying? I just came through because I wanted to respect the brother. I just like the brother. You feel me? I just really wonder what y'all thought about what everyone else was talking about right now with the moon being in our atmosphere now.
But it's open topic. I'm not trying to change it. It can be changed. I
He
don't know
said,
what, but
like, I heard no one say like that. Nobody would say that. And then you pull it right up, and then she say, well, that's just saying that it's inside our skies. It's further than it is. Now, ain't what the fuck they told us before. They never told us this before when they was going out of space to the moon. But what y'all saying? They was going out of space to the moon. That's what the fuck I'm saying. Now it's okay that they was talking about the Earth was with the moon was in the Earth's atmosphere, so they never been outside the Earth atmosphere. They just went to the moon. Get the fuck out of
okay.
here.
Wait.
Well,
You do realize
we have
that
sent
you realize
rovers
that
to
it would make it more reasonable that they made it to the moon if that is the case. Then you know that, right?
No, that's what they want to make it seem like because they know that they ain't never.
Well, you're convincing high density atmosphere with
question. That's
you're convincing. I mean, not convincing. You're
let me
confusing.
then before I answer the question.
Hey, if
Particles floating around,
if anybody in the
orbiting
chat has
around
a
space.
link to a good site to go to show this, let me know. Sean, I'm pretty sure you do.
Exactly, because you can pull one up.
Oh, you're right, because I don't have one ready up and queued. I'm sorry.
I know, but it ain't none. It ain't none.
There isn't
It
any? Are you sure about
Find
that?
one. That's why I said find one.
Okay.
It ain't none. But my point is this.
So
my point.
So when I do find one, are you going to believe it?
Answer the question real quick because my point is this, right? Am I the only one that know that they went out space, right, to fucking to the moon, or am I the only one who just missed understanding what they told us, or did they not go out of space to the moon? Okay, crickets.
Go to the high
Like
density atmosphere.
I didn't catch none of that, but I already know
I'm
I'm
telling
on
you
the
right.
same page as Huey.
I'm telling you right now. I'm actually looking
Hold
for this, so
on.
that's why.
Then you don't say that it's reasonable for
Wait.
them
I'm just
to
trying.
make
Hey,
it to
I'm
the
trying to
moon,
answer
man.
your question. You
The
said,
moon is in our
hang on,
atmosphere.
Huey. You said
Get the fuck out of here. It never been to
Huey.
motherfucker.
You said crickets, and I just wanted you to know that it wasn't crickets. I'm actually looking
It
for what you
was.
asked for, and I can tell you right
Okay.
now, it's not crickets. It's 100% explainable, and the fact that the sunrise and sunset it doesn't do what a flat Earth says it should do, means you're it.
It don't do what a globe Earth do either.
Yes, it
It
does.
damn sure don't
It
do what a globe Earth
100%
do.
does.
How the sun and the moon be out
It
at
does.
the same time in the
It
daytime?
100.
How does the
Wait,
sun
okay,
and the moon
wait. See, again, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. How does the
how?
sun and the moon be in the sky at the same time? Is not a flat Earth proof. It only again proves exactly what we say happens.
No, not what y'all happen because it should be on one side of the earth and one side of the earth. They right here both with me.
Wait. Hang on. I have a question, Huey. I have a question then. Do you have to have the moon to have a nighttime?
No,
Okay, then why does the moon have to be on the other side at all times?
but the moon gonna be out at the day and at the night. The moon still gonna be out at the
because
night when it
it
come
does
out at
that.
the day. So
It
you
does that.
explain that.
It does that. It does that.
Exactly.
Yes.
But it don't
Because
work like that on the globe.
and guess what? You know,
It don't
that's the thing.
operate like, listen, bro, that doesn't
That's the
operate on
problem.
the
See, that's
globe
the
like
thing.
that. Only on the flat earth it will operate like that. Not on the globe.
Hang on. Yes.
It would be in between earth,
Everything
bro.
you just
Don't you know that
described. Hang
earth?
on, Hugh. Everything you're just saying right now works on a globe and is predicted by a globe for why it
No.
happens. Yes. Yes.
It doesn't work
Yes.
on the globe, bro.
Yes.
How the fuck is
Yes.
it going to work on the
Yes.
globe with the earth in between the moon and the sun, bro?
Because it's
And
okay.
the moon
You gotta let me
orbiting
talk.
around
You
the earth,
have to
bro.
let me talk. You have to let me talk. The Earth rotates. The sun, the moon orbits the Earth. The Earth orbits the sun. You do realize that because of that is exactly why you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time sometimes. It's pretty simple.
No,
You
bro.
just described how it works on the globe. Thank you.
But the problem with that is how, for instance, when I'm in New Jersey and I can see the moon in the sky
Yep.
at 4 o'clock in the afternoon,
Yep.
but yet places like Sydney, Australia have what's called a moonrise within 6 to 7 hours.
Okay, and they don't see the sun basically, right? It's perfect.
No, because
the sun is on the other side of that curve, and it's obvious the moon is on that side, so you're not going to have the sun. You're not going to see both. You're going to see only one of them.
even though this obviously might not be 100% accurate, but if you're basically looking at a globe and North America is, say, at the 11 o'clock position and Australia is at basically like the 5 o'clock position, Australia, me seeing the moon in North America, it's impossible for those people in Australia to look around that globe and see that moon.
No, well, the moon's so far away, it could be...
No.
Okay, show me... You'd have to show me where the moon is.
How does...
Okay,
how can somebody...
I'll show something.
How can you see around the curve of a ball?
That's what I'm saying. How can you see around the curve of a
see around the curve of a ball?
Okay, exactly. Which is why the sun and the moon disappear at times, because there is a curve.
The reason why the sun and the moon disappear is because you have limited sight perception. You have things called convergence. You have a horizon. You have perspective. All of these things are what determine what you
that's been measured,
cannot see at a distance.
The sun would have to be thousands of miles away in order to show.
Okay, so check this out.
The sun is thousands of miles, not millions. The way that they say it's millions, it is thousands of miles.
Here's what I'm going to do.
That's why I operate like that.
Here's what I'm going to do. As your guys' punishment, I am going to pull up my paint. That's right, the paint app I have.
Yeah. Do that. Yo, do that.
And we're going to go over it on that. It's my punishment to everybody.
Sean G's got mad skills. His name is Picasso Bro. Yeah, he got mad skills with the paint.
Okay, so fuck you guys. Okay, so here we go. Whoop, there you go. Fuck it up already. Okay, so this is Earth.
All right, that's the globe. All right. Now put North America like around 11 o'clock position on that globe.
Okay, let's see. We'll do it like this. So 11 o'clock. So about here.
Right.
Okay.
Now, imagining that this is a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Australia would be in the 5 o'clock position.
About right where I'm at now, right?
No, like on the back side of the globe, opposite of North America.
Well, 5 o'clock would be here.
Well, just move.
So this is 5 o'clock here. But
You in the right position, but it's on the other side.
Right,
It's on the other side of the star. You like one side is on this side of the ball, and the other side is on the other side of the ball.
Okay,
So how the fuck?
like this.
Like, listen, move the spot that's represented North America more closely to the line, the perimeter of the line. Do it that way. Right now, and then move the one that's representing Australia basically as close to the line as you possibly can, because that's probably a more realistic of the representation of their relation to one another on the globe.
And okay, so what
But
you're
more
saying,
towards the
what
back.
you're saying is right about here. They no longer can see the other side of that line.
No, not even. They can't see. Listen, now,
if the moon is here, so look, what I'm saying is,
listen, I'm going to tell you where to put the moon.
Okay.
This is according to like an observation that I made. Like I wound up making a post about and whatever. So anyway, go up to, we'll say, just imagine that line that's representing North America is going to be your perfectly vertical line, just imaginary. Now go up to about, we'll say maybe 11 o'clock to the position of the dot that's representing North America. Okay. Go straight up vertically. Right. Now go over to what would be like the 11 o'clock-ish position. Right. Somewhere, and maybe a little bit to the right, a little bit more to the right, just to be fair or whatever. I'd say it was about there in relation. Okay. Now that, like I said, that's probably obviously not completely, totally accurate, but this is the most basic visual representation I can give you of the position.
So if we're looking at this in 3D right now, let's clarify: is this on the front side or the back side of Earth? Because right now, this is what I'm trying. Listen to me. Now, the dot that's representing North America, just imagine you're just taking that around the curve of the ball to put it more on the face that's in front of the moon. You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? I think I have a better way of expressing this. Because I can do it this way. So, you can see, obviously, that... let me do it like this.
Yeah, that man got that.
Picasso.
Okay, so here's our ball, our sphere. We can, right? So now we'll do another one, and this is kind of like what you're saying. So it's here.
Right. And now North America would literally be on the face. So like basically the moon wasn't directly above my head, but it was definitely overhead. So in order for me to be viewing that from North America, I would have to be on that surface that's facing the moon. So literally you wouldn't necessarily see North America if you plotted a dot on that sphere. You wouldn't necessarily see that dot. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're saying right here, I wouldn't be able to see that dot from Australia, is what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying that dot that's representing North America.
Yes.
If that dot is on a sphere, just imagine you're just kind of nudging it along the surface of that sphere so it's more directly beneath the moon.
Okay. So
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So So this is this would be the terminator line right here. Right down that line. That's the terminator line. So everything on the right of that line is daytime, because we'll say the sun's over here.
Wait, I was about to say, well, the terminator line depends on where the sun is at.
Well, yeah, of course.
Now listen, hold on. All right, no. In order for it to represent what I saw, that sun has to be at about the 9 o'clock position, maybe the 8:30, 9 o'clock position of the moon.
Okay, one sec.
So yeah, it's on the opposite side, and obviously, according to the globe model, it would be much further away. But that
So
was where it was.
it'd be right about here, right? I know the sizes aren't right,
Yes, yes, something that's pretty much a basic
but
depiction of
so
what I
you,
was
so you
viewing.
saw this one.
Now,
You saw this one kind of over here, off to the side, right?
pretty much right
During
where it
the
was
day.
at
Okay. During the day, right?
11 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, Australia is at the bottom portion of that sphere,
Okay.
and not on the same hemisphere, if you will, as North America. It's on the opposite, as far as like if you were to dig a hole, if it was possible, you would actually dig through and come out in Australia. So it's not like on the same hemisphere of the ball. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's on a completely opposite side. So how is it possible for those people in Australia, way down there at the bottom of the globe in the 5 o'clock-ish position, to see that moon within 3 to 4 hours if they're on the bottom of a globe and that's the position of that moon?
I'll show you right now.
Within 3 to 4 hours, it wouldn't even be in their viewing hemisphere, let alone above their heads where they could see it.
Okay. So here's the reason why. Right here. Let me see. I need a better one. Let me see. I need one with Australia in it. Da-da-da. I think we'll just go with GIF. So let me see if this one does it.
And I got some questions about the sunrise too.
Okay. I'm trying to find a one that will explain what I needed to. Okay, so this one will work. So basically, see where the United States is? Like
Yeah.
from where the United States is, and Australia would be. This is actually perfect for what you're saying. Australia is on the left side down. So between that line where the cloud is, yeah, you can see my cursor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Australia is on the other side of the curve, right about where my cursor is. So if you're seeing the sun, we would need to know exactly what time it is, right? And then from there we'll be able to actually calculate this. So let's go back to my handy dandy paint. Right? So
Imagine that sun is on that east side now over here. Now, how that sun over there on that east wing over there, coming from
hang on. I'm gonna show you right now. So that's there. Now this is where the United States is, right here, right? And this is about where Australia is. And now we're looking above Earth, looking straight down. And we know that because we can look at any map and it'll pretty much show us the same stuff. So the sun will be here. Oh, that's not a sun. Oops.
And mind you, we got to be able to see it while the earth is rotating, because the earth is spinning. Let you tell it, it's spinning away from that motherfucker.
Yeah.
So
that's the sun. So the moon was probably about here. It's probably like that big compared, right? Okay, so see how this trajectory right here, like see how from here.
All right, but look, yeah, but I see where you're going with
Yeah.
this, but the location of the moon as it stands to where I saw it, it's not lined up with North America properly.
Well, what time was it?
It was on the day, I can't remember exactly what day it was, but I want to take a stab in the dark and say it was somewhere around the neighborhood of like possibly November. I want to say it was sometime in November, and it was at 11 o'clock in the morning, Jersey time.
Okay.
Which would
So if we're saying that this spot right here is you, right? Let's erase this one. Hang on. Okay, so right now we know for a fact that spot on the circle is you, right?
Yeah, but in order for it to represent properly, you wouldn't even see it just because of where you have to place the moon. You wouldn't even
No.
see the North American dot because the North American dot would literally be virtually vertically beneath the moon. And that's what I'm saying. With you being able to see that dot and then you placing that moon where it is, it's not representing the relation between the two properly.
Okay, but wait. Okay, are we talking on my model or yours or your version of it?
On that right there, that's on the screen, like the Earth
Okay,
with the little dot
but
on it.
we have to distinguish whether or not we're talking about how the globe works. Because if we are and we're looking directly down on it, right? Like if we're looking at an A
Okay,
map,
okay, listen.
so
All
the
right,
sun and
so
the
if
moon wouldn't be directly above, would never be directly above you. It would be at
so
11 o'clock. So the best thing we can do is this. We know that this is daytime and nighttime, right? I know it's kind of messed up. Of course, I suck. That's the Terminator line. So we know that for no matter what, this is about noon. This second line, that's noon. We know that. We know it's noon because it's halfway through the day. So no matter what, if the sun's at this trajectory, it's noon. So this is 11 o'clock, right there. We know that. We can agree on that, right? For the sun.
okay,
Okay. Now what time? So at 11 o'clock, the sun's about there, and we saw the moon at about here. You said you saw the moon around here, correct?
in relation to the sun, yes.
Okay. So if that's where it was at, and then we established that.
Now we're looking down
Yep.
on top of the. Okay.
Which means Australia is actually around here. That's
No way.
Australia.
It's
Why?
but that's around the back of a ball though.
Let me show you. Yeah, exactly. That's on the other side of a ball.
So basically, what I'm getting
Look,
at
see
is
right here on this map I'm showing right here. Australia is closer to where the cursor is right now than going east.
How is it possible that they can see through the ball, bro?
You're
Now
not
they
see-
looking through the ball.
Again, you're not seeing through a ball. Again,
yes you are because listen
okay. Now look
the
again.
height of
Look
listen
again.
the
I
height
want to
of
show
an
you again.
average person
Look again.
the height of an average person is basically 6 foot.
Do you see
You
where
do
this
not
is?
have
Do you
you
see-
do
look.
not have that type of visual field in order to see around that curve.
Okay.
You can't even
Well,
see
here's the thing.
beyond your horizon.
Well, here's the thing. For one, we both know damn well that this isn't to scale, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the moon really is here, does it make sense to you now?
Sean G, listen, what I'm saying
hang
to
on,
you,
but does it make
even
sense
if you
there?
move that moon another click toward the vertical line that it's heading towards, those people
wait.
in Australia
Do they
still wouldn't see
here-
it because
okay.
it's out of their field of view.
Here, do both see the moon right here?
What's that?
The one that's above the line right now. Do they both see the moon right there?
Australia possibly sees that moon.
And you're saying that the United States doesn't?
The United States at that time probably does not see that
Okay.
moon only because the brightness of the sun would drown it out anyway.
Okay, well, forget the sun right now. We're just saying perspective of what can see what.
I would say by the time the moon is in that position that people in the United States are not going to be able to see it.
What about Australia? Okay, what about here? Who sees it?
Technically, it would be the American that would see that because it's still within their field of view.
Okay, now here.
Definitely, the United States would see that.
Okay, well, that is the same thing as here. That is the same thing as here. So in between, they're still going to see it. Right dead smack in the middle, both are going to see it. We know that.
Both
Remember-
you're talking about the United States and
Australia.
and
And
Well-
this is the best part because of the curvature of the Earth, the United States right now sees the moon in the daytime, and Australia sees the moon in the nighttime. In this
Yeah,
image we're showing.
which should not be possible
Why?
on a sphere.
Exactly, 100%. And that's what I want to talk about. Why?
Because of the curvature of the sphere, and you have limited sight distance, you cannot see around a damn ball. It
Okay,
just doesn't work
perfect.
that way.
So, which is why, right now, in this image we're looking at, the United States has a daytime moon, and Australia has a nighttime moon.
When the United States every daytime, I was gonna say every daytime moon that I've ever experienced, it's never that far away from the sun because you would never see it. It's not even in your field of
Yeah,
view.
it does. Right now, you would see this much of the sun, or the moon. I'm sorry, you would see this much of the moon. All this, what's in red, is what you see. That's a quarter moon or a half moon. That's what you see.
So then that suggests
during the day.
no, but that doesn't make sense because then that suggests that every time the moon goes to that position, it's a quarter moon, and it's not the case. That's not true.
It is when the sun is okay. So right now, as we're looking at
Sean.
this, hang on, look, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna make this a little bit easier. I'm gonna take this one away. Drawing skills of the year. That's right. I know, guys. You don't have to say anything. Okay, so right now, this is the sun at noon. So right now it's noon. So that red line that's going up and down, that is the terminator line. When the moon is at that position, that is what you see. You see a half moon when it's there. Now, when it's here, when we move that moon, and we'll put the moon now, we'll put it here. It's perfect. Right here, right? Because the sun can go around the earth, you know what kind of moon Australia gets on these nights? They get a quarter moon. And we know that.
How the sun could go around the earth? How does that happen? By the earth spinning, right?
What? How does it go around the earth?
Yeah.
So they get a quarter. Let me get this. So that's a.
I want you to do is put the sun. I want you to get the sun.
Ready?
But
look,
listen though,
the sun goes past the earth. We know that. You can't say it doesn't. And if it does,
but Sean, listen
see all
though.
these rays hit.
Listen though, the moon goes through phases. Every time the moon is in that position, it doesn't give you the same image of itself.
It does.
There are times when that moon is in that position and you see 3/4 of it. There are times when that moon is in that position and you see a quarter of it or a crescent, and every other phase of the moon. So I understand what you're saying, but the moon's not always the same.
You see this
in
one
that
right here?
position.
The red circle, or this red moon, or the moon right here.
Yeah.
That moon. What happened when you're in the United States? The sun's at noon, and the moon's here. What happens?
Technically, I think that's supposed to be an eclipse or something, isn't
Perfect. Yep, it's an eclipse. Now, what is it when it's right here?
What do you mean? What is it when it's there?
That's a new moon.
What the hell is going on?
I'm gonna mute you for right now. I'll mute when you're ready to talk.
Okay. Now, how is that a new moon?
Because you can't see the moon. The sun is blocking the visual.
Seeing
the moon.
Now, if you look at the chart, how they show you the cycles of the moon, if I'm not mistaken, they place the new moon on the opposite side of the planet.
If that was the case, then Australia would have a full moon, or Australia would have a moon. During a new moon, there is no moon. Why? Because the moon is over on this side. Not
new
on
moon
Australia.
For who? Is it a new moon for everybody on Earth?
Okay, well, let me start over. If we're going to go to that way, then it's like this. So, here's Earth. Now we're going to do the sun. That's the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll do the moon. Now, so this is the moon. So, right now, I forgot to do my line. That's the terminator line. Hemisphere.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's not right. Sue me. But I really suck at this, don't I?
No, you good.
Okay, so now we're going to make the moon. So I'm making the moon so I can move it around now. Okay, so here's our moon. So when it's here, Australia, which is on this side of the... Alright, there we go. Which is on this side of the Terminator line. So it's nighttime in Australia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right now, they have a new moon. There is no moon for them to see. The reason is because the moon is in this area of the sun, and you cannot see it.
That's a new moon. That's a new moon for everybody.
Yeah. You're right. But here's the thing: when it does end up right dead smack in that perfect spot, it is an eclipse. Otherwise, it is a new moon. Now, when the moon is here, when the moon is there, you see the moon during the day, and it's only a half or a quarter moon. Well, Australia sees that moon as a quarter moon, and they don't see that side of the moon. They see the side that's on the sun side. When the moon is here, if it's high enough or low enough, or high enough, I'm sorry, they're seeing, high enough, they're seeing the sunshine from the sun bouncing off of it. Here, most likely, if it's high enough, it's a full moon. If it's in that perfect spot, it's a lunar eclipse. But no matter where this moon is in this orbit, the sun, what do you call it? The phases of the moon are always the same. Always the same in their location for where this moon is. Always. Or actually, it'd be like this. My bad. This is like an actual look of it. This is exactly what it does. Sometimes it's here and it does this. It kind of just bounces around and goes around in a circle. So every time it has those phases.
But you're making the implication, or you're implying that every time the moon is in that position, it's showing the same face, and that's not true.
Okay.
That moon goes around. That moon goes around there on a daily basis.
Okay, so right now we're looking at the moon as a side to side. So this is linear, right? So right now I'm on the back side of Earth, right here. We're not looking above it. We're looking sideways now. As this is orbiting, it's doing this. It's going up, and it's kind of on a weird path. We did this last night. We were talking about why the shadow did what it did. And as it does this around the Earth, it makes its patterns. But no matter what, the patterns here are always the same. The pattern here is always the same, unless it's an eclipse. And the pattern on the other side of the Earth, on this side, it's always the same. Full moon, quarter moon, half moons, no moons. And it's all based on where the moon is. And they're always the same. We're able to predict these.
Mm-hmm. So every day when that moon passes by in a certain area, it looks exactly the same.
If it's in that certain area, yes.
No, it can't, because it's actually transitioning. How can it be exactly the same when it gets to that location every time it gets there?
Well, it depends on where the sun is and where you are on Earth. But that location in our sky, when we're observing it, is always the same. Which is why we're able to have no moons, quarter moons. I mean, they don't last. They're not only a day long. We have a quarter moon for a week or so, don't we?
Well, it's usually, from what I can tell, like a certain, I'm just going to say a certain look, or whether it's a quarter or a waning, waxing, crescent, whatever.
But
it
those
usually
are phases.
over the course of like 3 days.
Yep.
But over the course of like 3, maybe 4 days, its appearance changes.
Into the next one, into a quarter, to a half, into a full, or right, but in that order, not
right, incrementally.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying
that's
is,
because it's doing this. It's always doing this. Now it changes as where it's at every day, but it's always doing this. So if it's doing that, or if it's orbiting around and around every time, those phases can be predicted because we know where where the moon will be that day. We know the moon will be here this day. We know the moon will be here on the next day at that same time. We know the moon will be here at the same time. Like, we know that.
see, do you have a chart? One of these charts they show you with these moon cycles or whatever, where they've actually labeled it.
Let me find it real quick. In fact, I just found one. It's perfect. Hang on. Okay, so let's do it this way. Um, let me see it. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find a chart I can put on that painting so we can still draw and all that crap. Perfect. There we go. Hopefully you guys will be able to see this. All right, perfect. There we go. Okay, so there are the moon phases right there. And we can even do it like this, where we can go. The sun is here, and that's exactly what you see, no matter where the moon is.
I can't even see that. It's like super small.
Oh, my bad. I forgot you were on.
But yeah. But you know what? Just looking at that, I'm trying to see if that's.
There we go. That should be good.
Yeah.
The yellow one is just the sun.
Is there one with the Earth in it also?
I can make the Earth in it. Is that acceptable? Does that work?
I'm gonna head out, John.
All right, sir. Have a good one. I mean, that's pretty. That's good representation. That's what you would see.
Okay. Now, just using what this is showing as far as the locations, the only thing I can't tell is where I am on Earth. But if we were using the dot that we were talking about earlier.
Well, I can't really scale that, but
what I'm getting at though is if my location is what I was saying that it was, the moon that I was seeing in the sky that day was basically a waxing crescent, or I'm sorry, it must have been waning because it was growing. It was damn near full. It wasn't quite 3/4. I'll say that. It wasn't quite 3/4, but so pushing it.
It was in between third and waning.
Well, it actually. I'm trying to read these terms, the gibbous and the waning, whatever. So technically, what I saw would have been more aligned with a waning gibbous. So that would be like the 3/4 phase where it's almost full.
Almost full. Yeah, okay.
Okay, but when I saw that, the sun was in what would have been that 11 o'clock position, and the Earth, me on it, in North America would have been how that dot was representing it earlier. But like I said, more facing the moon as opposed to it being off to the right or whatever, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, this is a representation of where you are looking, but this is the orientation it would have been. So if you saw the waning gibbons, you always, when this setup is happening, you always see a waning gibbons in that position.
No, and that's where I'm saying that's not true, because I've actually taken videos in my backyard when the sun is close to the moon, and then I didn't do this to make a comparison. It just happened to be that way. So like now, for instance, I drive a bus and I'm home at the same time, pretty much. So when the time presented itself, I would go in the house, grab my camera, and it would usually be around 11 o'clock in the morning or whatever. And I would take note of how close the moon is to the sun, and saying it was puzzling why it wasn't full. So it was generally going into what I would call a full phase, but there are definitely degrees to where it's not the same.
Okay, well, the
visually, and you can tell it's not the same.
Okay, and we can figure this out right now, over time, but we can figure this out together. So, I would say you would need to take some images of what you're saying again, right? the moon out during the day, and and then you can do this every day, and I can tell you by your image what time of day, what day it is, what time it is, and the date. I guarantee you.
I went to time and date and did it because that was when I made the comparison to it being able to be seen in Australia.
But that's the thing. You can't say that they showed you that you cannot see that moon, right?
Well, when you compared it to an airplane flight, so basically, I mean, I don't know if I'm even going to get it exactly right, but basically, in a nutshell, what it boiled down to was, I mean, obviously, we don't know the exact location of the moon, so to speak, but from where it was visually located, it would have to make its way to Australia within
Hang on,
four.
turn your YouTube off,
Okay, we can figure this out right now. Over time, but we can figure this out together. So I would say you would need to take some images of what you're saying again, right? The moon out during the day, and and then you can do this every day, and I can tell you by your image what time of day, what day it is, what time it is, and the date. I guarantee you. I went to time and date and did it because that was when I made the comparison to.
There you go.
I don't know how, but I was able to mute them.
Yeah,
but,
I get you have control.
Yeah, I don't. Honestly, I don't even remember what the hell I was saying.
Appreciate it. We were talking about a way of you taking pictures and me telling the time of date and the day it happened based on.
Oh yeah. I was saying it was.
Oh, and just so you know, I'm gonna have a second me on here real quick because I'm gonna run outside.
Yeah, no problem.
Go ahead.
So basically, what it was, what I guess the point that I was trying to get to, from the visual location of the moon at that point in time, it was like 11 o'clock in the morning in Jersey, and according to like date and whatever, the one that tracks the moon and all that, whatever, they were saying that the moon was supposed to be basically above the horizon or visible in like Sydney, Australia, at a certain time. Now, when you did the time difference between Australia's time and the time in the United States, I think from that location it might have been a 15-hour difference. So basically, it was saying that in order for that moon to be visible in Australia at the time that they were saying it was supposed to be visible, whether you believe in the globe model or the flat model, something had to be moving at like around 3,000 miles per hour in order for that visual to happen, basically is what it amounted to. And according to whether it's a flat earth model or a globe model, nothing's moving at around 3,000 miles per hour, give or take, because the numbers are obviously probably not completely accurate, whatever it was.
I would definitely have to see.
Like the Earth doesn't rotate at 3,000 miles. It doesn't rotate at 2,000 miles an hour. Even if the only thing that supposedly does move at that rate of speed, they claim that the moon rotates Earth at about 2,000 miles per hour, which I don't I don't agree with it, and I still fail to see how they actually prove that claim. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much what it was.
Hang on 1 second.
Hey, Sean, space is fake, and Larry want to get in on a panel real bad, and you weren't really reading the chat, so I just thought I'd pop in and tell you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll get that out there right now. Let me run back inside real quick. I'll put that link in the chat, Larry. 1 second. One second. Here you go, Larry. Should be able to get in there now, Larry. Sorry about that. I'm kind of running outside, so I'm in and out for the very second. What's up, Seek and Find? How you doing, sir? What's up, Larry?
Hey, how you doing?
Peace, peace. What's up?
Fellas, hello.
What's up, Ray?
You wanted to say something, Larry, about what we're talking about?
There's so many things said. I'm not sure where to jump in at. Testing. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Loud and clear.
thanks. Great.
Yeah, but so we were basically kind of talking about everything, really. I mean, it wasn't wasn't really a set subtopic. Anything you guys wanted to interject or just talk about randomly, I don't mind it at all. Not
Man, I don't think y'all want me to ask no questions, man.
I would love to ask questions.
Go for it.
All right. I guess we could start with like gravity, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, the claim is that, let's see, how should I put this? So like with water, right? The way I observe water, when water has a force acting on it, do y'all agree that you would see that effect?
Yes, you do.
You kind of low, Sean. I can't really hear you.
Yeah. I'm on phone. I'm not using the.
Okay. All right. My bad.
About a minute and a half, but go ahead. Or if Larry, if you wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, Larry, if you got any input, but I guess my point is like when a force is acting on water, you can see it.
Like everything else, gravity is holding everything down.
Yeah, that's the effect you see on water, it being held down.
As
So
everything,
you see it,
everything else on Earth, it is being held down.
so you can feel that.
I can feel it right now.
Yeah, you're not lightweight. You feel that your weight, right?
I can feel all 200 pounds of it.
I'm kind of pissed off. I got on the scale, and I'm supposed to be losing weight. I have gained so much; it's ridiculous. I have to lose now 40 pounds in 2 months. I'm pissed.
Fat bastard.
I kind of. I actually have to lose 15, and I cut the rest. Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard, Dre. I'm gonna be fighting again.
Getting back in the ring?
Yep. I decided to get in the cage again, so I have a fight in 2 months. And
Nice.
it's at 135, and right now I'm at 180.
135?
And I am 180 right now.
Oh my goodness, we better, man. What?
So
Wow.
I gotta lose 15, and I'll cut the rest.
Well, good luck with that, brother. Make sure you keep us posted on that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well this one is a good one because, like I said, the other fights that I've had were videotaped, but I actually have to pay money to be able to show you guys it, to air it, because it's under a promotion.
Right.
But this one isn't, so I'll be able to go live and show live the whole fight.
Okay, I'll be looking forward to that.
I was gonna let people know that I'm gonna be doing that eventually. It'll be in the title. It won't be some mysterious splatter thing. It'll just say MMA fight.
$135 though?
Yeah.
Wow.
We'll see. What I'll do is I'll cut my weight down to 160, 165, and then I'll cut water weight the rest.
All right, well just do it healthy, bro.
Oh, there's no possible way to do it healthy. Very dangerous. Kind of one of the reasons I retired.
All right, well back to this gravity thing. Shut up.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just playing with you, man.
Real talk though, because you said that gravity's holding the water down. Is that what you said?
Yep.
And that's a force you can see happening. It's holding the water down.
It's a force. You can see the effects happening.
What effects? Because like with wind, right? Wind is invisible. It's a force.
You cannot.
And I can see the effects in waves happening.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can't see wind.
So that.
Hang on. You can't see wind, you see the effects of wind. You can't see gravity, but you can see the effects of gravity.
What
How
are
do
you
you?
saying is
Yeah,
the effects of gravity?
yeah.
The
How do you
water
see the
being held
effect of
down,
gravity on water?
being held down.
So the wind that blows, and I see like a little wave, like I say I see just waves, little waves in the water. That little bit of wind that's blowing, that's making those waves, is overcoming the gravity that's holding it
Yeah,
down.
but that's why the wave also dissipates.
That's crazy.
That sounds ludicrous. That a
Okay,
gentle
our wave,
breeze is
our wave,
able to
does the wave
overcome the
last
force
forever?
of gravity that is
Does
holding down
a
billions
wave?
upon
No,
trillions
I'm gonna tell you right
upon
now.
metric
Gravity,
tons of water.
gravity is what makes waves.
Gravity's
Gravity
what?
is not
What?
what makes waves.
Okay, what is white water? What happens when a wave folds over itself? What is that?
What's that?
You know when a
You're
wave,
hard to hear, man.
Yeah, I'll
when a,
say you're like super low.
all right, I'm going inside right now. Hang on.
You see what I'm getting at, though? It's like when a force is on water, water is a great tool to use to see forces acting. Anything you do to the water, it's going to react to it. So you're telling me that gravity's doing this great pulling on it, but it's no
Okay, let me
way
explain
you
this.
can.
Let
And
me
if
explain.
and if you want to say that it's doing something, it's making it flat, man.
Let me explain it. Okay, so the effects of wind makes a wave, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you get a small wave, a ripple in the water. Now, does that ripple last forever, or does it dissipate and go back into level?
It dissipates and goes back to level or whatever you
That is
call it.
that
I
is
can agree
because
with that.
that's because of gravity. That
No,
if there
that's
wasn't a
because it
force, if there
loses.
wasn't a
No,
okay, look, if there
that's
wasn't
not
okay, hang
true.
on, if there wasn't a force holding the water down, then that ripple would last forever,
No, that's not true
or it would
because
last as long as the wave.
that energy there's only a certain amount of energy that's put into the
Yep,
formation of that
and
wave, and once that energy is expended,
the
that
gravity
wave
takes over.
no, that
Yes,
wave returns to its natural state, which is flat because that's
gravity.
the natural
The,
state
the
of water.
the amount of energy that made it to create that wave wasn't enough to overcome gravity. Therefore,
Okay,
gravity
so
took over.
let me ask you this then. So what type of force is necessary to break the force of gravity to overcome
Enough
it?
energy produced by wind.
Okay, so I see mosquitoes flying, and I never
A
felt the
mosquito,
wind
a
that
mosquito.
a mosquito was generating.
Yeah, you have. You know when it buzzes by your ear and you swipe it, that's the wind generated by that moth buzzing in your ear.
Listen,
No, 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 no. Listen, you listen. When a mosquito buzz,
when a mosquito flies, the wind that bug generates in order to create lift is not something that a human skin can perceive.
okay.
This is
Wait, wait,
why a
wait, wait, wait,
mosquito
wait,
can
wait,
land
wait,
on
wait,
you
wait,
and you
wait,
don't
wait,
even
wait,
know it
wait, wait. Why when a mosquito buzzes by your ear do you swipe at it?
because you hear the sound of the buzz and you instinctively know that a
The
bug is flying
effects
around your ear.
you hear the effects of the wind
Yeah.
generated by that wind.
No, you do not hear the effects of wind. You hear the effects because the disturbance of the air
Yeah,
molecules
you're
are
right. The
buzzing and humming.
disturbance in the wind is what you hear.
No, it's not disturbing the wind. It's disturbing the air
Okay,
molecules. The wind is
that is
something
what
that's
wind does.
created.
That's what wind does.
Nah, Sean, you're off
That's an
base with this one,
effective
brother.
wind. No, no, no. That's an effective wind.
So your answer was, because I got
Listen,
wind making the wave. You say gravity is
What
just
pulls
holding
the
the water
what
down.
pulls? Yep, that's what.
if gravity is strong enough to hold all those volumes of water to a sphere, the wind wouldn't even generate enough power in order to make that water ripple in the first place.
First of all, we know damn well that that ripple isn't the whole ocean doing it. It's just the surface.
I agree. But at the same time, something still has to overcome the so-called uh, power or force of gravity in order to
Yeah,
create that ripple.
enough energy was created by that wind to overcome gravity for a moment.
So if that's the case, how come the wind doesn't blow chunks of water away if
It
that's the
does.
case?
It does. That's how you get big waves.
Well, but where does it go though? It just
It
disturbs it.
Yeah, it disturbs. What do you think? Wind doesn't just make water disappear. Doesn't make it move. Doesn't make it move to a different location. It just moves the water.
Is it making it? Is it making it
What's up?
curved?
How you doing, sir?
Is it making the water curved?
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
I think I'm explaining it. Red. I
So
think
yeah,
I'm explaining it pretty well.
force on water, you see the effect. What is the effect that gravity is
The
having
water
on
being
water?
held down. Those ripples not
And
being,
and
hang
like
on,
I
the ripple
agree with
not
that
being
completely,
forever.
bro. Because and like I said, he's saying that the minimum force needed in order to defeat gravity is the force of a wind, but yet
Yep.
mosquitoes defeat gravity on a daily
They're not.
basis when they
No,
fly, and other
wait.
insects as
So
well. But
okay,
yet
and here you go. I'll answer
those
that too.
wings that they flap and whatever in order to achieve flight doesn't create enough wind to disturb anything other than the air molecules around their bodies
that
that
to you.
give them
First
the
of all,
ability to
a
achieve
mosquito.
flight.
How much wind do you expect a mosquito to?
And I kind of just want an
Hang on,
ironclad answer on what gravity does to the water. What is it making it do? Because wind makes waves. If I smack the water, it's going to fly in the air.
Allow me to
Because
answer?
these are forces that I'm applying to the water.
Wait,
You're saying gravity is a force.
Can I answer?
What is it doing to the water?
Am I allowed to answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so first of all, how much wind do you expect a mosquito to generate to feel? Because that buzzing, the molecules being moved, disturbed. I'm sorry. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Being disturbed is the effect of the wind generated by the mosquito. Now, when you're asking me how does it defy gravity, no. The mosquito doesn't have as much that much mass to need to generate airflow that you would feel. And then you're comparing the wind generated by a moth to the wind generated by Earth wind.
Well, but you're implying
that wasn't my question. Just to be clear.
Yeah, but you're implying.
Defeat.
Wait.
Those other forces don't have the ability to, disturb air molecules around them. That gravity can be defeated, yet it's so powerful, so strong that it affects the largest, densest, heaviest, voluminous things that exist. Yet it has no say in the matter when certain things choose to defeat it.
So what is
water? And it still has no effect on water. That's what I want to know. That question that the man asked is real good. Like, how can you say that? Show me an effect that gravity has on water.
So what is water doing when it's just sitting there by itself? What state of energy is it?
It's at rest.
And what is the correct name for that?
It's at rest.
Potential energy.
Okay, I can.
So you got potential energy and you got kinetic energy. So both things, if the air is still, the water is still, both potentially is potential energy. It's no motion. When you get something to drop in 1 second, the acceleration. When both things are at zero, then the wind is moving. The wind has kinetic energy to displace the water molecules that are at 0 miles per second or kilometers per second or whatever.
Now, how does that translate into a physical
because
that we can say is an effect on water? How gravity reveals itself as an effect on water?
Well, because water is trying to regain its position because of the gravity, because wind only has so much energy to displace the water, but since the water is a heavier mass than what the air is itself, then the water is going to head back towards
it's more dense than the air.
Right. Well, its molecular weight is denser than the air that's moving it.
Well, in essence, the air and the water are both fluids, so it's just a different type of fluid, technically.
But we're talking about weights.
About weights?
Yeah, the mass of the air, the atomic weight of the air's above the water is
it's lighter,
negligible compared to the water.
No, I agree, but at the end of the day, it's still a fluid, nonetheless.
Yes, but the kinetic energy in the air displacing the water has that kinetic energy to displace the water. But at a certain point, the molecular weight of the water itself is going to try to head straight back down because of the gravity.
And that's how you get weights.
Well, it's seeking that route because it's more dense than the medium surrounding it, which is the air.
But initially, both the air and both the water are both if nothing's going on, both of them are zero. Both of them have potential energy.
I can completely agree with that. Absolutely.
Okay.
But what I'm saying anyway, I don't know if Seek and Find is actually saying the same thing. But what I'm saying is, if gravity is such a force where it affects water on a molecular level as it does, and it has the ability to basically glue all these volumes of water and volumes of land masses and everything else to their places where they rest,
mm-hmm.
How does it also allow things to move through? He seeks to be stuck to the so-called planet. Why is it so selective in its power? It doesn't.
It's
make
not
any
selective.
sense.
It just depends on what the kinetic energy is going on with whatever object in relationship to the other object.
Okay,
If one object's a potential energy of 0 and the other one's doing like 10 meters per second, then the one that's going at 10 meters per second is going to have dominance over the other object that's only doing 0.
I mean, my question pretty much is as simple as this. Like, when you apply, do you guys agree that when you apply a force to water, it shows an effect?
Yes. Again, the water has potential energy. In essence, it is not moving.
Is gravity a force?
Everything has potential energy, but just because it has potential energy doesn't negate the fact that gravity should have an apparent effect that we can observe on the water itself, and it does not.
It does. I explained that with the
what's that effect?
Again, when a ripple
forms
happens,
oceans.
Yeah, when a ripple
on the ground.
When a ripple
it forms oceans because the ground
look,
is acting as a basin is containing it.
Hang on. When a ripple is formed,
but the force
it's not sticking there because of gravity. How can you explain these abyssal plains? They're like some of the flattest places that exist, but yet it's supposed to be.
Listen, ready? When a ripple happens, the potential energy, as Larry said, of the wind creates a ripple. The ripple does not last forever. The ripple then will go seek its level, like you guys like to say, and then it becomes flat. That is the effects of gravity.
So gravity's making it flat?
Yes, gravity is overcoming that potential energy that was created by the wind and therefore taking its force back over.
Kinetic energy, Sean.
Kinetic energy. I apologize, Larry. Thank you.
That's okay.
So it's making it flat.
How can you attribute the loss of kinetic energy to any specific item to gravity?
Because we know that the reason that the wind's energy is not enough to keep that ripple is because it cannot overtake gravity's force.
No, we know that because an infinite amount of energy was not put into the initial movement in the first place.
Then why doesn't a certain amount of energy just make a certain ripple and then that ripple stay the same?
Good point.
Because the ripple is a form of energy and it has a peak and then it drops off just like anything else. It has an apex.
What creates that peak and then the drop off?
The peak comes from the amount of energy that was placed into it.
Okay, so if you're pushing against the wall and I'm pushing against the wall and you have a peak that's higher than mine, what will happen?
Well, in the case of a wall, depending on what it's made out of, obviously nothing. You're just going to receive that type of resistance, and you're going to feel it.
Yeah, exactly. So what if your peak is higher than mine, but my peak is longer than yours?
It still doesn't mean anything because it's not affecting the wall.
Yeah, it does. It means when you're pushing on the wall, your peak may push me, but once your peak drops off and you get your kinetic energy dissipates, and my kinetic energy is stronger, I will then start pushing you.
No, but it's not infinite amount of energy. The part that you're not realizing is that listen.
A strong wind makes a 6-foot wave. A weak wind makes a 3-inch ripple. Now, what is the difference? The kinetic energy that wind was creating on that water, correct?
Right. It's the amount of energy that was placed into the creation of the wave in the first place. It has nothing. It dissipates over time. It has nothing to do with the fact that so-called gravity exists. The reason why that energy dissipates is because there was only a limited amount put into it.
And what would happen without the force of gravity is that kinetic energy would last longer.
No, it would not.
It would. Because it has to act on the force of gravity to create that energy, to create a ripple, to create the ripple for a certain amount of time. Otherwise, it doesn't have enough kinetic energy to overcome the great force of gravity, thus meaning it goes away.
Hey, you know how y'all say, like when I talk about the spin, and y'all say you only feel acceleration?
Yep.
Okay, is gravity an acceleration?
Nope, it's a constant.
So gravity is not a force.
You feel the effects of gravity. You do not feel gravity.
So is it a force or is it an acceleration?
It is not something you see. It is something that you experience. You see the
I don't see the wind, but I feel the effects of wind.
Yes, you do.
But listen.
And you also feel the effects of gravity.
But how can gravity be a constant on a sphere?
Because it's not. It goes
mathematically. No, it's not possible.
It's always at 90 degrees, and it's everywhere the same.
No, it's not.
So y'all say you don't feel speed, you feel acceleration. But
you guys are doing two different
angular momentum.
Two different conversations right now.
All right,
we're kind of wandering all over the place.
Pick one, because they both have different points.
If I may.
Go ahead, Rick.
I think I'm trying to figure out what is going on in the conversation. I'm trying to figure it out.
We need to stay point. Dre is talking about Dre. I'm sorry, damn.
I can keep it real simple for you. You want me to ask you?
Hang on, stop. Because we were talking about the. See, I forgot what we were talking about. But Seek and Find came in and just sideswiped it with the fucking.
I just brought up gravity.
But what I mean is.
It was the energy that was put into it, whether it should have been infinite, basic. That's what we want.
Yeah. Gravity and the effects. Go ahead, Red.
It's the underlying, the objection to gravity. What is the objection to gravity? Why
that it's not a force?
Like why is it?
Well, let me clarify that on my part real quick. I'm not claiming that it's not a force. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you guys off. I'm not claiming that it's not a force because I think that it's obviously something. I think that this term gravity that's used or whatever, it's more of an umbrella force that literally, when there's an issue that can't necessarily be explained through physical or tangible evidence of some sort, the gravity kind of comes in to explain it. And it's just not, and I think, like I said, the phenomena that things stick to the plane or whatever you want to call it, the obvious fact that things fall when they're released and they're not, they don't have any type of energy put into them to achieve flight, that they fall to the ground. You guys call it gravity. We may call it something else. I'm not denying that it doesn't exist. I'm just claiming basically that it is used in a way that it's not necessarily legit.
How is it not legitimate?
Because it has too many variations of operation, and in my opinion, it has flaws. How can you prove it?
Okay, but a variation operation.
Are you going to say something like the Cavendish experiment or something like that?
I don't know anything about Cavendish. I ignore Cavendish because it's a ancient. I don't pay attention. I try to pay attention to stuff in the 21st century.
And again, Cavendish.
Yeah, no, I agree, but that's
Cavendish
generally
does
what people
not,
use.
Here, Cavendish does not prove gravity. It only shows the measurement.
Yeah, exactly. There could be another explanation.
And I learned that a few days ago, so I'm pretty proud to say it.
What I'm trying to figure out is the underlying objection.
Well, you need to talk to your boys because they all say it proves it. So
no, it doesn't.
Well, thank you. That's what they always use that as the benchmark.
They are wrong. It is the measurement of. It's a measurement of gravity, basically.
I want to make a quick point here, and I'll let y'all keep going. I bet you if I told that to somebody, like in some of these chats, they wouldn't concede.
They will. They need to. They need to. Then you can go online and show them. And I'm going to tell you right now, if they do not say what I just told you, that is not proving it. It is only a measurement of. Trust me, they are lying to you, and that is why I'm correcting it. I don't care if it's globe facts or fire facts. If it's not the truth and it needs to be corrected, I'm going to correct it.
Yeah, the issue really is in science. Science gets a free pass sometimes because the men in white lab coats say something, and we're all expected to sort of fall in line.
Yeah.
The problem I have is that gravity. You could be correct. Gravity, it may not be gravity. I've given this a lot. I've given this 3 years of thought. Gravity itself may not be true, but the scientific consensus has come up with gravity to basically explain observations. That's all it's done. It's just a word that we use to explain the observations.
And they've had so many of those. They've had so many of those observations. It became a law. It became a law. It's this what happens.
Okay. Until there's someone else comes along, until another body of science comes along, or someone else comes along and says, "No, you're wrong. Here's what it actually is," and produces some actual, data and information and something that's compelling enough for scientists to actually look at. Until that happens,
but there have been people that have done exactly that, where they performed experiments and studies and written papers which were peer reviewed and buried. So when something challenges the so-called establishment, if it doesn't go to the narrative, so to speak, it gets buried and people do what they do.
Could you give me an example of that happening?
Okay. Here's the problem. Because yes, I can give you an example of that.
Yeah, I'm like, I can.
A few years ago, 900 peer reviews were overturned based on the fact that they were not overlooked and/or they were passed by by their peers. Yes, by their peers, for no good reason. It's been uncovered that there's many documents that show it. And here's the problem I have. There are sciences that are biased, and here's why.
Of course.
And here's why. Because scientists, overall, their goal is to figure something out no one has. And this is actually bad for Flat Earth, because they're always trying to figure out, and this was told to me so many times, and I'm kind of sick to my stomach, I didn't realize it. Science is always trying to say, you're wrong, I'm right, praise me. So what that means is, if Joe Smo says gravity is real, trust me, there's 1,000 scientists going, if I can figure out how gravity isn't real, I make Joe Smo look stupid, and I freaking win the prize, and I become a billionaire. Which means he can then put that $1 billion to a study he's passionate about. Every scientist has a project they want to accomplish, and they do all this other crap in between to fund their project. Understand, this is exactly how it does work. Now, it's not always a biased situation. There are things they cannot disprove, and they don't try. But they're always trying to disprove it. No one has disproved gravity. They have had alternatives to it, but they have not disproved anything.
And basically, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The idea is that there are two sides to it. What's happening is we're creating, especially in chats like this, but we're creating a sort of black and white thinking where people on one side says science is perfect and science has all the answers. On the other side is saying science is always wrong and it makes things up when it needs to. But neither of those things are completely true. Science is not always right, but science is not. The point of science is not to create excuses. and to hold to dogma. Not all the time. Sometimes it would be any system controlled and operated and created by human beings is going to have flaws. So the peer review system is going to have flaws. I would love someone to tell me what an alternative to the peer review system would be. If you can think of an alternative to peer review, I'd love to hear it.
And I also want to add, hang on, I want to add this as well, because I had an argument with a guy the other day, and I want to make this very clear. The scientific method does not determine if it's a science or not. The scientific method is a tool of science. So I had to argue with the guys telling me an astronomer was not a scientist because he did not follow the scientific method. You need to understand, everybody, scientific method is a tool. It is not a description of.
Yeah, I definitely agree with
Okay, I'm
that,
sorry.
and
I just
I
wanted to
don't.
state that.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to come up with an alternative ways of determining data and doing the things that we've been doing or the way that it's been doing. People just need to realize that they're going to do things and they're going to keep information to themselves because information that they seek and find isn't necessarily information they want to dole out to the common person. So they're going to give you a form of what they find. They're never
Right.
going to give everything to you truthful in the way that they understand it themselves. They're just not going to do that. That's
Right.
across the board in anything.
Well,
So
that goes. Yeah, that goes to the heart of the idea, really. That when again we have two trains of thought. You have basically the concept, like Sean just said, that science's basic goal is to get glory for themselves and shut out anybody who's got dissenting opinions, and then other guys have got to try and prove that guy wrong.
I disagree.
Okay? So,
well, see,
but,
the process
that's a
itself.
simplistic.
Hang
But
on.
that's a natural. But that's a natural thing that's going to happen.
Actually,
You're going to
I
have
wanna hear,
funding. You have people's retirements at stake. You have funding at stake. You have reputations at stake. That's going to happen. People are human beings, but so that the whole system is definitely flawed. The problem is in the
It's not the
conspiratorial
system.
world.
Hang on.
But with the conspiratorial mind, the conspiratorial idea is that everybody is have some overarching goal to hide things from common people.
Larry, you disagree?
Yeah,
Larry, I'd like to hear that.
a good example of this was back in the early 80s. There was a couple of scientists at the University of Utah that came up with the cold jar fusion. When they brought out the cold jar fusion back in the early 80s, all the other scientists on the earth were trying to figure out how we can reproduce the results that these two guys at the University of
I remember
Utah.
that. Yes, it was a hoax, right?
And they looked at it and looked at it, and they came to the conclusion it was pure hogwash.
Yes, I remember that. It was a total hoax.
So they were not forced, the rest of the world was not forced into thinking that you can create fusion in a jar in normal room temperatures. So I disagree that scientists are just willfully trying to hold all these secrets away, except giving out little abstracts and so forth, and that is not the case.
I see what you're saying. No, I don't know if I came across that way. I didn't mean that way. I meant only in the fact that that they are definitely trying to override somebody else's idea and get the fame for themselves on that. And at the same time, we do know there is an issue where certain groups of peer review boards are kind of biased to ideas.
Absolutely, because when people, this is why I keep saying there's nothing necessarily wrong with the system. It's just how the people that basically are in charge of the system or oversee it allow it to operate. Now, if the scientific method, for instance, even though we understand that it's just a tool, but if it was used in earnest the way that it's supposed to, and then when other people present things that should be looked into further because there's valid evidence or proof or whatever, or suggestions to say that this is something that needs to be looked in a scientifically respected amongst a community type manner thing, they just turn it away and bury it as if it doesn't exist. And that's a problem. That's where the problem lies. It's not with the actual processes that involve
absolutely
figuring
correct.
out and performing science.
Yeah, and that's absolutely correct. Who knows how many times that's happened and we're completely unaware of it. The system, is run by people. It's going to have flaws. The problem that I have with, for example, the flat Earth conspiracy. Okay, the problem is that what it is, it sort of identifies just about everything and anything as a systematic attempt to fool people into believing something that isn't true. That's what the flat Earth conspiracy idea basically says. That everybody in science is colluding with some hidden puppet masters in the background to hide facts from basically everybody in the entire world. So,
and to a large degree, and I'm sure many would agree that is exactly the case in many areas of what we consider to be reality.
You're picking up on that point, but with the conspiracy side of things, to what end do they want to do things like that, to hide things? The agenda is, to me, is baffling. Of what?
Okay, can I ask a question? Do y'all think this is an evil or like fair world, or like do you think this is a fucked up world? Like, what is y'all view on the state of the?
It's a fucked up world.
So, if you got some people who want to question that fucked up world and why it's fucked up, and what I'm saying, what's the problem with that? I don't see what.
There's zero problem with that at all, because that's what I do. But there's always too far.
Can I ask a general question to everybody in general? Is there anybody here that's religious or anything like that? Okay, so
spiritual.
Now I'm definitely spiritual. I'm not religious. I do believe in God. I think we kind of covered this before, but it depends. It kind of depends on who you ask on how they determine what's going on a large scale. Right. Now, for me, it's not far-fetched at all to, whether you want to call it a belief or whatever else, for me to think that right now there is indeed a power or a force that runs the world, so to speak, that is demonic or devilish in nature, or opposite of what we consider to be God, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of easy to come to that conclusion, So that's kind of where I'm at in the umbrella scheme of things. It isn't necessarily about flat Earths per se, even though I believe the Earth is flat and whatever else, blah blah blah. But that's just a portion of what I take to as a quote unquote flat earther. So it's deeper than that.
And Drake, and let me go back to the cold jar thing. If all the scientists on Earth looked at the flat Earth and thought there was something going on with it.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, I really don't mean to cut you off, but I just noticed something. Any of my viewers or anybody on this panel, if you have a situation with Bro Sanchez, right now would probably be a good time to know that I've been calling him out and he's been ignoring me. But go ahead, Larry.
No big deal. I was just saying though. Again, like the cold fusion in a jar, every scientist on Earth picked up on that idea. And
I'm sorry, I need to clarify. Is this supposed to be that star in a jar thing? Is that what you're talking about?
No. Fusion in a jar. You can do this on a table anywhere at normal temperatures.
Yeah. All right. It's just something different. I just wanted to make sure. All right. No problem.
All right.
Yeah, I just started looking into cold fusion.
But every scientist looked at it and said it was hogwash.
Yeah.
Right. Same thing with the flat Earth. Every scientist looked at it, and they said it was hogwash. Because there's nothing to it. Because you've got all these independent scientists all over the world that look at these new ideas all the time, even though the flat Earth thing's an old idea. But since its resurgence 3 years ago, they just dismiss it. Why? Because it doesn't work. It doesn't exist. It's a fantasy.
It doesn't really have any
scientific backing.
It's scientific backing of any kind. So again, the question of questioning gravity, the cause, the reason that people online, whatever their viewpoint, are questioning gravity, is not because they did some science and found that gravity was left wanting. That's not why they're questioning gravity. And we know this because when we get into conversations of what alternatives are there to gravity, there are simply no answers. So the question of is there gravity?
There's answers.
There is, exactly.
No, like what? Like what?
The general consensus, as far as I know, if you want to call it an alternative, would be things like density, buoyancy, and electromagnetism.
But all the scientists on Earth have already looked at it and dismissed it.
But these are the same scientists that come from a lineage that buries information that challenges the mainstream.
And they buried fusion in the jar too, right?
There are things that can be put aside or passed through, but you can't say these things about the things we can observe and prove ourselves without them.
It's assuming guilt. So if, for example, everyone loves Trump and hates Trump, everyone loves Clinton and hates Clinton, and so someone will go along and say, well, Clinton did X horrible thing. Okay, Hillary Clinton was responsible for this or that horrible thing. Okay, do you have proof? No, but look at all these other things she's done. So she's got to be guilty, right? No. Wrong. And the same thing with science. You can't say that scientists are lying because we have proof that we think that they're lying. Therefore, it's circular reasoning. You can't say NASA is lying. How do you know? Well, because they were started by Nazis and they're all liars and Freemasons. That's circular reasoning. The evidence that NASA's lying doesn't exist. There's plenty
of evidence, whatever you want to call it.
If you watch YouTube videos, you can watch YouTube videos and prove that Michelle Obama's a man.
So let's talk about the moon being in the atmosphere. Let's talk about that because we've never been to space. If that's what you want to say.
Official information that contradicts
itself. Hold up. We've been to space?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're in there. We're right then now. China has a rover on the moon. Israel has a lander going to the moon.
And I've heard this one. This one's new, but it's real. We are in space.
Well, I like that.
Can someone help out Michael on his phone? Because I don't know how to use a phone.
No, he trolling.
Is he?
Okay. Michael.
Yeah, we're flying through space.
Michael Jordan. Yeah. But again, by the way, I'm not triggered. Who said that? DRD?
We're flying through space?
Yeah, and then you laughed. I'm not triggered.
You're not supposed to be. Don't come on.
No,
man.
no.
Don't,
but yesterday was like I learned something from yesterday.
Leave that alone, dude. We're good. Don't worry.
No. I was just going to say, what I read a lot in the chats is when someone is, trying to saying someone comes along and says, the International Space Station. The next comment will be International Space Station, LOL. Well, that's not. Is that a refutation? And
but you shouldn't.
The International Space Station.
But you shouldn't let that stuff bother you. That's just human nature.
I'm not bothered. Yeah, I'm not bothered. So I learned from yesterday. So what I'm saying is the I learned a lot from yesterday. But the point really is when we're talking about when scientists come across the flat Earth idea, okay, what they're looking for is something tenable, something tangible, some science that they can sink their teeth into. Okay, they want a meal that they can sit down and devour. Okay, when a flat Earth proponent comes along and says the Earth is flat, scientist looks at it. It's just there's nothing on the plate. There's nothing for him to get into, and that's why they dismiss it. It's the idea.
But nobody can account for this curvature that should be apparent that isn't, and things like this.
Except for all the people that have. But we have.
But there are people who show you that according to the so-called sphere that we live on, at the size that it is, over a certain distance, you should be able to, or the curve should be apparent, and visually certain things should not be seen, and those things are seen, and they're not mirages.
With respect, again, the reason that people are buying P900s and going to the beach is not because they did some science and found out that the people are seeing further than they should. That's not why they're doing it. They're doing it because they got on YouTube and they found some videos and it said we should be seeing further than we should. They go out and buy a P900 and go to the beach. Okay, and what do? Lo and behold, they get the same flawed results that the people they watch in the video get. And you have hundreds of people, thousands of people doing that. Thousands of people buying P900s and getting flawed results.
Well,
And also not reading the instructions or doing a tutorial on how to use a camera.
Listen, I respect your view on that, but at the same time, if you live on something that's a certain size and it's a ball, it's got to curve at a consistent rate.
It's got
to. And it does.
Okay, so if that's the case, it has nothing to do with how many people purchase a certain type of camera and whether they get flawed results or not. Over a certain distance, certain things should not be visible at the bottom line. It just shouldn't be.
With respect, what you're doing is you're just restating what I just said people are doing. We should see further. You shouldn't be able to see this distance. That's not scientific. And I tell you what, I know that it isn't, because
can you hear me now?
The latest science news that went around the flat Earth community was that they've discovered that the atmosphere of Earth extends beyond the moon. First thing,
that's not flat Earth. Article. That's not flat Earth news.
Okay,
that's the newest article. That's the newest article by NASA.
Right. So
it came out on RT News.
The first thing I encountered was a flat earther saying, "Oh, you mean we should have breathable air on the moon?" In other words, they didn't. They watched the first. They read the. But that's the first thing I encountered. That's the first.
Yeah,
but
great. Never been to space. So you found an idiot flat earther.
So I'll say for you to say that's a general.
Hang on.
Everyone stop.
That was the first.
Hang on. Let's get one thing straight. I do not. All that idiot flat Earth thing, all that, I don't find that acceptable. If you plan on doing that, you might as well just kick yourself off now. But not.
Hello, Sean G. Sean G. My name is also Sean G. I'm the original Sean G.
No, you're not. I know exactly who you are. How you doing?
Hey, I'm Space is Fake on YouTube. Nice to meet you all. Thanks for having me.
What's up,
I just debated.
How you doing, sir?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Red's rhetoric. Hey, thanks for having me. I will.
Space is Fake. To be fair, that wasn't a debate. That was you getting destroyed.
Oh, come on.
He's the one who admitted 4 ridiculous nonsense things.
Okay.
Wait, what were those 4 things?
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Number 1, rockets prove space.
Well,
number 2.
Okay, how about this? I'll ask questions about it, because this is the thing. You say rockets prove space.
If it's such,
why
Space is Fake. Let the moderator talk.
Why would they spend so much money on rockets if they don't actually go to space?
To fool everybody.
Okay, but why? Why would they spend that much money to fool people?
Why would they bother? That's my question. Why would they
Space is Fake. Let me ask you a question to do with this. Right, Space is Fake. How do rockets work in space?
Right. I'm really not sure. They have nothing to push off.
Okay, wait.
Well, actually, no, that's wrong. They have the internal structure of the rocket to push off of.
And here's the thing. You know how you said you don't know? So then you therefore have conceded to the fact that you can't be an expert on it.
No, I do know. You need something to push off of.
Right, the Space is Fake. Let me explain to you how it actually rocket. No, wait. Let me explain how it works. As the gas,
if they launch from,
I'll answer your question. Let me explain. Right. As the gas expands within the rocket, it creates an area of pressure, and that pressure creates a force on the inside of the gas container chamber, and that is where the thrust comes from. It doesn't create thrust by pushing off of a medium, because that's not how it works. It creates thrust by creating a differential pressure inside, creating a force. So you don't need a medium for it to push through. You simply need the gas.
Even with what you just said.
Wait, I haven't finished.
What's it pushing off of?
Wait.
Let him finish.
You don't need a medium to push off of, because the gas is coming out of one end, and that force of the gas coming out is reacting with the inner chambers of the where the gas is kept.
So you would agree you can't control left to right. You cannot control direction then. It's just shooting out of the atmosphere in one direction.
You
can't control direction.
Yeah, they have thrusters and stuff all around the sides to like course corrections and things like that.
Combustion does not work in a vacuum, though, sir.
Okay, well, the rockets also have their own oxygen within their fuel supplies. It's a literal solid oxygen that allows it to burn without.
So they have
oxygen in the
little
atmosphere.
spitter spatters left and right. They have spitter spatters.
Hang on. What if I can show you a rocket in a vacuum?
It'll be too small, and yeah.
Okay, have you ever heard of the YouTube channel Action Labs?
On live.
That's
right. Action Labs have got a vacuum chamber, but they do a bunch of stuff in. One of the things they did was they hung a can of soda in this chamber. Right. They took all the air out of the chamber, and they had a magnet attached so that they could pull the top off. And wait. Let me explain. Right. And so they managed to, without it touching the edges, take the lid off so that the liquid shot out of the can. And what they showed when they played it back in slow motion is that the can began moving before the liquid touched the side of the wall. So there was nothing for that can to push off for it to begin moving. You can go and see the video yourself. You just go to Action Labs YouTube channel.
Please share the video then.
Remember what it was called? Because I'm looking for it right now.
It'd be very convenient if you could share the video, sir.
I'd have to.
I've never heard of anything like that.
If I may.
What they were trying to show? What were they trying to show again?
What's up, Pop?
They were trying to show.
So, Sean G, if I could make a general statement.
Oh, here it is. I believe.
Is that okay?
Fly in a vacuum chamber.
No. Can I just make an announcement, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Can anybody hear me?
So,
hang on. Who's asking if they can be heard?
Me.
Sean Grant.
MJ, been on here for like
The original Sean G.
They
said I was trolling.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to make a general statement.
Okay, go ahead.
That Reds Rhetoric had a debate with me. I wasn't a great debater, I'll admit that. I didn't make him look like a fool. I didn't make him look like a fool at all. But he made himself look like a fool. And he refuses. Wait, let me finish. Let me fucking finish.
No, you're right.
He did not upload the original content, and I had to upload the restream. That says something, does it not?
Okay, I can say. Let me say something.
He said he was
because
I can actually answer that directly from Red's words. Reds does not want to litter his channel with pointless hangouts that went nowhere.
Pointless hangouts.
Frankly, your debate with him was embarrassing for the fatter.
His drunk video of me.
Stop. And
it was more of a discussion.
Fight to fire. Hang on 1 second. First of all, calm down. There's no reason to be yelling. You don't need to carry on an argument because I don't care about the argument. You're just yelling in my ears now, and it irritates me. So no yelling.
This drunk video of me has 10K views.
Okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is I'm in agreement with you. Reds Rhetoric is not a good debater himself. I kind of feel that he has that gang mentality when he debates people. It's always the same thing.
Cult mentality.
Okay, but you can say that about Flat Earth as well. So you can't really say
Well,
that.
no. Well, Red sounds a little young too. You got to give that
Sean,
credit.
if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Red.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when I was looking at how rockets are propelled in space, initially it confused me. And I spent about a week I looked at all the videos saying they don't work and all the videos saying they do work. What I figured it out I boiled it down to this. What it gets thrown out of the back of the rocket is a combination of propellant and oxidizer. That's called, the fuel and oxidizer, and that combination is called propellant. The propellant has mass. That is the key part of this.
And I still ask you, sir, what is it pushing off of?
It's mass. It's getting thrown out of the back. Same thing as if you are on the Earth and you throw a ball away from you.
You're in the vacuum of space. What is it pushing off of?
I literally explained this to you.
It's throwing mass.
Yes, just know that the video that's playing in the background is going to show you exactly what happens when you create this thrust.
Oh, an Earth experiment. An Earth experiment is going to show me what space does.
Yes.
Sure.
It's going to give you a good example. It's a perfect example.
Yeah.
That's what
like your question is that can rockets work in the vacuum of space? Now, what they're demonstrating here is that you can have propulsion without it pushing off of something in a vacuum. That can is now in a vacuum chamber. Okay. They're taking all the air out of it. Okay, you can see it going
I
down.
actually never
They're
seen
making
this,
it into
so
a
I will
vacuum.
take this. I will take this to full learning capability. I've never seen this.
And I'll
Thank you for showing.
And I'll put the link in the back chat and also in the regular chat, so everyone knows.
All right, go ahead. Continue. I'm
reiterate-
not denying this footage. I've
Sean.
never seen this, so thank you.
To reiterate, the water or the liquid getting thrown out of the back of the can is the same as the propellant getting thrown out the back of a rocket.
And you know what? You guys are doing 10 times better than Reds did.
Okay, well, I learned by watching Reds get things. He's got good points, but he tends to sort of yell a lot and disparage a lot. And so
Yeah,
what I
that
try and
cocky
do is-
motherfucker.
Okay.
And so are a lot of fucking flat earthers.
And it goes. Hey, you know what?
Agreed. I'm not denying that. There's a lot of
and
cocky.
everyone needs to calm down.
Agreed.
That's the funny part.
Yeah, agreed.
Go ahead.
Last night we were in here.
I'm just
Last
saying.
night we were in here.
But
we
me
had
with
good arguments.
130 subs to
Come on.
But hang on.
make
Wait,
him
wait,
look
wait,
like
wait,
a fool.
wait.
Not being emotional
Let me
right
ask you
now.
something. Space is fake. What does your sub count have to do with this conversation? I'm not. Oh wait. Here's the thing. I'm not sure if you've been here before.
His
Let me.
cockiness is what I meant.
Hang on. Let me explain
His
something.
cockiness.
Let me explain something.
I have
And
two
I
subs.
realize I have to explain this every live stream, and I have no problem explaining it. Understand something, and just understand. This live stream is my selfish thing. I don't care about any of you guys, but the information you guys have, I want. So if you're yelling and
Is
you're
this Sean G talking
yes,
right
it's
now?
absolutely Sean G
Yes.
talking. And so when I'm here, when you guys are on my panel, I want information. And if you guys start yelling, bickering back and forth, I don't get information, and then it irritates me. And then what I do is I just end the live stream because I don't really
blame
care.
you, Sean.
Okay, so
Fair
just lower your tone.
I actually
Make sure you don't get
respect you in a
personal,
different
but
way.
at the same time, I get what you're saying, but just kind of like take it down like in a half an amp. That's it.
Well,
That's
the
all I
fact
ask.
that we have the same fucking name.
I know, and it's
I respect
and
you in
I'm
a
gonna tell you,
different
I'm
way.
gonna tell you right now, it's kind of aggravating because when I go places and they're like, it's Sean G, and they're like, is it Sean G? And they're like, yeah, it's Sean G, but is it Sean G? And I'm like, who is this Sean G guy? And I come to
Right.
find out
Yeah,
that his name
confuses me too.
his name was actually
confuses
Sean
me too.
G. So yeah, there is another. There's actually two Sean Gs and then clones of Sean G. Just realize that.
Actually, generally, if you
So
go
weird.
on IMDb and look up an actor's name, sometimes if they have a double barrel name like Paul Michael Glazier or someone like that, usually it's because they had another actor with that name and one of them had to add another name. That's just
Yep.
All
Right, you're paying attention to the video. Space is fake. You notice that right now you're seeing the propellant come out of the can and it's not touching the edge, yet the can is moving. You see that? Right, the actual liquid coming out has not touched the edge, but the can has started moving before.
So do you got another video with like a bigger vacuum that we can see that it's?
I see.
This
I
is
see.
those are the goalposts.
Thing done.
No, I'm just saying because I think it's hitting.
How is it moving?
It's moving because it's expelling mass.
the mass is getting
Is
pushed
it
out the
in a
back.
vacuum?
Yes, that chamber is a vacuum. There's no air. There's no
how
air
is it-
in there.
It's still possible
it's
that
moving at all.
it's still possible that even if it is moving, that whatever that chemical reaction is occurring inside, that gas has already filled that tiny vacuum. The vacuum is way too small. Look at how before
Way too small.
Even
No,
before
it
listen,
didn't-
before
it didn't even
rewind
move.
it.
It didn't
rewind
even
it.
fucking move.
Look at it. Rewind it. Before that spray even hits the glass, it's already at the top.
It's okay.
The vacuum is too small.
Because the gas
vacuum
is
is too
expelling into
small.
a vacuum. It's going
The
to
vacuum
instantly
is
fill.
Come on, guys. Come on.
Small.
Should have
Gotta do better than
thousands of
that.
examples.
Come on.
Right.
You
Sorry.
guys
That-
have
Can I respond?
thousands of examples.
There's no
Okay,
need
so
to.
can I-
small.
Can I respond? Can I respond?
Yeah, hang on.
Right.
One at a time, guys. Go ahead.
Right. The fact that the size of the vacuum chamber means nothing. It's still showing the effect of it propelling mass and moving before the liquid touches anything else. Of course, as soon as the gas starts escaping from that, it's going to fill the vacuum really quickly because that's the natural thing for a gas to do.
Yeah, but it doesn't
is-
actually move.
Did somebody
But
put?
it does.
Wait, I have a question.
No, I just
I have a
replayed
question.
it. I just replayed it, and you
Was-
can clearly
listen,
see
is-
it moved
Can
before.
Can I have a go at trying to explain
I just
to him
want
for
to
him?
understand something real quick.
Let Drake go, and then go right after him.
Yeah, I just want a couple quick questions just for some clarification about this video. Is like now, obviously, it's a Sprite can, so we're going to assume is it Sprite in it or is it water?
It's Sprite.
No,
Or
it's gas in it.
It's a carbonated liquid.
Yes.
Yeah, they haven't changed what's in the can. It's just a normal Sprite can.
Yeah, it was unopened.
And high fructose corn syrup.
So basically, that's a can of Sprite untampered with.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it's exploding.
Oh, and then they cracked They cracked it, and then it opened and moved.
The pressure.
No, the pressure outside.
The vacuum is reducing the pressure outside. Made the can the perforated part of the lid that you normally pop.
Yeah.
That was the weakest point. So as soon as the pressure got to a point where it couldn't contain it anymore, it started leaking out of that, and then that caused.
So is that
compression of the
pressure
rest.
in a container or not?
In the can.
In the can, yes. And then as soon as the pressure is released from the can, it will instantly try to fill the container.
Is that glass container?
No, it's a
not
perspex.
container?
It's a perspex.
Acrylic.
Is it acrylic? Is it?
It should be acrylic.
Oh, is it not a container?
Yeah.
Yes, of course it's a container.
So just show it to us in a bigger
Exactly.
See, that I think I still think that vacuum chamber is too small.
So I was going to explain it. I was going to explain that.
Please do.
I just posted a link showing a
whatever the scale is, it's the same thing.
Let Terry have a go at explaining that.
Go on, Terry.
Now, because the can has already got a pressurized medium inside it, it's trying to force its way out, whether it be in our atmosphere or in space, where it's under a vacuum. But because there's no pressure on the outside of it in space, like as in the vacuum chamber, the pressure inside is easily trying to push out. There's nothing on the outside stopping it from getting out as much as on our pressure on Earth, under our atmospheric pressure.
Yeah,
so as
there's
there's less
container.
So the less pressure on the outside now that it's in the vacuum chamber, that gas will just want to expand out straight away as soon as there's a weak component on the can, which what happens in the video, and because that gas is already trying to expand outward, as soon as it has an opening, as soon as it gets an opening on one end, whatever end it didn't matter which end it was or which point, it'll propel itself, its own mass, what the container it's in, will get expelled in the opposite direction of where the exit point is.
So,
which will
show us the same experiment without a container.
What do you mean
without
a container?
Without it being in the vacuum chamber.
Look at the ISS. Look at rockets. Oh, that would be your example.
I'm pretty sure actually if we can refer to the debate. Wait, space is fake. We can refer to how your debate with Reds, where he actually showed you the video of the rocket going into space with the solar luminescence hitting the gas of the rocket, and he showed you
if you remember,
how the
my
gas
rebuttal
got bigger
is that
and
it
bigger.
never left the atmosphere.
Well, then why did the gas expand like that? It wouldn't if there was no atmosphere. The gas wouldn't. Right, so that shows that there's a pressure gradient going up. So at what point did that pressure gradient stop?
You can have a pressure gradient in a pressurized atmosphere.
Please explain to me how you can have a pressurized gradient without
There we
gravity.
go. There
I'm
we
not
go.
saying gravity doesn't exist. Down is down, and we can call that
Well, if
gravity.
gravity
but
exists,
gravity does not mean a ball. There is no such thing as mass attracting mass. You
Wait,
fuck.
wait, stop, hang on. Fight the fire, hang on, 1 second. Hang on. First of all, Sean, again, last time I'm going to ask you, man, relax. I don't run that type of panel, and it's not going to happen here. I will stop everything, and I will continue to let you know what you're doing, and then eventually it will just annoy me to the fact where I can't allow you on the panel. So please,
All right,
continue,
I will never
but relax.
swear again. I
No,
apologize.
you can swear, because I cuss like a fucking sailor. But you're doing it personally at him, and it kind of deters where we're trying to get to here.
If I may.
Go.
Orphan Red's cleavage proves mass attracts
My
mass.
point is not
Who said that?
gravity.
One at a time.
Sean.
Matter of fact,
Gravity
whoever was
dictates
talking,
that
hang
mass
on.
attracts
I
mass.
apologize.
You
Fight the
cannot
flat
prove
earth.
that.
Hang on.
Down is down.
Hang on.
Okay.
The phenomenon of down does not prove a ball.
Stop. Fight the Flat Earth was talking, and I cut him off. I do apologize, but I did want to get that out. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. The fact of mass attracting mass has been proven on many occasions, not just with the Cavendish experiment, but with simple weights hanging from an extremely accurate scale and adding an extra mass underneath, proving that as the weight increases, mass attracts mass. Now, because of the fact that mass attracts to the center, the natural state of things will be its lowest point of like equilibrium and energy, which is a sphere. The natural state of things to be is in a sphere. So if there is gravity, then the Earth cannot be flat. It's simple as that.
That is, I think, why gravity is fought so heavily on the flat Earth side. They have to fight it because it proves the flat Earth idea is impossible.
Would collapse in on itself and form.
Yeah. And the other thing I was going to say is, okay, so this is unacceptable because the plexiglass box is too small. So they will get that. The people who made this video will get that input, and they will just make a bigger vacuum chamber, and then they'll do the same experiment, and then we'll see. So it's just going to go on and on. But
it is.
Yeah.
I agree.
Once you understand how an actual rocket works, well, then you understand how it works in whatever medium it's in.
Exactly. I mean, it took me a week to figure it out. I had to just make sure that I had it firm in my head, and then when I realized that the propellant is mass, same as that liquid, the propellant is mass, and that's what pushes.
And remember, for a lot of you guys who know me, I as a flat earther, I knew rockets worked in space, so I was stuck trying to figure out this
Are we off air?
No, we're on air. This mythical way of figuring out how space travel was real, because I knew it was real, but I didn't think they were orbiting. And one of the things that made me realize it right off the bat was there's no way of space travel on a flat Earth.
They're not in space. That's why the rockets work.
Removing gravity from the equation. Okay, well, once you remove gravity from the equation, you come across it's just going to be problems, and this is what we're seeing. It's the same thing as removing the number 6 in mathematics. If you remove the number 6 in mathematics, there's nothing that's going to work. Once you remove a key portion of the science and a key portion of what we observe, nothing else.
Magnetism,
all we're hearing is the bashing up against the wall.
If I could respond to the magnetism thing there's no evidence of magnetism acting in a way that would replicate what gravity does.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. I was just talking about life in general would cease to exist without magnetism.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then you're either purposely leaving everything else out, or you're just stating a fact of that. Hey,
I think the gravity thing is like you're in a field and everything just kind of like I don't know. It falls at the same rate in that field, electromagnetic, like statically, is what I think.
But
that's how electromagnetism or electrostatics work.
The Earth is the negative, and
Earth is a fluid system. How do you have gravity the way that you guys claim is gravity or whatever in a system of fluid?
Please explain what you mean.
What? Well, I mean, you have your oceans. No, obviously you have your oceans, which are liquid, fluid. It's water. Your atmosphere it's under pressure. It's another form of liquid. It's a fluid, just like any other fluid. No. Can we agree? What are you saying?
The atmosphere is a fluid. Yes.
Gas is a gas.
Wait. Are you saying that the atmosphere is not considered to be a fluid? It's a medium.
I'm agreeing with you.
Fluid, but it's not a fluid.
Okay.
Not a liquid.
No, it's not liquid, but it's still a fluid nonetheless. Yes, so like I said, in a world of fluids, how does gravity have the connotation that it takes on according to what you guys claim in a world of fluids?
The density of
gravity acts on fluid.
See, there you go. You just said the magic word. You just said the magic word.
Okay, but saying density.
Let me answer the question properly, please. What you're talking about is the difference in buoyant forces and density between objects and stuff like that. Like if you have a buoyancy tower of different liquids and stuff, the fact is that buoyancy is a function of gravity. You can't have that buoyant force that will change where fluids are without gravity. You need that downward accelerator.
Sure, you can. No, because that's your air pressure. That's your atmospheric pressure.
This is where I disagree with every other flat earther. Down is a phenomenon. Down is
That's
down.
Just
and what
words.
We call that gravity. It does not prove a ball, though.
Air pressure
is just words.
Wait, what?
Atmospheric pressure is the down pressure that you're talking about.
Why can you see Venus and Mercury?
No, wait. Stop. Guys, stop. I want to clarify something. Atmospheric pressure is not a down force. It is a force in every direction.
Yes, but that's what's serving as the downward force, air pressure.
Then
No, because then the comets
What is causing the downward force?
Can I ask you what is causing that atmospheric pressure?
Down.
Space is fake. Just shush. The adults are talking.
Wait, come on, relax.
What is causing that atmospheric pressure?
Relax on that. Relax.
Craig, be nice.
Yep.
Sorry. Relax. Again, okay. Yeah. You're saying the atmospheric. Space is fake. Please let me talk.
Oh my god.
I agree with you.
Space. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Again.
Why do you see Venus and Mercury at night?
Space is fake. Will you please? Right. You're saying the atmospheric pressure is what is creating the down. Well, then I have to ask you the question: what is creating that atmospheric pressure?
Well, I mean, I would say, and obviously according to things that I've researched, that because we live within a closed system, it's the only way you can have a pressurized system is because it's enclosed.
Oh, okay. Well, then if we were in a closed pressurized system, then there wouldn't be a pressure gradient going from 14.7 psi to 0 psi.
Actually, that's been proven on Realm Media. Yes.
Please stop.
No,
I want this to be proven. Then you said it's been proven that that's not true. Prove it. Whoever made that statement.
Space is fake said it.
Can you prove it?
Fair enough. I cannot prove it. I did not see it myself.
Okay, then it is not true. Go ahead.
It was a statement. It was a statement claim.
Can't say that that's not true.
No, wait, Dre. Hang on, stop. We've gone through this, Dre, because remember.
Let's go through a hypothetical.
Wait, stop. Stop. Dre, we've gone
Space,
through this.
Look, you sound pretty good. You sound pretty.
Prove to me that it can.
What?
A propane tank is
to me that it
pressurized,
can.
is it not?
Yes,
Let
but
me
it's not
talk
a
for like 2 minutes.
But it's not a closed system. Go ahead.
Sure it is.
No, it's not.
propane tank is a closed system.
A propane tank is a closed system because it's under pressure.
No, because if you leave that outside...
Everyone shut the fuck up.
Come on, man.
Calm down. Let me talk. First of all, a propane tank is not a closed system because if you leave it outside, the sun will affect it. Am I wrong?
It's still a closed system.
No, it is not a closed system. A closed system is defined by something that is not affected by it's outside. I'm telling you right now, the closest thing we can come to a closed system is like an igloo cooler. And they even say that's an example, but not even near.
You're talking about something.
I'm literally trying to argue on your side.
I know,
it doesn't matter. I'm just saying, but you're talking about something that's not designed to be impenetrable to exterior forces like sun. The propane tank is designed to deliver a fuel source that's used up. It's not designed to sit out in the damn elements forever.
It's not a closed system.
It's still a closed system. It's under pressure.
It has nothing to do with it.
If I can clarify on that, why it's not a closed system is because you can literally take the gas out of it. The definition of a closed system is exactly that, a closed system. There's nothing going in or out. There's no energy going in or out. There's no matter going in or out. For it to be a closed system, there is no transfer of energy from the
so if you took a propane tank and you placed it somewhere where it couldn't be affected by exterior elements, you're going to tell me that it would lose the propane or whatever you're talking about?
If you put it in the snow, it would do the same thing. Okay, now listen. This is what I want you to understand. Okay, check this out.
Something to affect it.
Okay, yeah. So check this out.
How you doing, Pop?
Check this out. So you know how hot becomes cold?
Yeah.
That's entropy. That is the definition of what the second law is describing to you. Now, in a closed system, hot to cold does not happen. It's not affected. There's no transfer.
Well, I think that we live in a closed system.
I did explain that correctly.
And we experience things moving from hot to cold all the time.
What I want to say is that
closed system is a physical system.
Have no idea.
Go ahead.
A closed system, this is according to Wikipedia, is a physical system that does not allow certain types of transfers, such as transfer of mass and energy transfer.
You just raised, please.
Now, you can have a closed system in a propane tank with the pressure in that system. That's a closed system of a sort. It's not a complete closed system, but it is a closed system.
Okay, but can it be affected by its outside?
Yes, absolutely.
Then but then
because of that.
But then it is not defying.
Not all types.
But that also means it's not defying the second law of thermodynamics, correct? There's only one type of this situation of closed container. There's only one. There's only one actual closed system that they've ever been able to say is a closed system. You ready? The universe. That's it. Name something that's not affected by its outside, by the outside of it. Like a cooler is the closest they can get to, but of course, the sun, the atmosphere is going to change the temperature inside it. Therefore, it is actually not a closed system. There's only one.
Well,
we don't
know if the universe has an outside.
Well,
So
that's the thing. It's a closed
By definition, it doesn't
I
have
was
an
the link
outside.
in the
Oh,
chat.
I see. Okay.
Say again.
Can I say hello? Can I say hello?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Brenda?
Hi.
Hey, Brenda.
I'm fine. I wanted to say hello to Fight the Flat Earth. I only recently discovered your channel, subscribed right away, and have been watching all your videos. I love them.
Appreciate that. Thanks very much.
Craig, I also want to say hello. I found your channel a few months ago, and I've had a good time watching your videos.
Hey, Craig, I want to say I got a question for you, Craig.
More funny voices. More funny voices.
Absolutely. I'm willing to answer any question, please.
Hey, let me see. How did I formulate this earlier? I asked everybody earlier. Would you say that gravity is a force?
Oh no.
Right. Okay. Gravity has an effect.
Yeah, it's a line of questioning.
The actual definition of gravity, as I understand it from my studying, is that gravity is a warping of space-time that changes the locality of something which within Newtonian physics manifests as a force. We can see that gravity has the effect of a force because it creates a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. And that's what Newton was able to observe and able to give us the mathematical law of gravity, which is, F equals gm1 m2 over r squared. And that is an accurate, predictable thing. But then Einstein came along and said that it's not necessarily an invisible force.
Damn, I was like, yes or no?
It's an effect.
Yes or no.
You just want to guess.
So is it an acceleration? Is it a force? What is it?
It's an it can be described as a force because it causes an acceleration.
For simplicity, just call it a force.
Yeah, within Newtonian physics.
Yeah, and you're getting the proper answer too. You can't complain about him going into detail if you don't understand his words.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
within the basics, like let's say it like this: the force aspect of it, the calculation that we can do, the mathematical law of gravity, we use that side of it to send rockets to the moon. We didn't use the Einsteinian side of our understanding of gravity. We used our understanding of gravity as a force to be able to send things to the moon.
Okay, so if it's in an acceleration, like you say.
Wait. He did not say it is an acceleration. I hate to say it again, but Fight the Flat Earth, can you explain that again?
Right, okay. It has an acceleration, right? Gravity causes an acceleration. So we can describe it as a force within the mathematical law of gravity, F equals g m1 m2 over r squared. Within that equation and within the Newtonian understanding of physics, gravity can be described as a force. And
Okay, so what's the cause of the acceleration, please?
The cause of the acceleration is a change of locality within the warping of space-time.
Can you further explain? Can you further elaborate?
Okay, imagine. I don't like using the latex sheet analogy, but I suppose it's the best way. Imagine a large latex sheet spread, stretched out, and in the middle of that you've got a heavy weight. Okay, that's creating a well, but you have to try and imagine that in 3 dimensions. That well it is creating is all around it, and because it's creating that well, if you put something on the edge of that well, it will move towards it because it's changing the location of where that thing is.
So instead of a well, can I just say like field? I call it a field.
A field is a kind of an accurate description, yes, because gravity can be described as a field that creates an accelerating force.
I got to follow up on this.
Call it a field. Why do you call it a well? Why do you call it?
We've got gravity waves, right?
Yes.
Sorry, if I could just respond to the question of why we call it a well, because the reason why I think we use the term well is because it helps explain orbits. For instance, the Earth isn't what's orbiting the sun. It's the Moon-Earth system's gravity well that is orbiting the sun. So the combined gravity well of the Earth and the Moon together is what is orbiting the sun. It's orbiting the sun's gravity well. Does that help explain it?
I mean, I see what you're trying. Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. But to me, it's a field. But anyway, I guess my point is that y'all say that we would feel. This is my question. Y'all say that we would feel acceleration. We don't feel speed. We will feel an acceleration.
Yeah, we don't feel a
constant. It's gravity. So it's a constant motion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
All right, so as I gain in altitude, does that constant motion stay the same? As I gain altitude and the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner, like y'all say, is it still a constant motion?
Yes. If you mean the accelerating force based on your distance from it? Is that what you mean? Like, would you still accelerate at the same speed?
The acceleration of gravity decreases as you get further away.
So for instance, in the ISS, there's about 88% gravity that there is on Earth. So there is a difference, but it's not a massive amount. So you would still feel that accelerating force no matter how high you got.
See, you're calling it a force now. Is it? So it's a force.
Yeah,
well, you wanted to call it a force.
We said well, this is my point. This is my point that I made earlier. Because water, when you apply force to water, you see the effect. So my question is, what is the effect that gravity, this force, is having on the water?
It holds it down. We've already explained that.
It's creating an accelerating downward force of 9.8 meters per second squared, which is holding the ocean to the Earth. Every molecule of water is having that same gravitational force acted upon it.
See, we've explained that over and over.
So this is my question now.
Takes time.
Now, I understand the concept that you're explaining with the gravity well that's created by the object with the mass in the first place. For instance, the Earth is orbiting the sun because it's caught in the sun's gravity well.
Yes.
Now you're saying that the moon itself is caught in the Earth's gravity well as it travels around the gravity well of the sun.
And the Earth is trapped in the moons too.
Right.
The Earth orbits the moon, and the moon orbits the Earth.
I understand that, but my question is, if that's the case, how can, if the moon is trapped in the Earth's gravity well, then why do scientists claim that it's moving away from the Earth at a centimeter or two, whatever the number is, every year? If it's trapped in Earth's gravity well,
it's not trapped.
That it's
moving away slightly.
How can it move away? How can it move away once it's inside
to maintain the orbit, but it is getting further away.
It's all to do with the conservation of angular momentum.
Then that contradicts the way that gravity is said to work, because gravity should be attracting the body of the moon that is within the Earth's larger mass, the well that it's creating. That's the reason why it's orbiting the Earth.
The Earth. I'm not. No, I just want to respond to that. There, the moon has a velocity as well as it having a gravitational attraction. So the way that you can look at it is, yes, the moon is being pulled towards the Earth, but at the same time, it's traveling at such a speed that it's missing the Earth all the time. And that velocity,
it can't be being pulled to the Earth and moving away from the Earth at the same time. It's one or the other.
It can be.
It's in an odd orbit.
It's not just being affected by the Earth's gravity. The moon is also being affected by the gravity well of the sun and anything else in the universe, frankly. So it's not just the gravity well of the Earth that we have to take into consideration there. It's the angular momentum, the conservation of the angular momentum of when the moon was formed, the gravitational forces of everything else within our solar system, and the way that is affecting what's happening to the moon. And like Sean Hawkins said, we are technically also orbiting the moon within the moon-Earth gravity well system. So it's all, when you do the equations of all the forces acting on everything, it works.
If the moon is captured within Earth's gravity well, it should be impossible for it to be moving away.
No.
Bottom line.
No, it can move
not
inside.
at all.
It can- if anything, you
Not
could
at all.
say it can move inside that gravity well regardless. It would always move inside that.
No, these scientists are stating
It's not a
in
perfect-
common
it's not a-
knowledge.
it's not a perfect
it's
orbit,
common
so it
knowledge
would move
that
around.
It's moving away from the Earth, and eventually they say that it's going to escape Earth's
Hey,
gravity
sorry,
and
I just
disappear.
P Mars is in here, and I'm not being in the same place as P Mars. So I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one, sir. I'm
Well,
yeah.
And I was gonna address that too. I was gonna say, hey, P Mars, and
What's up, P Mars?
Can y'all get along and actually
Well,
talk it out?
well, put it this way: P Mars knows that once he gets out of line, I will eject his ass out of here. But you know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you now: P Mars has something to say. The problem is he hasn't figured out socially how to say it.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it.
Maybe Fight the Flat Earth is just socially retarded, though.
Okay, well, you know what? I
It's
have no
not,
idea.
though. Fight the
you know
Flat
what?
Earth is a
Case in
good
point.
dude.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know what your deal is with him, and it's not just like I said. I'm selfish. I don't really care. If Fight the Flat Earth doesn't want to be here because P Mars is, well, then he left. It's his prerogative. The problem is. Go ahead.
Yeah, with all respect, I mean, we had a big argument yesterday. I've mentioned this before. Today we made up.
Oh yeah.
And like adults, just
Exactly.
sort of let's do that.
And that's what needs
I much
to be
prefer
done.
this than yeah.
So, like I
Today.
said, P Mars, I trust me, no one hates P Mars more than I do. But here's the reality of it: my live stream, as selfish as it is, I'm not going to tell you can't be here because someone else doesn't like you. I've had conversations.
I've had such a reputation, B. Mars.
I've had a
Wow.
good look. I've had great
Oh,
conversations.
you mean like everyone on YouTube? You hypocrite?
Listen, check this out. I've had great conversations with P Mars before. Believe it or not, long conversations, and I've had terrible ones. So I'm not going to just say he can't be here. Period. He knows he has limitations. He knows I will kick his ass out. That's all there is to it.
That's fair.
I mean, it is, right? It has to be. P Mars, you can't say it's not even fair. I give you an opportunity every time, and then, you
That
fuck
is
it up.
fair.
Yeah, you fuck it up, and I boot you. But you still have an opportunity.
Okay, can I ask, how do we know, I mean, I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask, how do we know that the moon is moving slowly away from the Earth?
Scientists. Science.
Yeah, does anyone know why we know that? Right, because
I know
Apollo,
exactly. I know how. Yeah, go ahead.
2 Apollo missions, I think it was 2, left retro. The Russians did 2 to find them, couldn't find them. So there are retroflectors on the moon, and you can bounce a laser off the moon. We know the moon's distance to the Earth to within about 2 to 3 seconds. That's how we know.
And here's another thing. This isn't hearsay. Guys, I have hiked to a facility that does this. You can't say it's not real. I can show it to you guys. Trust me. It's there.
That does what?
That shoots a laser at the moon.
Talk to the reflector.
Yeah,
it shoots a laser to the moon.
It shoots,
Well, yeah,
to
whatever.
get
I'm
back.
saying
Yeah,
it does whatever you're talking.
Yeah, it shoots a laser and it gets a response it basically shoots a time to the moon and back, and it can distinguish the distance, and all that other stuff.
The one that does it, that was doing it, I'm not sure if they're still doing it, is the Apache Point Observatory in New Mexico.
And there's a difference. So here's the difference between the two. You have to remember that that Apache, the one you're talking about, it actually does pinpoint the reflectors that Apollo left. The one I'm talking about only shoots a laser at the moon and gets it a bounce back, kind of like the ham radio guys do.
Yeah.
Or basically what they're doing is they're seeing how long it takes for the laser to get there, I guess you would say.
Yeah. But with the retroflectors, it can be very, very precise.
Yes, it's way more precise. Way more precise.
You can actually make a retro reflector. It's really weird. You just line the inside of a box with 3 mirrors in a corner. And no matter what direction you point a flashlight into it, it will come out the exact same direction.
It's very clever.
Straight back at you.
Yep. It's pretty cool. What I'd like to do is do that for myself, measure it for myself personally.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I'm just go ahead and talk to them. I'm just trying to find those images that I took.
I thought you said ninjas.
Yeah, them too. I'm a ninja. I didn't know if you guys do that or not. I do have ninja qualities.
You took some ninjas.
You know, I do that sometimes. It's part of the job description.
Have you seen the Onion News? The Onion News article, and it said a ninja parade goes, a parade of ninjas goes unnoticed, or something like that. I can't remember. Never mind. Well, it was funny at the time.
You never notice us. I know the joke. It's a good one.
Right.
Get down with your bad Apketo self.
That's right.
What was the other one? The other one was the
parade of ninjas.
Make-A-Wish child.
That is funny.
Yes. The other one was that Make-A-Wish child bankrupts Make-A-Wish Foundation by wishing for more wishes.
Yeah. With all due respect, fellas, I think y'all kind of dancing around my question. I mean, y'all saying y'all answered it. You're saying the answer is just holding it down. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I think Dr. Fine Earth answered it well, but it wasn't being listened to, and there was some other shit going on too.
I wasn't listening. I didn't hear the question. I'm just kidding.
I mean, I'm just saying. You're saying the force is acting on any other force you're going to see an effect.
Well, ask us what the effect would be on any other force, or on something else.
On something else? What do you mean?
Like on a body.
Well, how about the atmosphere?
The atmosphere?
I was going to say,
get a barometer.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Look, that barometer is operating off of pressure.
Yes,
yep, that's not gravity.
No, it is.
That's
because
gravity.
it's as a result.
No, that's not.
That's the result of gravity.
A barometer works through pressure. It does not work through gravity.
Yeah.
Yes,
air causes pressure, right?
It's measuring the pressure of the air, which is caused. The air pressure is caused by gravity. The higher you go up,
air pressure is not caused by gravity.
Then what is it caused by?
I just told you, hot and cold air, man.
Okay.
Hot
air, but the air gets hotter. Okay, air goes in. It gets hotter, colder, then hotter again. No, I mean,
and I sort of think also that like helium being a lighter gas than like oxygen, it has to do with it too.
Right,
and
they separate it toward their densities.
Like potential
right,
is still higher changes also. So
with all due respect, we're going to go
round.
We're going to go round and round with this. With all due respect, you're trying to do mathematics.
And you're not even like giving us the chance to. I wasn't even done saying what I was saying, but go ahead, man. Go ahead, Red.
What you're trying to do is mathematics without the number 6. It'll never work. You will never figure it out. You'll spend the rest of your time.
You're telling me there's a force, there's an acceleration. You say,
bashing your head against the wall for the remainder of your life.
You don't feel.
Here's a problem. Here's a problem.
Gravity is acceleration, but you don't feel it.
Like
this.
You do feel it. You do feel it.
I don't feel shit.
Here's a problem. He's explaining it, and I've explained this. And remember, I'm the dummy. Everyone here, I am the dumbest person here. So if I'm able to explain that what you said, what is the effect on water? And we said it holds it down. If you don't understand how that is the exact same thing as how wind affects a ripple in the water and how gravity plays effect on that.
What's it making the water do, Sean? What's the effect? You can't just say it's holding it down.
It's keeping it from it's keeping it from falling off the earth.
Density is not doing that.
Yes,
it's gravity.
Gravity is doing that. Yes.
Just saying density.
Okay, so it's
just saying density.
Pressure has weight. Air has weight.
Okay. Then what force makes less dense objects go up?
Water. When a force is applied to it, shows an effect. What is the effect?
No, answer my question. What force makes things go up?
That would be a buoyant force, I would imagine.
What's it called?
It's a buoyant force.
It's buoyant. That's a force. I don't. Guys, correct me. Is that a force? Buoyant? A force? A force?
Lighter things rise. What are you talking about?
There is a force called buoyancy. Is known.
Is buoyancy a force? Can someone help me? I want to know. I don't know. Sean.
Well, buoyancy is the title that will apply to the rising force that you're speaking of.
Is buoyancy a force?
Buoyancy is an effect.
Okay.
So
it's because of a force that it does happen. Okay. So
you wouldn't if there was no gravity, you wouldn't get the bends when you go down too deep in the water, and helium balloons wouldn't rise.
That's not true.
That is true.
Because the density of that gas that's in the blood, the nitrogen, has to return to its natural state, and because it's trapped in your body,
that is not
it's trying to
scientific. That's
escape.
just.
What do you
My
mean?
friend,
That's what the bends are. That's why
all
they
you're
put you
doing.
in a chamber to like equalize the pressure, so you don't have the bends.
You're just saying.
Oh,
you're
come
not
on.
saying
Are
why
you
it
serious?
happens.
I'm
Yes.
telling you why it happens, because when
You're
you're
not.
at that, for instance, when a diver is at such a depth that his blood composition changes to the
Yes.
effect where it takes on the extra chemicals.
Yes,
Now
nitrogen.
when he returns to the surface without proper decompression,
Right.
that nitrogen wants to escape his body and return to its natural state and its position according to density. That's why it's rushing to get out of his body, and it causes the bends in his body.
With respect, I'm aware. Jacques Cousteau I was a huge fan as a kid, so I know about the bends. What I'm saying is, without
that has nothing to do with gravity. The fact that gas
you're
is trying
removing
to
the
escape
force.
his body.
You're saying that things just fall. You're not saying why they fall. You say this is what we observe. You're not saying why.
All things don't fall.
Okay,
things
but the problem
rise
is
or fall according to their density and the medium around them.
We have gravity. Okay, we've explained it with gravity.
Yeah,
Unless
but
you
you're
can come up with a
trying
better
to attribute.
explanation.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to attribute gravity with the effect that you claim or call it or whatever, and somebody else called it the effect of buoyancy and things of these nature. You're trying to attribute those things to gravity, and it's just not simply the case. It's not true.
What's the alternative to gravity? Submit your paper. Submit it for peer review. Make a paper. Get 100 flat earthers together. Do what you need to do. Whatever.
And just like everything else, that comes from every other respectable scientific type person that tries to use the traditional routes to present their information to the world, it gets suppressed and buried because it contradicts or goes against the norm or consensus.
So you're saying you can't possibly win.
If that was a fact,
okay,
you understand that dark matter would not exist.
Prove dark matter exists.
Something's there.
Well, even
we see something.
I mean, that's kind of up in the air.
Good one. I like that. That's funny.
If that's the case, if they claim that that's true, then like 98% of everything that's going on and we see and experience is really not even in existence.
They know it's
like,
there. They know it has an effect, but they don't understand it fully yet. Nobody does.
We don't understand magnetism. I explained that yesterday. We don't understand magnetism. Lawrence Krauss, I forgot his name again.
Yeah, but we know that
he was asked a direct question: what causes magnetism? And he spent 45 minutes waffling about
the common man probably doesn't understand magnetism in its fullest capacity and how it could apply to our existence. But there are some people that certainly do, and they just suppress that information from regular people like us.
Two things: find those people, or give me there are people who have found the cause of magnetism and gravity and have had their information and their knowledge suppressed. Give me evidence that I should believe you that this information is being suppressed. Not that they automatically suppress everything because we got
and for what
example.
Reason? They say hiding God and hiding flat Earth. That's not good enough reason. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
There's no reason to hide.
That's not supposed to. It's not meant to be a reason.
I can give you an example.
It's just how it is.
You're really quiet, Sean.
Oh, I know. Let me go inside again. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah.
May I say something about this real quick?
Go for it.
So, like, Dre, if you believe in weight, you believe in gravity, right? Because we can weigh things that have the same mass, but they have different weight because gravity is different at different places on the Earth, and it causes the weight to be different.
Right. So how is gravity a constant on a sphere? I asked that question earlier, and and nobody can.
It's not constant. It's different. It's stronger and weaker in some areas.
It's constant when it wants
They have a device.
It can't be a constant. It can't be a constant when it's
It has slight variation.
It's not a constant. There's a device that measures the differences. I can't remember the name of it.
I can give you an example right now of someone asked. I was going to give you an example of suppressed science. Actually, Einstein and some other guy, I forget his name, they did the Bell theory. They suppressed that work for many, many years before it was wrong, but they still suppressed it because they were worried it would mess up their theories.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, but if you remember Tesla, Nikola Tesla's his stuff, no one had ever heard of him up until about 10 years ago. Do you remember that? And all of a sudden, there was a huge resurgence of
I'm out, everybody.
Nikola
Hey,
Tesla fandom.
One at a time, guys.
He became more accessible to the general public because of the advent of the internet. But before that, people who had the means, whether it was money or just the fact that they traveled and had access to different information, there are plenty of people that knew about Tesla.
You do, right? You know, if mommy asked, this is a vape pen, right?
And so once again, like, and I just want to make this point, like, because it's like I don't feel like I should have to present every little piece of what somebody deems needs to be presented as evidence to make like certain statements or whatever the case may be. But some things are just like the way it is, and that's how life is. And to deny that human beings do certain types of things innately and naturally is just kind of like.
Were you hearing? Sorry, were you hearing Arrogant when I just said that?
We're a little bit beyond that.
Okay, I said exactly that. But and I use the Clinton as an analogy. You can't say, "Oh, Clinton is evil," okay, and she did X, Y, Z horrible things, okay, and then accuse her of something, and you can say, "Okay, she did another horrible thing." How do you know? Well, because she's evil. That's circular reasoning. You have to have evidence that she did that. You have to have evidence that scientists are deliberately withholding information about the shape of the Earth.
Okay, and the point that I was making is just because I don't literally present
just so you guys
something
know, I am
doesn't
watching the
take
chat
away
now,
the
so if you want to
validity
get in
of it.
on
That's the only point that I was
email,
making.
just let me know and I'll
No,
put the link
Well,
up there.
again, with respect, if I could be a butt, and I apologize because I'm going to be,
Because there are lots of things. There are lots of
completely-
things that people claim about the globe, and they can't present evidence in the manner that you're speaking, but it's still valid, right? No.
With respect, if you say to me that X scientist is withholding information from you, you have to give me a reason to believe that. Otherwise, it's going to be dismissed, which it has been.
I don't have to give you a reason to believe anything.
Okay, then there's no real point in even saying it then, unless you've got actual evidence. I'm looking for evidence. I'm willing to believe there are UFOs. I'm willing to believe anything as long as I have evidence. I'm just a guy.
I'm on the phone, and I don't really get down with the presenting and all that type of stuff because I'm not that organized of a person. But
No, I'm the same way.
Like I said,
for UFOs.
Sorry,
excuse me.
Do you believe there's evidence for UFOs?
Yeah,
No.
there is.
Absolutely.
It's shoddy. It's shoddy evidence.
Unidentified objects are definitely something. It is true.
Right,
but it does not
that
mean
doesn't mean
aliens.
that they're from outer space.
Exactly.
It's all about the connotation in which it's used, and people like to place that umbrella type of connotation on things just because of their face value.
Right, but all I'm saying really, if a UFO lands in Central Park at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday, and someone gets out, and then there's camera crews there, but as long as they keep, abducting people in North Dakota at 2 in the morning, as long as they keep doing stuff like that, I'm not, So who knows? SETI has not discovered anything really convincing. How about that?
Why are you doxing me?
Because SETI was never meant to kind of like do any good in the first place, as far as I'm concerned. I think that's just one of those things that they put out there to kind of like have people looking somewhere where there's nothing to be found in the first place.
Why would they bother?
Well, if you're looking at the rest of the universe,
honestly, why would they bother?
What is wrong with that?
Okay, how about this? Why didn't they do this in 1950, whatever it is, when they invented NASA and created NASA? Okay, why didn't they just say, you know what, you can't get to space, it's impossible, and then just have them? Why all this effort? Why bother? They already had the lie in place. The globe's the real, right? They already had that in place. Why create NASA?
Well, one major reason I would think of off the top of my head would be basically like to generate funds.
Okay, but they already control all the. If these people are all controlling and evil, all right, and they control
I'm
everything,
not saying
then they
that.
already control
I'm
all
not
the
saying that at all. Just
money.
because a certain organization as a whole is deemed to be one thing or another doesn't mean that, for instance, the 200,000 people that might be working for them understand the role that they play in the larger scheme of things.
Okay, but all I'm really saying
Sean,
is,
can you get the picture up a little higher?
all I'm really saying is that they already had a lie in place. That, according to flat Earth believers, they already have a lie. The lie is that the Earth is a globe. Why, in the 50s, didn't they? All they had to say was you can't go to space, and they wouldn't have had to go to all this trouble.
Thank you.
And by the way, they create these jobs using tax money, okay,
Yeah.
which
No
is
shit.
already being, we're already paying taxes. So
Yeah,
they could
no
have just
shit.
said, you can't get to space and just raise taxes. Why go to all the trouble? Because don't forget, they have to build all the rockets, and they have to employ all the people to do all the fake CGI, and they have to have actors, and they have to pay the actors.
Yeah,
and
it's an
pay the
illusion.
people.
Who cares about going to
They
space?
have to do
Yeah,
all
but
of
at
that.
the
and
end of the
Dre,
day,
can you explain this picture?
But at the end of the day, it probably doesn't take the type of resources to do
This will
those
kill
things
the whole
that you think.
conversation with this picture.
It really probably doesn't. It probably, for all we know, even though they say whatever the workforce of NASA might be, like we really don't know what their workforce is. For all we know, NASA could be 200 people and that's it. For all we know, it could be 200,000 people. We really don't know.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
No, we don't. You
Yes, we
know
do.
what they tell you.
Oh, really?
You know what they tell you.
Tell me what's going on with this picture.
I don't know what's going on with it because I can't see what it is.
Well, oh, okay, that's a good answer. But naturally, the two flat earthers are laughing.
I'm not a flat earther, man.
You know what? And it's one of these things that we went through this last night. Now here you are starting to get your little funky panties in a bunch because somebody chooses to laugh. It's
Well,
like
Dre, I can react any bloody way I want to. Dre, I can react
and that's fine.
any bloody way I want to.
Guys,
and that's fine. But then
relax,
you resort to
again.
taking the little cheap shots because
Well, tell me what the
somebody
picture says.
experiences a little bit of laughter. I can't see it. It's a little
Okay.
small. I could take some cheap shots, but I'm going to be the bigger person.
The link is on the side, Dre.
He's on his phone right now. So it's
This
not
guy
the same.
just doesn't
He's
get
not
it.
seeing the
he's
same
on
thing. Yeah.
He's on the phone.
What about the picture, man? It's a picture of the sky. Two different locations. What about it?
Well, what do we have on here? We got the Big Dipper high in the sky in the United States, and we got the Big Dipper very low in the sky next to the horizon in Australia. So why is that?
Okay. What's your point?
Why is it happening?
Why is it?
What's the explanation?
What's the explanation for Big Dipper being high in the United States and low in the Australia?
What time? You're saying that these are on the same day, right? So they're
Same day.
at different times, right?
Yeah, he took his before I took mine.
Hold on,
So
it's not
maybe
nighttime in Australia at the same time it's nighttime in the USA, right?
He took it about 45 minutes to an hour after sunset. I took mine 45 minutes to an hour after sunset.
Okay, and how long in between those two durations?
That has nothing to
Or
do
two
with
time frames?
it. Doesn't have anything to do with
Why not? I'm just asking, man.
I'm just telling you, it has nothing to do.
So my explanation is that the sky rotated and you took a picture at two different times.
Why is the Big Dipper so close to the horizon in
Because
Australia?
the sky rotated.
It had nothing to do with that.
That's my explanation, man.
I mean, as far
have-
as I'm concerned, I can't really see what's going on. But just from what I can generate visually from what you're saying, if it's lower in the sky for one and higher in the sky for the other, it's a matter of the viewing position that the person's seeing it from, their perspective.
There's a 65-degree difference from the photograph I took back in June 5th compared to the other individual's picture taken at minus 28 degrees south latitude. So why is the Dipper such a big difference? And they're basically in the same orientation in the rotation.
And understand something.
Okay. Well
Understand
then,
something. Hang on. Understand something. Just what he's giving you alone, you can is how a map is formed. So you can make a map off of what he's shown you. It won't be a very accurate map of everything around, but you do that observation enough in different areas, you then have a way to make maps.
Now this is a question. Now, don't they say that everything that they view in the southern hemisphere is reversed or whatever than it is in the northern hemisphere?
No.
Why
because,
not? It happens with the
because
moon.
the individual in Australia was facing north. I was facing north. We were both facing north when we took the picture.
Okay, so that's like even when with the moon, for instance, even if we're both facing north, one in the U.S. and one in the Australia, we're still going to see different phases of the moon.
I see the Big Dipper looking basically the same thing from
Yeah,
Australia
it just looks like
and the Big Dipper.
it's rising up from
It's not. It's
the
not
horizon.
right. It's setting into the horizon.
All right. Well, it looks like whatever.
Anything
whichever way
to
it's
the
going.
anything at left of the photograph, it's west. Anything rotating, looking north, will be moving towards the left.
Yeah, here's my observation. When scientists come up with something, they go public and they say to people, I believe this, or I think this is happening. What they've done beforehand is a lot of experimentation, time, sweat, and money, all the rest of it, trying to make sure that what they're saying is correct before they go public, before they tell people that's what they believe is happening. And then they go public, then all the scientists...
That's what they tell us. That's what they tell you. You don't verify that process.
I do.
But that is what amateur scientists, people that are amateurs. The person that discovered there was a comet or something, or supernova, and an amateur discovered it. Okay, and they went forward and they said, "Hey, this is a star, or this is a new star." They looked at it and said, "Holy smokes, you're right." I can't remember the name of the guy.
There's also a situation where
I've heard of that stuff going on.
Amateur astronomers found it's what's it called? It's the gravitational observation or something when when a planet crosses a star.
Yeah,
it's called the Doppler shift or whatever.
No. It's called
What?
The gravitational lensing or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
you talking about the planetary dimming when the body passes in front of one?
Yes. Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah, but that's what the Doppler effect basically is when the light changes.
No, but that's the light changing for the distance. But what I'm talking about is the dimming of a star because of a planet.
No, I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
So astronomer, science, or they call them amateur astronomers. Thank you. They basically observed this dimming happening, and understand that once the professionals got to it and they started observing it, they found out that this dimming is so large, it's bigger than we've ever experienced ever. Like, this thing is planets on top of planets on top of planets in size, and they can't figure it out. So to say that that amateurs don't do anything, amateurs do the legwork. Amateurs typically do all the work, and then they pass it on to these professionals.
No, I don't
So
discount
I get
amateur
science
work.
news.
I don't discount amateur work. I'm just saying that those amateurs go on both sides. Now it just comes to, it seems like when amateurs report things that don't fit the narrative, it doesn't get published or talked about.
Here's the thing. I just gave you an example of one that doesn't fit the narrative. Why? Because here's the options that they have. Either they're looking at this alien being, what's it, a Tyson dice or something? Tyson sphere, which is out of the question. It's just not possible. But guess what? No. These scientists have to go across those things. This thing is so non-mainstream that what you're saying means that this is not happening. They're not telling us this. But guess what? They're telling us something. They're saying, guess the fuck what? We have no fucking clue what we're looking at. Not only do we not have a clue what we're looking at, we can't even start to explain. Matter of fact, just so you understand how much we don't understand, we have to use the equation of aliens in this motherfucker. That's how big deal this is. And you're saying they don't talk about this stuff. They did. If they didn't, I wouldn't know about
science
it.
news.
I think all that alien talk
and
is
every day.
BS.
Oh, you know what? But guess what?
Every day
but
I get
guess what?
science
They don't know
news.
so much about. They know so little about what they have observed. They have to use that as an equation. Do you understand? That's how crazy science is. That's how open science really is. If you look for it.
Well, this is again my opinion, but I believe that they know way more than they portray.
And you're right. You're right.
They just don't relay that to us common people.
You are right.
And they give you this alien BS to basically desensitize you and prepare you for some other BS.
Check this out. They even say we don't think it's aliens. But just as an example of how little they know, they have jokingly said we have to keep the alien equation in there.
Yeah.
The fact that other beings are out there. We have to keep it in the equation because we don't have enough to even branch away from that completely.
Sean, can we get this back on track, dude?
Get this out.
Absolutely.
Can I get this out for
Whatever
a
you want to
do. Just for a second, I just want to say I get science news every day, and every other day it's the news article says scientists mystified by X. Scientists confused by these readings.
Oh, yeah.
They have no idea how to explain this new findings completely changed the rules. We thought this about Pluto. Now we know that completely goes against everything we've ever known about this particular body.
Hashtag Pluto is a planet, motherfuckers. Sorry.
Exactly. Demoted Pluto. They demoted Pluto. That went against everybody in the petitions to reinstate Pluto as a planet.
But they never apply that logic to the foundations where a lot of the flaws can be found.
Like what?
Dre, what is the contention here? I'm not really understanding.
I'm making a general statement right now that just like anything else with science, you amend it as necessary. When you come across better explanations, X, Y, and Z, you change the apparent truth to fit the evidence that supports it, or whatever the case may be. And from what I see, that just doesn't take place on an earnest level across the board. Period.
Okay, but what you're seeing, what you're basically saying just before is that they are preparing us. They are saying things to some.
Well, once again, and the only reason why I make those types of statements is because I'm not a religious person, but I do believe in God, and I do believe that there are forces at play that
you are religious.
No, I'm not religious at all. I don't follow a religious doctrine. I don't read books. I don't get into scriptures and all this other stuff that religions deal with. So, no, I'm not a religious person at all by any stretch of the imagination, but I do believe in a creator and a force that is responsible for my being as well as everything else. And there's energies at play that people
with that
just...
said, I also want to say, I want to have a conversation about this eventually at some point in time, about evolution and how it has nothing to do with creation.
Yeah, me too. I'd love to have that conversation.
Yeah, you guys wanted some flat Earth evidence, so I'm here with some flat Earth evidence because Dre can't show any, so...
Okay, wait.
Whatever. You don't know what I can
stop,
show.
Stop.
I'm not here to present flat Earth evidence.
I'm assuming.
No, I'm here to present it for you, dude. So this is Salt Lake City right here.
Listen, you're not presenting it for me. You're presenting it for yourself. So before you actually
this is the flat Earth because the Earth is flat.
Guys,
you need to watch yourself.
Dre, hang on. But everybody, calm down for a second. What's up, Larry?
All right, I showed a picture of Australia and United States. This guy's showing me a picture only about 20 or 30 miles across. The picture I was showing is dead-on proof that the Earth is a sphere. But then this other guy is showing us a picture of across the lake. Like that's dead-on proof.
Dude. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you can see too far, dude. Look at this.
Okay, so what is the explanation of the Big Dipper?
Stop. Hang on, Larry. I don't care.
Yeah.
That's Tim. He's not a flat earther.
I don't either.
He's not a flat earther. It's his Salt Lake pictures that do prove it's a globe. So relax.
I don't know because I mean we drifted away from the Big Dipper picture because some other issues, and then we didn't resolve that at all.
Well, that was because that got to the point where it wasn't going to get answered.
Well, look, flat earthers don't really, for the most part, don't understand the stars at all. I can't even get it across that there's two celestial points and equatorial star trails to them. and try to explain like circumpolar stars. So you trying to explain the significance is not gonna. It's gonna go in one ear and out the other.
Discussing the stars, because Rob Skeever said the stars are sentient beings. I mean, what do you do with that?
Flat earthers usually say that the stars shrink away due to perspective and vanishing points and all that other crap, and it has nothing to do with it.
Hey Tim, is gravity a force too?
Why do you keep asking?
Because I want to ask every globe
because they don't
if it
answer.
changes.
Gravity has force.
Gravity
that so many times I'm blue in the face.
Yeah, but what he's trying to do is to find inconsistencies.
Yes.
He's not after.
And I will say, look, I will say it again, Tim. You can agree or disagree. Gravity is not. You cannot see gravity. You can see the effects of gravity. If you ask me what the effects of gravity on water are, it is held down. It's pretty simple. If it did not, water would fall off the globe.
Making it curved, Sean.
It has nothing to do with curve.
What's
for the flat earthers in here? I did bring up this picture. I'm just wondering. This is a very clear day, 26 miles away, 200 feet of this building obstructed, and then another 100 feet that leads up from the water's edge. So why would you? We do these kinds of observations all the time, all over the world. So I'm just wondering, what is convincing about the flat Earth at this point? You guys have any evidence? I'm just wondering.
Not in here.
Doesn't sound like it.
What are you saying about
I don't
this?
understand your question. What's your question?
Let's see your little picture there, Tim.
I'm sorry. I'm presenting it right now. I'm presenting it. Sorry about that, Tim.
I think we're more in here. We're more talking about the philosophy of it than specific examples because I'm not hearing any.
Even though my question just gets skipped over, it's being held down.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, what's up, Sasha? How you doing?
Oh, here you go, Sasha.
Are you guys still at this after?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we're having
3 hours or so.
We're still having fun.
Yeah. I came in just after you left, Sasha. So I'm not quite as big as loser. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm here.
Tim, did you want to explain what you're Sean?
Well, this one's actually looking the other way, actually west instead of east. This is towards, this right here is Gunnison Island. And basically at about 20 feet, the drone can start to see the tip of it. And this is a island peak, so it's hundreds of feet high. So basically as you rise up, you start to see more and more of the mountains. And this water is as level a water you can ever see, basically. I mean, it looks like glass when you're there sometimes. So anyway, as you raise up to the 1,650 feet max, you start to see more and more of that peak. So this is indicative of a curved surface that you're looking towards. So I'm just wondering, for the flat earthers, this is another piece of evidence. And I have 7 of these videos, actually. What do you guys have to say about that?
How is that indicative of a curve? Because you increase altitude, you can see more. The higher you go, the more you're going to be able to see as far as that particular mountain range is concerned.
Okay, so the camera is above the water. Listen to this.
curve?
Listen to this. So we're on a flat surface, right? I'm above the water. It's very, very level water. But for some reason, when you're about 20 feet up, you can only start to see the peak of a mountain that is 37 miles away. And as you raise up, congruently with altitude, you start to see more and more of the top of a peak that's hundreds of feet up. So you have to think about what this means of something being flat. You wouldn't start to see, I mean, really, truthfully, think about a sunset, a sunrise, a moonset, a moonrise, how the sun doesn't change in angular size throughout the day, but it rises and sets. I mean, these things are just like very indicative of a sphere, but you guys still, after 4 years, have no explanation.
That angle is changing as you gain altitude, and you can see the bottom of things.
Exactly. That's as simple as it is.
I mean, I don't see what you're saying.
Yeah, he's trying to say that because you can see more and more of it as you gain altitude, that's indicative of a sphere, and that is a joke to me.
Yeah,
because
stop playing, Tim.
the only reason why you can see more of it is because you're gaining altitude. The higher you go, the more of the bottom you're going to see. What? Like,
so anyway,
come on, dude. Like, seriously?
guys, on a flat surface, just think of those perspective lines when we think of the perspective art.
How about this?
Why
How
do
about
things
this?
get obstructed from bottom up? That's
How-
the
how-
equation
how
here. So
about
we're
this?
looking above the water, but for some reason, something that's hundreds of feet up is being obstructed by flat water that you were above. Do you understand that?
Let's try a different situation.
Hang on, let Sasha.
How
hang on,
about
Drake,
we use?
Drake.
I want to ask a question.
Let Sasha say something real quick. Just let
He's
Sasha say
gonna
something.
okay, stay on subject though.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're talking about the curvature of this water, and I got something to say about the curvature of water, but I got to wait for Sasha to say something about whatever she wants to say.
It's a he.
Whatever. Go ahead.
It's a he. Relax.
You guys are sitting here talking all this crap about flat earthers, but then when we want to say what we got to say, we got to wait.
It's not about flat earthers. It's about how flat earthers have evidence. There's a difference.
Okay, so
yeah, that the globe doesn't.
I'm showing you evidence.
Wonderful flat earth.
That's not evidence of a curve. You're just showing the fact that the more you gain altitude, the more.
Can I ask a question? So I've seen those videos where they put the camera on the base of the gym floor, and at the very end of the hallway or the base of the gym floor, an object gets obstructed from the bottom up. But I've never seen an object get obstructed in one of those examples if the camera isn't right at floor level.
If you extend the basketball court, it'll happen again.
Exactly. If you do it on a larger scale, this is what you're failing to realize. If you actually did it on a larger scale, it would do the same exact thing.
Yeah, people have done it on a larger scale, and guys, just FYI, this has been thoroughly debunked. But look, if you go to a known level flat surface, you can zoom in to the bottom of anything that you put at the very end of that track. Okay, so when you go to, say, your warehouse or something like that, you don't know that that's a completely flat level surface. So there are videos that contradict. Even Jose Gonzalez has some that it does that to, and then some it doesn't do that to. So that doesn't explain this when you guys have other excuses for what, height and all this kind of stuff.
Now back to this water, since we're talking about the curve of this so-called water, you're saying that the surface of this water is curved. Now, like take for instance, something like a sunset.
Water droplets are curved, yes.
A water droplet it doesn't even compare when we're talking about the curving of water at the surface, because it doesn't have enough mass in order to distort the surface tension in the first place.
Actually, that's a question that scientists actually do have, and they are looking into how a droplet is formed. But guess what? It still it
has nothing. It has nothing to do with gravity. If that were the case, if gravity was what people claim it is, that one droplet of water that can sit on an object or whatever and remain in a spherical shape wouldn't even be possible, because gravity would flatten it out.
So how come on a vomit comet and
anyway,
back to
the point that I was trying to make, since we were talking about the so-called curved surface of water. In the case of a sunset, the sun will be at the horizon where the water meets the sky, and that reflection of that sun will reflect all the way to the shore. How is that possible on a curved surface of water?
Why doesn't it change in angular size throughout the day? Wouldn't it be biggest overhead on a flat Earth? Just wondering.
Like I said before, there's some things I don't know. I can't tell you why it doesn't change in angular size. That's not something
really, man. It sounds like there's a lot of things that you don't know. Truthfully, I mean,
there's a lot of things that I think you don't know. So that's your opinion.
Opinions are just like
assholes, and everybody has one.
Okay, listen. Here's what's going on in the conversation.
Listen, back to my question. Remain on point. Stay on point.
May I speak?
Let one person talk at a time.
May I speak?
So stay on point. I posed the question. Explain the fact that if the sunset is at the horizon where the water meets the sky, how come that reflection can make it from the horizon all the way to the shore that the observer is standing at? If that surface was curved, that would be impossible.
Because locally,
you just assert
it's only a very, very slight curve. Locally, it's a slight curve. That's why. But if I may, in this conversation.
Okay, so explain to me how that.
Hold on.
Let
You
me
keep
finish.
asking questions, dude. You
because
can do
you're
your
not
own research
answering
on your
the
own
question.
time. Go ahead. Let this guy talk.
Guys, everyone.
Let me.
One at a time.
You're not answering the question.
one
How
at a
does
time.
that? How does that reflection curve around the ball?
I just said. Locally, it's for all intents and purposes relatively flat for the 3 miles. It's a meter of drop, 2 meters of drop, 3 meters is not much.
So
and that's
how does
far
it
you can see.
curve? So
It
how
looks
does it
flat.
curve around the surface of the ball? Light doesn't
What do you mean,
perform in
how?
that manner.
All you can see is 3 miles, right? How much drop is in 3 miles? A meter? Right. So it looks basically flat, right? That's what the sun is reflecting off. That's the answer. If I may continue, what's happening here is a globe earther is saying to a flat earther, here is a question. The flat earther says, I have no idea. The flat earther says, here, I have a question. The globe earther gives the answer. The flat earther says, I don't accept your answer. You see the difference?
No, the difference
Do you see the difference?
The difference
It's a
is
continuous
I
loop.
asked,
This is all they do.
The difference is I asked a question that was based on something that was on topic, and he followed up with the question that was addressing the whatever he was talking about, and I told him because I have never specifically got into that specific portion of flat earth investigations that I could not give him an answer. That's all I said. I'm not trying to say that it's not valid and it doesn't exist. All I'm saying is I was talking about what was on topic and he went off the left field. So whatever the fuck you're talking about, I don't know. So
okay,
you
well,
guys
here's what I'm
need to
talking
keep
about.
your shit together.
In any conversation I've seen, whether it was Fight the Flat Earth versus Space is Fake or Jeranism versus Red's Rhetoric, every single conversation goes in this way. The flat earther says, I don't know, but then answers the question, and when the question comes back, they don't accept the answer. That is how it goes. So we have explanations that are not accepted. But what you don't have is explanations.
Did I say that? Did I say that I didn't accept his answer or whatever you're talking about? No. Like I said before, I posed a question asking a specific question about the topic that was being spoke about, and he used a whole nother scenario to prod whether I had an answer for. Once again, that's an area of flat earth discussions that Globers make with flat earthers that I haven't personally delved into, so I don't have an answer for that. Am I disputing it and saying that it's not valid? No, but yet you're making this claim that all flat earthers do that. And that's something that you need to stop doing. And if you you claim to be the level-headed, intelligent, debating type person that you claim you are, you should know that you can't make general statements about people like that and expect to get away with it.
Keep going on, man. Okay.
Okay, but what you just did earlier is you said whatever it isn't gravity. You literally said that. Whatever's happening,
all right,
gravity.
so now we're back to gravity. We were talking about the reflection in the curve of water.
What I'm saying is you're just naysaying.
All over the place.
You're just naysaying at this point.
There's no
You're
point.
saying, well, here I explained to you why the sun reflects off the water, right? Because for all intents and purposes, at 3 miles, it's basically flat. Right? Do you accept that answer?
No, and the reason why I don't accept that answer is because when you live on a sphere, that sphere has to curve in all directions at an equal distance, and that distance that is curving should become apparent to anybody that's viewing a reflection of light that's on the surface.
Oh my god!
An argument
just
is
reiterating
intellectual process. Contradiction is just the automatic gain saying that what the other person has to say.
I
understand everything Dre's saying. I don't see what's so hard for y'all to
because they're a bunch of intellectually dishonest people.
Wait, you are? You mean? I just showed you a bunch of evidence.
Stop,
actually.
hang on, both sides. Stop. Because I don't understand what you're explaining. It can't be because of that. By order of default, it can't be.
Sean, you don't understand that a ball curves equal distant all the way
Absolutely.
around?
On a large scale, it does.
It's a
Listen.
On any scale, if a ball is 360 degrees, it's going to curve everywhere.
The reality of it is there are valleys, there are mountains, so it's not going to be like a ball. That's
but
why
you are talking
70%
about the
water,
surface
it's
of
gonna curve
water.
everywhere.
You're talking about the surface of water that is supposed to be in, whether it's a perfect sphere, oblate sphere, or paroid, whatever they want to call it nowadays, it still has to curve in all directions and at equal rates.
Yeah, and
Specifically
what is
on
this?
water.
Well,
What is
wait.
this? You still haven't answered
It
this.
does.
What is happening in
It
these
does.
images and pictures? Why is there obstruction?
So then, how can you have a reflection of something from the
I
horizon?
explained
God.
to you.
Shore?
I explained that to
Christ.
you.
The
How
Earth
much curve is there in 3 miles?
to a pair.
How
Would you
much
like
curve
me
is
to
there in 3
explain
miles?
this photo?
He's in an infinite loop of saying the same
Yeah,
thing over and
exactly.
over again.
How much curve
Would
is
you like
there
me
in
to
3
explain this
miles?
photo?
Someone tell me.
That's
How
the
much
same
curve?
thing with you guys. You're in an infinite loop of saying the
Tell
same.
me.
No, I showed you evidence. You just have rhetoric and saying, "Nuh-uh, I just have
Dude,
denialism going on." That's all you have,
to
dude.
present stuff, and I don't
Tell
feel
me.
like
That's
I
fine,
need to.
but
You're a
you
grown-ass
don't have
person.
any evidence. You don't have any evidence for the flat Earth at all.
You don't have
Someone-
any evidence for your globe.
What is
Right
happening
here.
right here then?
Right here.
What is happening right
This
here?
is evidence of a
You're
flat
I have
being-
100
you're being
gigabytes
able
full
to-
of
you're being
spherical
able
Earth
to-
evidence.
You're being able to see whatever. I don't know if this is the same concept as the other video, but you're seeing more
Yeah,
of
it is.
because you're gaining altitude.
Okay, and why would that be on a flat surface? Why?
Because you're seeing more
Limited
base,
angle.
because you're seeing
What
more.
Nathan Oakley says, the limited
It's
angle.
true.
Hey, let me help you. How about Airy's diffraction, Riley's criterion? Let's bring up what Nathan says. How about you actually say what you believe here? What's
Yeah, I
happening?
believe that you have a limited angle. So the things,
Okay.
and I've
Why is
explained
there a
this-
limited
Hold
angle?
on, hold on.
Why can I see the top but not the
Why
bottom?
Why you being so? Just chill out. bro.
Why can I see the bottom? Why can't I
Chill
see the
out.
bottom?
Chill
Why
out.
can I see the bottom? Why?
Mute your mic. Just be
Just answer the
respectful.
question. Just answer the question, bro. Come on.
You can't. There's
So
I've answered
obvious.
this question
What's
so many
happening
times, man. It's not even funny.
The limited angle. Okay, so what does that mean?
As things get farther away from you, you're making a long distance observation here.
Uh-huh.
Your perspective, the things in the foreground ramp up. Also, where was I at here? Damn it, I done lost my train of thought. Yeah.
Because the perspective or whatever, you got it.
Yeah, whatever Nathan says. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying you have a limited angle. As you rise up, you can see more of the bottom of things. It's very simple, Tim.
Well, it's simple for you to
Very
say
simple.
it, but it's actually you can't justify it why it's true. Like,
So-
where is this in
so, like,
science
when you-
books?
hold on,
Who's
hold on.
actually saying this? What does this mean?
So bring back up. Why are you going to another picture? Just bring back the picture up that you just had.
I
Don't jump
didn't-
around, man. Don't jump around. Bring it back
I didn't
up.
know we were talking about it. Go ahead.
Okay, so like that first 1.5 foot, right?
Uh-huh.
That's your camera 1.5 foot off of the ground.
Yes.
Do you agree that when it's 5 foot off of the ground, that the angle changes?
Angle to the bottom of the building?
And plus, yeah, so in that first picture, right? You believe that water that your camera is just 1.5 feet above, all the way back by the building, that water, why is it look like it's at like eye level right
That's level.
Why does that happen?
Because water finds its level.
It's because of perspective.
No,
exactly.
No, but that's level. But it is level, right? Right?
So can you bring up a perspective drawing
But
that
if he was
shows
standing on
things
the other
getting...
shoreline, Sean,
Hey,
would
guys,
that water
guys.
be at his eye level, or would it be below his feet?
Guys, what is the equation for perspective?
Grape soda.
Oh, okay.
Stop,
Tim.
P. Mars.
No, I'm just wondering. You guys brought up perspective. What is the equation for it?
You sound like Red's rhetoric. You say I sound like Nathan. You sound like Red's rhetoric right now.
So you've heard rhetoric say that. So why don't you know the answer then?
What does
I don't-
the proper equation have to do with making the observation of seeing something that's
And where'd you disagree
basically
with
at
what I
the
was saying?
vanishing point of convergence?
So this is Walter Bisland's site. He's actually modeled my
So
observations
you're not gonna answer
here.
the question.
So on a flat Earth, this is what we would expect to see. Let me go ahead and pull it up here. Now this is where we see the land that leads up to the building. It's still loading here. And all of the building, okay, guys? That's what looking over a flat surface would produce, okay, in reality, right? And then what happens when you're looking over a curved surface, aka the spherical Earth? This is what happens, just like what I'm showing here
and
in
I like
reality.
to say right now.
Okay,
that
okay,
web-
Red Rhetoric Jr.
Hang on. No, wait. Seek. Here's the thing. Tim showed this before, and I saw it. I went to this site. This is actually a badass website because you can.
No, it's so awesome.
You can literally.
Okay, so Walter Bismarck
Seek and find. Listen, no, just listen. You can literally change almost every aspect of what you're seeing to see what you would see. This website is amazing. You cannot.
Hey, hold on, Sean. It's so amazing that Jaron, Bob, and D.Marble are actually using it right now for his flat Earth dome model conception.
I hope so. hope so.
So flat Earthers, they'll start seeing this. I'll show you.
Has anyone
Go ahead.
gone into 3D modeling software and show?
There's a guy. I don't know if anyone knows it. He has like no subs.
Disappear from the bottom up on a flat Earth
Listen,
or whatever.
hang on. There's a guy. I gotta go through my list to figure out his name, but I'm gonna start promoting him. But he's a flat earther, but he's building up computer software that he can run all these tests through the software to see what would happen on a sphere on a flat Earth, and it's pretty good. The best part is he's not someone who gets a result and won't say it. So as soon as I find his channel, I suggest everybody sub to him because he literally does everything. He's done all these boat tests, all these buildings, what we can see with a building with fraction and all this blah 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 shit. It's going to be a badass site. So I'll get that out there as soon as I find it.
Do you know of any video like that? Because that would settle that argument, right? If you could show in a 3D modeling that things on a flat Earth don't disappear from the bottom up, right? And that you can see farther on a sphere as you raise in altitude. Could you show that?
Oh, really, it's really just basic geometry that people should just understand, like intuitively. But basically, people that have to
Geometry and
believe.
spherical geometry are two different things.
Actually, you know what's different is a flat plane and looking over it, and a sphere and looking over it. Right? That's the difference here, and you don't understand.
You don't look over a sphere. You're standing on top of the ball.
Basically, if you're standing on a ball, that's 25,000 miles in circumference. And it's 6 foot high, and I'm standing on top of a ball. Yeah, because I'm ignorant, and that's why I want to say it like that. Yeah, of course.
If
'Cause
you're
I'm on a
raising
ball.
up on the ball, you're not going to see further.
Yeah, on the
You're
ball.
gonna actually see less.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
I'm letting everyone know in the side chat is that website or the YouTube channel of the guy I was talking about that does all the software with the flat Earth globe modeling and stuff. He's a flat earther, but he's making software that will prove it's a globe.
All right.
Sean, can you pop that in the Hangouts chat?
I just did right now, or the hangout. Okay, yeah, one second. Give me a sec.
Whose logo is Lone Star? Who is that?
I don't know.
What's going on, you guys?
Oh yeah. What's up, Kosho? How you doing, sir?
What's going on, man?
Welcome, my friend.
Lone Star.
Actually, I was making a program like that a long time ago, but I just I was honestly trying to make it. I think sort of like what Walter Bisson actually successfully did. Kind of. I was trying to make an actual working flat model, but I ran into so many holes that
when I first started this, I did as well, like probably about 3.5 years ago. But any of the flat earthers here on the panel, like Jay Tolan Media, he has really, really good spherical Earth evidence, and he says he's a flat earther. Have you ever seen that?
Nope.
Savage.
Oh, it's the best, dude. He's actually got Mount San Jacinto from Malibu, about 170 feet up, looking 123 miles at Mount San Jacinto. 6,000 plus feet of this mountain is being obstructed.
You know what? And that's
amazing.
That's one of the big things that's been going out too. I've actually done some research on this, and yeah, there's a lot of mountain you're not seeing in this image right here. A lot.
Yeah.
A lot of fucking mountain. And it's not just like 100, 200 feet. I'm talking 3,000 to 4,000. I think 6,000.
6,000.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Is the number that you actually are hidden behind. And here's the best part.
Should you be able to see it?
Yes.
Like, I don't see how.
If it was flat, you would see 10,800 feet worth of mountain. You don't.
Yep. It's 10,800 feet high. Now, this is what Jay Tolan says, that this peak right here is 4,300, which still doesn't work on a flat Earth. But somebody's actually looked at the actual heights of these peaks, and he has them here with lat longe in here. And so there's about literally over 6,000 feet of this huge 10,800 foot mountain being obstructed. Amazing.
Okay. So what's the altitude at this is being taken from, or whatever?
He's 170 feet about from Malibu, 123
okay,
miles.
He's 150 feet.
He said 150. Watch Slice Barcane though.
Okay.
Okay. So have y'all talked to the dude who put the picture? You can't just take his stuff and misrepresent it, man.
Now, as he increases
No,
his altitude,
here's the thing. The
but
guy,
listen, as he increases his altitude, he's going to see more of the bottom.
Guys, I want you to understand something. Understand that everything Tim is showing you right now is the evidence that a flat Earth guy has presented to us and that took these pictures. So we're not using any numbers that we've made up. These are all 100% the
I'm
guys.
not saying you're making anything up.
These are correct down here though.
I am just saying that.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the video parts.
Listen, but if he increases altitude with that camera, you're going to tell me he won't be able to see more of the bottom of the mountain structure?
If he goes higher?
Listen, no. Listen, don't go down his traps. The point is, dude, that this shouldn't have 6,000 feet being obstructed. Okay?
Sure it does, because it has everything to do with the where the view is being taken from. It has everything to do with the view where the view is being taken from.
Okay.
Because
what he's saying is the lower you go, the less of the mountain you should see, and the higher you go, the more of the mountain. And we're saying yes.
Yes, on a sphere, that's exactly. But on a flat plane,
no. On a flat plane, the higher you go, the more you're going to see.
On a flat plane, you should see. Yes. You should see all of the mountain.
Okay. No, that's not true. Now, listen. Decrease the altitude. You're going to see less of the base, aren't you?
Let me explain.
You're too dim for this conversation for me. Thanks.
Stop, Tim. Here's how it works.
I'm not worried about that, dude.
I don't want it anyway.
No, I'm not. Thanks, guys. Later.
No worries. Sorry about that. Here's what it is. The city that you see in that image that shows there isn't enough city to account for how much mountain is hidden. Saying that mountain is 10,800 feet tall. You would only be missing 2,000 feet of it if there was no curvature and it was flat.
Yeah, but you still have to apply perspective, even though that camera is elevated. You still have everything that's beneath the camera is ramping up. You're still losing out. That's why you're not seeing.
But I've done the numbers, my friend. I did the numbers, and I'm telling you right now, you have to account for another 4,000 feet.
Obstruction is not curvature.
Listen, like I said, once again,
you're right.
Raise...
Obstruction is not curvature, which means you would only have 2,000 feet of that mountain missing if it was only obstruction.
And that's due to perspective from where the camera is.
100%. But then what about the other 4,000?
It has nothing to do with curve. What about
the extra 4,000 feet that are missing?
It has nothing to do with the curve.
What is it then?
It's just like I keep saying, the more you raise the altitude, the more of the base that you say that's missing will show up.
That's exactly what happens. But here's the problem.
And that happens on a flat plane.
Here's the problem. At 150 feet, that means there's 2,000 feet of obstruction. At 150 feet, you can minus the 150 feet. That's 109. That's 1,850 about. That's obstruction. But there's another 4,000 to 5,000 feet of that you can't see. That isn't accounted by obstruction. It's only accountable of curve.
Right, but the simple fact of the reason why you can't see that is because it is not possible to see it due to perspective.
Okay.
But it's not, so no. Hold on. Slow down.
Right.
That's like saying hold on. No, it is right, because that's like saying according to your logic, those mountain peaks. Hold on. According to your logic, those mountain peaks should be pointing away from that person that's viewing it.
What?
Away.
Say it again.
Absolutely, because technically it's on the outside of a sphere, so it has to be pointing away at some degree. It can't be vertical.
I can see what you're saying.
What do you mean? Come on.
Here you go.
If you can't understand that, you're a fucking idiot.
Here's the thing.
You're right.
For the same reason, no one is upside down to us. Is the same reason it does not do that.
Do you remember yesterday?
It has to. If it's
it will do that. it just won't do it to any degree that you're imagining.
That you can see,
predict
right?
exactly
Of
how
course
much
you
it's
would
gonna do
say
that.
that. Yeah,
Well,
like
but
really,
wait,
okay.
Well, no,
wait.
That's such a fucking
Dre,
cop
Dre,
out.
Dre, how much do you expect to see though?
Well, because it's
Say
a
what?
ball, the angle, like
No. On a flat
I
Earth.
know it would be minute, but I'm
No.
just saying
On a flat Earth, how much do you expect to see?
on a
Well,
flat Earth.
how far
It's
away is
flat,
that?
right?
How far away is that mountain range from that camera?
170 something miles, I think.
Okay, so I don't know the numbers exactly.
Hold on, so
but
it's
how many?
170 miles away, and he's only 150 feet up.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're going to be missing all kind of shit at the bottom because he's nowhere near high
Limited,
enough.
limited angle.
Yeah,
Limited.
like
2,000
it's
feet of
like fucking.
2,000
I
feet.
can't even.
Listen.
I can't even believe you guys are arguing about this shit,
2,000
and this
feet.
guy's talking about he don't have time because
Listen.
we're too dim.
Listen.
Like, please.
2,000 feet of obstruction plus 4,000 that you can't account for equals curvature. Yes, sir. Yes.
I want to speak to Dre.
Yes.
You're
go
150
ahead.
feet above the surface.
Dre.
Y'all don't understand that. Instead of just measuring some damn water, y'all got to go through these. Like, just measure some water, man.
Hang on, Dre. Dre, Red wanted to, I guess, say something with what you were saying. Go ahead, Red.
Dre.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
Okay, you didn't learn anything from yesterday.
In what way?
You're entitled to your opinion. I respect that.
We had a conversation yesterday.
Wait. You guys haven't
At the end
been
of
trying
it-
to kill each other, so I would say different.
Exactly. All right.
I don't.
So but at the end of it, we kissed and made up. All right, and we said it's all about respect. Right. Let's make it all about respect. And never once have I cursed at you.
That's
Don't
just
treat me
how I
like
talk. No, that's just how I talk.
Oh no!
Please don't take offense to that.
You guys clarified that. It was clarified.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No,
we clarified that yesterday.
No, he's just kind of going. He's going through the roles right now.
Yeah. So. You know,
Nah, dude, we're good.
Okay.
We're chill. We're fine. Stop that.
It's completely fine with Tim calling us dim and shit. You ain't saying
No.
nothing to
I
him.
agree. No, I did. I did say something to him.
me.
First of all, I said something to him, and I said I don't like.
You're
him.
right.
I did. I said something.
Yeah,
I
but see,
don't
when
like
I
hearing it.
made that statement, that wasn't at you. Like when I say stuff like that, that's just a general statement, and as bad as it may sound, it's just to me in my mind, if somebody doesn't understand that on the surface of a sphere, that something doesn't have a vertical degree different than something that's at a distance away from it. To me, they're just a fucking idiot.
Well,
and that's
okay. But the
that's what I want
difference,
to tell you.
the
that I
actual
know the
pitch
distance.
away from you. How on earth would you even measure that?
Yeah, well, you can
How
do
would
it with
you measure
the
that
distance.
distance
So
away from
at
you?
170 miles distance, you would only expect about 2.5 degrees of.
It would be minuscule. How would you even
yeah, you
measure
wouldn't
that? How
notice
would you say, "Oh, this mountain is tilted 2 degrees away from you"? How would you even see that?
But the fact
How would you see that?
I'm not necessarily saying that you have to see it. I actually said it just
That's exactly what you're saying.
to kind of display the absurdity of the fact that you guys actually believe that mountain range is tilted away from the viewer.
With respect, keep in mind, please keep in mind, it's 2019, and we have got people who think the Earth is flat. Okay?
Yeah. And we also have ones that believe that it's a sphere.
If
flying through
it's
space.
anybody, if it's anyone, it's we that should be pounding you. Okay?
No,
So-
we shouldn't
sorry.
even exist because you're sitting on a model that shouldn't even
Why
be
do you
questionable. It shouldn't
why
even
are
be a
you?
question.
Yeah, it's like me saying it's 2019 and there's still people who think we A, landed on the moon and B, 9/11 wasn't an inside job.
Yeah, it's
It's
2019 and people.
and conspiracy theories have gone completely out of control. There are people who are saying that jet fuel isn't real. There are people saying dinosaurs suddenly
Are
aren't
we
real.
saying that?
It's complete madness. No, I'm just saying the conspiracy belief fad has just gone insane. It's gone
I'm
completely
glad.
mad.
I'm glad you said the
Yeah,
dinosaur
because
thing
the
because
conspiracy behind that.
personally, I don't think
I mean,
that
come on.
dinosaurs are what they tell us they are. I don't think they existed in that capacity.
There you go.
I don't say that I don't believe that they never existed. I just said I don't believe that they existed in the capacity that they put out to the public.
Dinosaurs are
What's
fake
wrong with that?
videos
I don't
because
take anything
dinosaurs
at
are-
face value.
Dinosaurs are fake videos popped up about 18 months ago on YouTube. Okay? The jet fuel is fake thing popped up about 10 months ago on YouTube.
All right.
I
And you
don't.
have
I
these
don't even know
rafts
nothing
of
about
people.
fake jet fuel.
Yeah,
What's that about?
You have rafts. You've got rafts of people online going around calling everybody fools and idiots because they don't believe they believe in jet fuel. Fools and idiots because they believe dinosaurs are real.
But what
Fools
does that?
and idiots
What
because
does
they
that
believe we're
have
on
to
a
do
planet.
with somebody making a statement about something being perceived as absurd that a item or an object in the distance is tilted away from the observer? Where does this even come into play?
Because the source of that objection, to my mind, is illegitimate.
The source from that ejection comes through pure logic. If you're on the surface of a sphere, everything has to be pointing away at a different degree because a sphere curves in all directions
you're
at an
correct in
equal
that.
distance.
You're correct in
Yes,
that,
but we just said.
we told you the amount.
Did we not just say, how on earth would you see 2
Can I
degrees of
talk?
tilt from a mountain away from you? How would you see that?
I have some input.
Hey, would the tilt get more demonstrable as you raised in altitude?
Yeah,
no,
how you
that won't change.
I have something to add. So the
Please,
tilt is so
at least keep
minuscule
it
we
on
can't see
topic.
it. Wait.
It's not even about
What
the
I,
tilt.
I don't care. My problem is that he presented you and said, "How would this work on a flat Earth?" And you switched topic to this tilt in degrees. You were avoiding the question.
I wasn't avoiding anything. I told you
You avoided the
more,
question.
I answered the question several times. The more you raise altitude, whether it's on a flat Earth or a ball, you're going to see more of the base of the structure that's off in the distance. Bottom line, it has nothing to do with the curve. It's all about the angle that you can perceive at his height. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with no damn curve. I said that several times. So for you to get on here talking about I'm avoiding the question just tells me you haven't been paying attention for the past 20 minutes.
Dude, please.
What do you mean, dude, please? That's what it is. I've been saying the same thing for the past 20 minutes, and one of you even accused me of the circular argument, so she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. So what the hell is she talking about?
It's a she. I mean a he. And
That's what I said. Well, he, she, whatever it is. What are they talking about? That I'm avoiding the question, and I answered it several times.
So we pretty much debunked all the Tim shit. What else y'all got, man?
Why don't we just continue?
No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it was debunked, but yeah, whoever was talking about the height of what you would see of the mountain, like the amount that's missing. One thing that people don't highlight enough is the equation that you use to tell you where the horizon is supposed to be as you raise altitude. This equation is very much tied with the globe, and as far as I know, there isn't an equation to do that with the flat Earth, and I wouldn't imagine it wouldn't be much anyway.
So how come?
So what I was saying was
observe the same phenomena from left to right. At what point from left to right do you see the ball start to curve? So we should start seeing things tilting away or whatever on the left to right.
You have to go pretty high in altitude. You have to go pretty high.
Yeah, but I know I agree. But even still, at 150 feet or at whatever the height of this camera is, we should see some sort of of curve from left to right. You can see more of an expanse from left to right than you can see as far as depth. You can only see at a limit of about 3 miles or so perceptually.
That's a claim.
Well, then whatever
that's a claim.
What do you mean that's a claim?
You should be able to see.
Why wouldn't you? If a sphere or anything spherical in nature, whether it's perfect or not, has to curve at relatively an equal rate in all directions, how come we don't experience things disappearing or tilting away or being obstructed from left to right when we observe that and when it's ahead of us at the horizon?
You wouldn't think this, but you see the same distance in all directions. So just because if you see 100 miles ahead of you, if you look to the right, you're going to see 100 miles. If you look at some angle, you're going to see 100 miles.
So once again, I said you can see more of an expanse when you look from left to right. I didn't say you could see further. I said you can see more of an expanse. Did you hear me say that? Yes or no?
Of course. But I think
what that means, though.
Yeah, the distance to your horizon was what's going to dictate what kind of curvature you're seeing. Because you're not actually seeing a curve. You're seeing things obstructed by a curve, or you're seeing consequences of the curve.
Okay, so if the curve is still there, it's present from left to right as well as front to back.
right.
on the X and Y axis and whatever else. Is it safe to say that?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But that's
So why
by
don't
the
we
same distance.
so why don't we perceive any of this so-called curvature from left to right? If it's the same distance and we can perceive it from the viewer to the horizon, how come we don't perceive it from left to right?
Because the question is not legitimate. You're making a statement.
All
It's
right,
basically
yeah, all right,
a
I'm out.
straw man.
Yeah, I'm out.
Okay, please, thank you. What you're making is a straw man argument. You should be.
Yeah,
You
it's a
should
straw
see
man
this.
argument.
You should see that. No, those are straw man arguments.
Yeah, we can
Straw
see
man
it from
argument
front
is
to back, but we can't see it from left to right.
a straw man argument is misrepresenting the other person's position. No one's ever
Yeah, that's
said we
basically
should be
what
able
you
to see
guys
it.
do in the case of what we call the flat earther. You misrepresent our position.
Yeah, because most of the time you don't have a position. You have
We feel this. No, we feel the
my
same
theory
about
is-
the stuff that you present. We feel the same way. Most of us feel the same way, that it's based in the same things that you claim that our beliefs are based in. So what's the difference? The only difference is you're on a different side of it.
We don't have beliefs. We have observations, and then we have.
You also
theories
realize-
and we have observations that contradict
have
your beliefs
YouTube
the same
videos.
way that you have observations that
You have
contradict
YouTube
our beliefs.
videos.
Well, I
Yes,
feel like
but you
he's
have
asking a
beliefs.
question. That's an honest question. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't have to be a.
Well, I would also like to point out that you did it again. You switched topics. You went from tilt and then you started talking about left to right, trying to avoid the point that he was trying to make.
Once again, I don't know what this point that you keep claiming that
He was asking you about how that mountain would look on a flat Earth using the perspective equation. Then you switched to tilt. Then you switched to left to right.
And if you were listening, I told him I don't know the formal formula for perspective or whatever the case may be. And then somebody else started talking. So whatever this little asphyxiation that you have with me dodging questions and whatever else, you need to pay more attention, because every time he asks me something directly, I answer it the best I can, and then if things become circular, I try to like throw something else in there to change up the topic so we don't keep arguing about the same shit. So I don't know what your problem is, but you need to listen a little bit better.
Well,
now name something else that I supposedly dodged and tried to avoid answering, so I can answer it, so I can like get you out of my baldy, because you claim I'm like not answering shit.
We could answer we could ask any question really.
Yeah, and like I said, and Sean G knows me, I try my best, I go out of my way to answer shit, and if I don't know the answer, I won't answer it. But if I have some knowledge, whether it's accurate or not, I try to share it. So whatever this Sasha person is talking about,
You haven't answered a single question today.
Not a single question has been
whatever.
answered directly, and not a single question has been answered with first-hand information. Not one.
Sure.
Not one.
Stop lying, man.
It's kind of like the proof you have for gravity and the proof that you have for the fact that the Earth is supposed to be spinning and flying through space. Where's all the proof?
Yes, we got all the proof. You have YouTube videos.
Where did you get the information that you used to claim that the Earth is flying through space? You got it from either a book in school. Yeah, you either got it from
more than I can trust you. That's where I get it from.
You know, listen, I'll just say this.
I trust you.
I'll just say this, and then I'll leave it at that. And that's good that you don't. But I'll say this: you claim, not that you know, but you claim I get all my information from YouTube videos.
Yes, 100%.
And you scoff at that, but yet you get all of your information from indoctrination in the school system that was set up to dumb your ass down.
Prove it's indoctrination. Prove that I've been indoctrinated.
And with that alone, if you don't understand,
you haven't proved
if
any
you don't stand
right?
the contradictory state of your thought process,
You're an effing idiot,
you
right?
have
You're an
a
effing
sad
idiot.
state of
What's
existence and don't even realize it.
Dude, you haven't yet proved indoctrination.
What have you proved?
the definition of indoctrination, please.
What have you proved?
I've
What
proved
have
that
you
have
proved?
had. I've proved that you have not answered one single question directly.
What have you
tonight,
proved? I've
and you have
answered
not
all your
answered one single
questions.
director.
I've
You haven't
answered
answered
all your
a single
questions to
question
the best
from
of
direct
my
knowledge.
ability. You just don't accept the answers. That's all it is.
You don't have any knowledge.
Like I said before, for a person like you or anybody else
Yeah,
to
you're an
scoff
effing idiot.
at so-called
Yes, I am.
information
Wait,
that you
wait,
deem
wait, stop,
comes
stop.
from
Hang on.
no,
Guys, stop.
for him to scoff at that
I
and
know,
then to
you're
call
right.
me an
You're
idiot,
right. Hang on.
whatever.
Stop.
Like I said before,
Red. I'm
You're
gonna
a
tell you,
fucking pussy.
Red. I'm gonna tell you right now. Red, you're kind of doing that trigger thing right now. And
No, I'm okay.
He can trigger me all he wants. I don't mind.
No,
I'm
but here's the
walking.
thing.
I'm outside, so I can talk louder.
Because he knows I'm telling the truth and he can't fuck
Here's
with
the
that.
thing. Here's the thing.
No, it's not yet. Yesterday. We're good. Dre, we're good, right?
Ah, you're an idiot. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, we're back.
I have a piece of paper. I have a piece of paper that says that I'm not. So there you go.
Yeah, and he probably got it from some
here we go.
psychotic lunatic that actually has a
scientism.
document that says they're certified.
Yeah.
Dre, we haven't met formally. I'm just letting you know. I think you're Dre. I didn't want you to run off before. I wanted to give you something before you left.
Nah, I don't run
topic.
off, bro. I don't do that.
Hey, but
Well, no, it's on topic. It was about the sideways curve that you were talking about. There's just a little simulation.
Sideways. Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, he made like a cool little thing that shows you what you're meant, the curve that you're meant to see, depending on what altitude you raise at. So I don't know if you can see the chat in the Hangouts, but I posted it in there. Just something.
I mean, if it's a link or something, I have to click on it when I leave because if I do it now, it'll disconnect.
Yeah, make sure you put it in the back chat, Kosa.
Okay, but you're talking about on YouTube or in the Google chat?
Yeah, Google. In the Google.
Hangouts, but
yeah, the Hangouts.
Okay, yeah, I have it in there.
I mean, if it's a link or something, I have to click on it when I leave. I'll do it now. It'll disconnect.
Okay, make sure you put it. Okay, you're talking about YouTube or in the Google chat?
Someone needs to mute their YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a link or something, but yeah, you know, whatever. I don't run from questions. I don't dodge questions. There was only one question that I recall that I couldn't answer because I didn't know the answer, and I wasn't going to try to fake the funk like I did, and that was him questioning about the whatever the hell it was. You guys know what I'm talking about. And I told him I didn't know about the stars being different or something because it's something I never got into.
Yeah,
that was the only question that was asked of me that I gave you guys an answer of something to the degree that I didn't know. Other than that, everything that was asked of me, I responded to. I didn't dodge it or whatever else. So that's bullshit.
Well, basically, what we're trying to do is ascertain if this flat Earth idea has any sort of evidence to support it. That's all we're doing here.
Hey, Red, what's indoctrination mean?
Indoctrination basically is you have a bunch of people who tell a bunch of other people a load of hogwash in order to control them.
No.
What is it then?
Yes, that's what it is.
Indoctrination is like you learn. You never question something. That's what indoctrination.
Well, no, that's an aspect of that is an aspect of indoctrination. He defined it.
Even if we question it, it doesn't mean that it's false. You can still question something that's true and have it still be true.
But a lot of us never questioned it. Is the point? You know what I'm saying?
I questioned it.
I'm sorry.
Hang on, I questioned it, and I came to the conclusion that it was.
Yeah, and I still haven't seen the evidence that you presenting that will make you go back to the globe because I haven't seen enough to make me.
I've explained it multiple times.
The biggest problem I have is that so far, what's happening is you're saying there's indoctrination. This whole idea is based on the idea that there's indoctrination.
No, I just want to know if you knew what it meant. That's all.
Why isn't flat Earth indoctrination?
And to a degree, it is. It absolutely is. But see, this is the thing that everybody kind of fails to realize, and I keep trying to make this point, but people kind of lose it in the arguments. At the end of the day, all the information that we get, that we deem to be factual and whatever else, it all comes from another source that you cannot verify.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Not all of it. Not all of it.
Yes,
not all.
It does.
Not all.
Okay, but buy a telescope and confirm.
I'm saying
you can do observation yourself. Is what it means.
Jupiter.
Listen, according to the system that we live in, all the information that you got in order to give you the basis to perform experiments and X, Y, and Z and whatever comes from information that you were given by someone else.
Dre, what he's saying is you can get a telescope and you can study Jupiter yourself.
But you won't.
I agree.
You will not. You will not.
I agree, but you can't. But you can't take that same telescope and determine that something that you're viewing in the sky is a sphere.
Yes, you can.
Until you study it.
Yeah, you can. You see different sides, or you may see it rotating.
There are no flat Earth astronomers. You know that. There are no flat Earth astronomers. They don't exist.
Why?
How can you tell something is a sphere with a telescope
by
or any
by
apparatus?
by its rotation.
How can you tell it's rotating?
Because you can tell different
tell me.
sides.
Please tell me that looking through one lens, you can't tell that something's a sphere. Please tell me that.
How can you tell something is a sphere by looking through one lens? Through, I mean,
close one eye and look at a football. Close one eye and look at a football.
So once again, because you see something that appears to be spherical, you can deem that it's a sphere.
Until we have evidence to prove it's not. Yes.
Well, if the only other thing it might be would be a flat disc, but we know it's not a disc because
who's to say that it's even physical?
It could be a semicircle.
Like I said this the other day.
The most obvious example is the moon. The moon is clearly spherical.
The moon's physical.
I think I used this example the other day. So
So
basically, you're telling me when I turn on my high definition television and I view things on.
Oh, come on! You said that yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's a legitimate question. No,
it's a legitimate question.
It is too.
I'm sorry. I'm going to insult you. That's childish.
No, it's not childish. It's
something
very
on
legitimate.
TV and no.
Right, absolutely.
Come on.
No, you're using the argument that because you view something and it appears to be a sphere, that it's physically a sphere because you see it through some sort of visual apparatus.
Yes.
Okay, well, I see objects.
Wait. I want to say something.
And that's childish for me to think like that.
Red, hang on, Red. Because here's a problem.
Here we go.
Here's a problem I have. Because Dre did make this analogy yesterday, and I quote: "Someone on this panel said that is actually a good point."
And for him to say that that's childish is intellectually dishonest.
It was a Glober who said that, but a Glober said that, and I would like
you are intellectually dishonest for dismissing that and labeling it as childish.
Can you do me a favor?
No, I'm a realist.
Red, can you explain to me why it would be childish then?
Why?
Yes.
Okay, you want me to explain? You want to explain to an adult that looking at something on a black television screen, okay, that some things can appear to be spherical because you're looking, or not because they're looking at a flat screen? What argument is that?
You are making yourself sound like an ass right now because I'm using the same phenomenon that you are using.
Showing your indoctrination.
Because I'm using the same phenomenon that you're using
that you don't have anything.
You are using the same phenomena that I am using, a visual observation that something appears to be spherical. What's the difference? It's a visual observation.
Until you can prove otherwise.
When I see stuff, it looks like I can climb a mountain on my television. Does it mean I can do it?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I believe
no,
in
it's
you,
not absurd.
Dre, I believe in you.
It's not absurd. It's valid,
It is.
and you
That's
cannot.
not
No, it is
an
very.
adult
It's
argument.
intellectually honest, and you can't deal with it. That's why you got your panties in a bunch
I
about
haven't
it
got my panties. I'm perfectly fine.
because you're pissed that I used the same basic observation that you use, and I make it seem childish to you. That speaks volumes about your psyche.
It does seem childish to me.
Yeah, well, that's
triggered.
your world. That's
I
your
learned from
world.
yesterday. I learned from yesterday.
Can I suggest something about the back and forth? It's just because I think if whatever side it is, if you're firm and confident on what you believe or whatever, or if you're asking questions, in either case, I think that the insults or whatever, it's just gonna drive the other person to not even listen to what you're saying. So
Right, and this all started yesterday, and I explained that to him, and he still chooses just to say something like that is childish, even though it's valid.
Yeah, I'm not blaming anyone specific.
I know. He needs to
sounds to me.
understand that.
I'm
He
not
needs to
calling you a
understand that.
fool. I'm not calling you a fool. I'm not calling you an idiot. I'm not telling you anything about. I'm not disparaging your character. Okay, I'm just trying to explain.
I don't give you the power to do that. You don't have the power to do
I
that.
have the power. I could easily just say it right now, and you'd have to receive it. Okay, I'm not that type of person. Okay, so all I'm trying to do is come up with some way of verifying what you're saying is true, and you're not giving me anything.
I just gave you. Listen, you said to me that because you look through a telescope at the moon or whatever, you can tell it's a sphere and it's a physical object that's spherical. Okay, and I say bullshit because it's the same as me looking at my television and seeing the moon on the television. It appears to be spherical when in all actuality it is not.
We talked
And
about
if
this
you don't,
yesterday.
and if you don't understand that basic concept of a visual cue, that you can't make the determination of a physical shape of an object strictly
Yes,
through a
you can.
visual cue, you don't. No, whatever, dude.
Yes,
I'm
you
done.
can.
Well,
Yes, you
let's
can.
stick. Let's stick on. Let's.
That's
So
the
you
problem
don't
is,
think the moon is
you're
spherical?
saying we can't, and we can.
Well, let's
You're saying
describe
we
it then. We
can't
don't
escape
just.
Earth. We can. We can't go to space. We can. We can't land on anything. We can't land on the moon. We can, and we have. You're just saying no, no, no. Deny, deny,
Well,
deny, deny, deny.
So prove it.
He's
all
kind of
we're doing.
he's kind of asking. Like even though he's not asking,
Show
he
me
is
the
saying
proof.
he is saying
Where
he
is
can't do
your
it. If you're
proof?
saying you are, just explain how you can.
You're just naysaying. No,
Well, there's
we
no
didn't
point in
nothing.
just telling
No,
him
it's
he's
not that.
naysaying. You
No,
just
it's not
explain
this.
to him.
No, it's not height. It's perspective. You're just making claim after claim after claim after claim.
I don't
Yeah,
think you get what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're having a meta conversation about the conversation. So let's just talk about why it's a sphere and why you can see it's a sphere with a monocule or a scope.
You don't even need a scope to see that the moon is a sphere. Because
Everybody's looked up the moon and said it's a sphere.
let's just think
Everybody.
about this.
Okay, so that's like, once again, it's the same as you going and looking at these people that do these high definition renderings and drawings on paper where it looks like a physical object. You can pick it up
Yes.
and manipulate it and do all sorts of things with it, when in
Yes.
all actuality, it's a flat picture.
But we're talking
Now,
about
I'm
the
not
moon.
saying...
Have you guys ever
People
done?
looked at the moon. Millions.
Have you done the observation where when the moon and the sun are both in the sky, and you take like a ball, like a ping pong ball, and you hold the ball up into the sunlight, point it in the direction of the moon, the shadow on their ping pong ball will match the shadow of the phase of the moon, which shows us that the sunlight is lighting both the ping pong ball and the moon.
Yeah, I've seen
And that it's lighting a sphere in the same way. I mean, that's a very simple observation to do. I encourage anyone to do it. There's plenty of YouTube videos on it, but it does show that the sunlight is lighting the moon.
YouTube videos aren't valid according to, I think it's Red.
Okay.
So
I'm telling you to do it. It's really simple. Grab a ping pong ball, hold it up to the moon anytime when the sun and the moon are both out and above the horizon. Hold it up in the sunlight. The sunlight on the ping pong ball will match the phase of the moon if you point it at the moon every time without fail. Like I said, you can look up YouTube videos or you can.
Right, listen, I agree.
It
There's lots of experiments that can do that now. I've seen one, for instance, where a gentleman does an experiment where he's simulating the sun shining through the clouds, creating crepuscular rays, and he's showing you that indeed that the light source being the sun isn't as far as away as they claim it is. So, I can take a video that I found on YouTube that supports flat Earth and use that to say that that's proof. That goes both ways.
I'm just giving you a real world observation. You can.
All right, well, I'm saying that's a real.
Don't listen to me. Do it for yourself.
Too.
You can watch a YouTube video to see how to do it, and then do it yourself. But any crepuscular rays, by the way, if you get a high enough altitude view, they're parallel, and that's actually actual perspective.
I'm not trying
it's
to.
like train tracks going into the distance.
I'm not trying to say that I'm angry and I think you're et cetera, et cetera. I'm not doing any of that. All I'm doing is, for example, this latest little part of this conversation, you're actually saying in just contradicting billions of people's observations, the moon isn't a sphere and it could possibly be something else.
Well, newsflash: the whole truth movement is about contradicting the mainstream and what's out there.
Yeah.
So obviously, the way that people think that go against the grain is going to be contradictory to what's considered mainstream.
It just
like I don't even understand how that comment.
I think that's healthy.
Even, like
Sure.
seriously.
But
like, what's the problem with that?
As long as the appropriate response to that is just to answer the questions. If he has these, like I said, if he's saying this, he's saying he thinks there's problems, we'll just tell him based on what we know why it's not true. Maybe in that we'll discover some truth that's in the middle. So
I mean, am I avoiding answer or questions or something? Just somebody please let me know.
No, just my questions. My questions avoided. That's it.
Because I'm not avoiding anything.
Okay,
I still ain't got my question answered, man.
about the moon and about spherical objects in the sky.
No.
You can take these observations, but one thing that you have to know just on a proof of geometry from 2,000 years ago is the fact that spheres are, spheres are the only three-dimensional object that will give you a circular shape no matter what angle you view it from, and also the circular shadows. So it's something important to keep track of.
But until you can come up with an alternative explanation that we can sink our teeth into, it's just honestly, I don't want to, I'm apologizing in advance.
You
It just
just
sounds like
gotta
hearsay.
no, but you just gotta realize though, it's just a simple fact that you cannot determine that something is a sphere by looking at it. I'm sorry, you
No.
can't do that. You can take something like a plate or anything that's circular in nature, and if you could somehow suspend it in the sky and then you viewed it through a telescope or whatever else, you're gonna automatically assume it's a
Only
sphere
if
when
you
it's
view it
not.
from an angle that is perpendicular to the face of it. Everyone else will see like the side of the disc, and some people will see it as an oval shape, and some people will just see it like just the flat portion of the plate, and that's why a flat Earth local moon makes no sense.
So then, if that's the case, how come there's no difference in the features viewed on the moon from different regions of the world?
Because it's far away.
Because it's far away. That makes less sense on a flat Earth, because on a flat Earth, a spherical moon above a flat Earth, we should all see different faces of it because it's local and going around. But if you actually consider it at the scale that is proposed in the heliocentric model, there's no way that, and the moon also being tidally locked where one face always faces the Earth, there's no way we could even see the far side of the moon, unless you could somehow, orbit around it.
I'm not speaking of the far side of the moon. I'm just talking about whether it's minor degree or whatever, of variation on the sides of the moon where the spherical shape is actually changing to the eye.
Well, you can, if you look at it through a telescope, when it's not any phase where it's not full, you can see shadows on the craters, and you can also see that as the craters that are towards the very edge of the disk, they're more oval and elliptical, and the craters in the center of the moon are circular, and that's completely consistent with what we would expect with sort of circular shaped, divots, if you will, on the shape of a sphere.
And you're saying that the light source is coming from the sun. And
well, yes, I've done, like I said, the demonstration that I've done, and you can do too, holding up a ball into the sunlight whenever the sun and the moon are out, point the ball at the moon, the shadow on your ball will match the shadow of the moon phase. That's the sunlight lighting your ball and the moon from sort of parallel light rays. So.
Okay, so now, as far as all of the experiments that are performed, and I've done experiments myself with spherical objects, whether it's like a chrome ball bearing, balls, different types of things of reflective qualities, and not one of those items ever illuminates in the same manner as the moon.
Because the moon isn't a polished chrome surface. It's like a rough, coarse rock. Look at it like a concrete sphere. It won't have a bright spot.
This is why I said I've used different items of different material, because I've used everything from chrome shiny balls to things as dull as concrete.
Do you have a link or anything to like what you've done?
No, because I don't really get down on the computer like that. But these are all experiments, and I'll make this known that these are all experiments that I've seen on like YouTube, and then I just did them to kind of see the results for myself. So the things that I'm talking about aren't things that haven't been done.
If you've got a link that you want to share, I'll happily take a look at it.
Well, like I said, I'm on a phone, and I'm limited with things I can do. That's why I don't get into all the presentations and things like that, because honestly, I'm just not that organized as far as information is concerned. But the point that I'm making is I've personally done many of the experiments that are easily replicable according to what others have done, just to see the results for myself as far as how spherical objects reflect light. And none of them...
Talk me through one of them so I can maybe... try that, just give me one example of something I could do.
Okay, so take a shop light. You know what those are in construction? It's like on a tripod type deal. It's a pretty bright light.
Yes.
All right, so I'm using something like that as my light source, and then I'll use I had 4 different objects that I tried in particular. The first time I had a basketball. I have a chrome ball bearing that's probably about the size of an orange. Then I have I do different types of things. Like I'm doing some work in my basement, so I got cement mix at my disposal, and it's not a perfect sphere, but I've made balls out of basically concrete, sand, and cement. All of these different types of things, and then I also use a styrofoam ball just to see the different types of reflection that they all cast, and not one of them illuminate in the fashion that the moon displays its light source. They all have a bright spot which is like the concentration of light, where you kind of, I don't know the proper term for it, but even the dull surfaced items like the concrete, even though the circle is not as defined, you can still see the gradation of what I think they call it the monocle or whatever, that spot. It's always really bright, but it doesn't illuminate evenly like the moon does. And to me, that's an issue. I hope I explained that to you kind of clear enough, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, it does. And
So,
I would expect that, the chrome and the ball bearings and stuff is going to have a shiny spot, but
right.
I haven't done actual hands-on with the concrete ball, but I've certainly observed that there's certain surfaces that are more light. They're going to be a bright spot, and some that So again, I would be happy
But
to
do you
look
see
at
where I'm
anything.
getting at, though? How
Yeah,
the
but
moon
wait.
doesn't display
Sure,
that so-called
I would-
bright, that if
Do
it's
you
if it's
feel like you-
reflecting, if
Do you
it's
feel like
reflecting.
Sorry. Do you feel like you represented the conditions, the distance from the sun to the moon, and the composition of the moon, and the output of the sun, and the distances involved? Do you feel like you represented those accurately?
Do I feel like
you'd
I
have to-
represented those accurately? As
Yeah.
well, the whole premise behind the test in the first place was just to observe the scatter of light and how it plays on surfaces. Okay, so obviously I can't recreate the sun, as it is. So I can only use a larger, brighter light source when acting as the sun. So within reason, I did everything to simulate the objects and the light source, and I think that was done to satisfaction as far as an experiment is concerned. And I don't honestly think that anybody can say that it's not a valid experiment as far as the casting of light is concerned.
Well,
and how
did
it
you have
plays
any-
off of different materials.
Did you have anybody else assess your experiment? Or
I'm
did you
sorry?
just do it? Did you have anybody else assess your experiment? Did you get anybody else's opinion on it?
Me personally, no, I didn't have anybody else assess the experiment because I was just recreating an experiment that I had seen, and I wanted to duplicate it for myself because that's usually how people decide whether or not that's something that they can depend on as far as an experiment is concerned.
Right.
And those experiments that I can do to check them out to make sure that they're legit, I'm going to do it, especially if it's something that's simple.
Even if he said, I had somebody witness it, what we gonna call him up right now?
It makes no difference. It's on YouTube. Millions of people have witnessed it.
Okay, but the problem is that if you, like I said before, if you go on YouTube and see a flawed experiment and then you go and do that flawed experiment, you will get a flawed answer.
Then I would but what I'm saying to you is
that's the issue.
You're talking about a basic shape, which is a sphere. Okay. Now, if that sphere is reflecting the light from a different light source, it should act in a certain range of whatever, what I'm trying to say. It should give you a certain baseline of responses as far as the data that you can collect, meaning that light is going to bounce off of a sphere in basically a predictable manner according to the shininess of the surface itself. So we know that with something dull like concrete, we're going to see that it's illuminated, but it's not going to give you a sharp edged reflection where you can determine that it's a light source for, off in the distance. And then when you use something that's a little bit more shiny, you can, whatever, the difference. So a sphere is a sphere, regardless of what it's made of. And from what they give us that the moon is made of, and it's made of this dusty earthen, not saying it's earth, but earthen, sandy, rocky type material, it should respond basically in the manner that concrete does or similar. And it doesn't generate the same reflective qualities.
I haven't done any demonstrations, but as far as I've gone was I just did a Google image search of concrete spheres, and obviously there's a million things that come up, and not all of them are like outside in sunlight, but on the ones that were, I was not really able to observe the same kind of bright spot, but admittedly I'm not presenting that as evidence. I'm just saying all at the kind of the very minimal level I've looked into it.
Yeah, actually, I was just watching a video last night. Curious Droid, they have a really great YouTube channel, but he had a video. I'll post it in here as well. He had a video where he was kind of describing the material or what the surface of the moon's made out of, what it called moon dust, but it's really just the material at the top of the moon, and it actually is very bizarre stuff. It doesn't behave like something that you would expect on Earth. For instance, like it became a huge problem for the astronauts actually, because like it would mess up their visors, it would get into their suits, into the crevices of the suits, it would wear down their boots.
Are they saying because it was such a sharp crystalline type structure, it was like dangerous almost, something like that? Because I remember coming across something similar to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll post it because I don't have all the details off the top of my head, but it is a very bizarre substance. So.
Now, isn't that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm just going by from what I remember being taught as far as science is concerned. Now, don't they say that the moon came from an ancient collision or whatever with something else, and it broke off a chunk and it became the moon? Isn't that the basic narrative?
I've heard something like that. It's not something I know a lot about.
No, I don't know either. I try to avoid origin.
All right. Well, this
we can answer questions about it. We talk about it, speculate. But I think we all agree because I'm the same way, where it would just be kind of set for some memories or something. But
I think that, like I said, I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive.
You're right about that, though.
When I say that this is the accepted mainstream where the moon came from type thing.
No, you're right.
Would I be correct in saying that?
Yeah. That's
okay. Now,
I think you're very close, if not right. Yes.
Okay. Now, for it to be made of some strange material that is so different from Earth that they don't know how to interact with it, or it becomes dangerous because it's in space or something, to me, kind of seems a little odd if it's made of the same stuff that Earth is made of. Why would it all of a sudden be so? Why all of a sudden would it be so dangerous because it's in a crystalline form? That would be no different than you getting like mesothelioma from breathing in cement products. What's the difference? Why is it so much more dangerous because it's out in space as opposed to here on Earth? It's all the same stuff.
Well, let's find out. I'm gonna go ahead and find it for you. Then I forget. You said you can't click on stuff.
Well, I'm limited on what I can do because I'm on a cell phone, like I said, and I just never got into the presenting aspect of the debate forum type stuff. It's just not my thing. I'm not that organized. I don't do that.
Sure. Well, I can. I'm gonna click on it. I'm gonna post it for them to watch. I'm gonna watch them a bit, and then I'm gonna try to keep track of the main points because, like I said, I don't want to speculate. I know they answered why. I don't remember on top of my head. So hold on. Okay, so mute it though. Oh, okay.
It'll get struck. It'll get struck down.
And this guy, Curious Droid, he makes some pretty. I've learned a lot about just a handful of his videos. So let me find it.
And what's this video about?
It's about the material and I found it. It's about the material that's on it's called Apollo, the Lunar Dust, and NASA's Dirty Problem. And because it became, like I said, a bigger issue for them than anticipated. So let me see. I'll go ahead and share my screen just so you can see what I'm looking at, but like I said, you won't be able to.
I have a question. If the moon gives off its own light, why would it do it so irregularly, switching patterns all the time from crescent to full moon and back to crescent?
Well, and then there's the shadows on the craters. I mean, shadows to me just screams external light source.
Yeah, you can see the shadows on the craters if you look up at night.
Right. No, I know what you're saying. That's one of those things that I can't explain because to me that's baffling also because on the same token, during certain times of the day or whatever, you can see clean through the moon. So it's like one of those things. Like you can see see shadows in the craters, but at the same time,
did you just say through the moon, or are you saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he said
through the moon. If the moon,
during the day.
Absolutely. If the moon was a solid object when it's out during the daytime, why am I still seeing blue sky through the moon?
It's because of the color of the atmosphere.
The moon is outside the blue skies, not inside the blue skies. Or you say no on flat Earth. You're saying no on flat Earth.
It's inside the blue skies now.
Oh, you're talking about flat Earth. I see.
No, that's
Sorry, I was confused.
what they say now. The moon's in the atmosphere. So.
Okay, please.
There's just too many inconsistencies and discrepancies.
There aren't any inconsistencies, sir. There are not inconsistencies.
There are. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to that, and you shouldn't be offended by that.
I'm offended by the fact that what you do is you'll say, now the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere when you didn't read the article. Or if you did read the article.
I didn't say that, and I did read part of the article, and that's what they say, that now it's inside Earth's atmosphere because they extended the height of Earth's
That was the title
atmosphere.
of the article.
Right.
Yes.
You can't be
But it's
mad
not
at that. It is what it is.
It's not
We
breathable
never
air
said it
or-
was. It's just the simple fact that
Okay.
it's now within Earth's atmosphere. That's all.
It's
like
not now.
You're
not now. It's
reading
just
too
that
much
now they-
into it.
Yeah, yes, it is kind
You're
of.
reading more into it than the flat earthers. It's like, come on, dude. We're not even
No.
talking about that.
Like I said before, but the first time I saw that article, and then I went in a forum, the first flat earther was saying, "Oh, now we got breathable air on the moon." That's literally the first thing.
No, what I'll say
Tell
is
me.
we never went to space. I'll say that.
Well, yeah, right. So, but it's
Honestly,
the idea is when we make new
if you heard a
discoveries,
flat earther
you
say that,
sort
they
of
were
say that we're
probably being
changing the narrative.
sarcastic. I honestly, I think that you take some sarcastic comments that some people make and you apply it across the board like it's flat earther logic.
They
You can't
definitely
do
weren't
that.
being sarcastic.
How do you know that? Are you that person?
No. The flat Earth community. Every person that you talk to is so different that you can't just generalize them. Every person is going to be doing different extreme measures and different odd explanations.
And that's what you need to understand, Red, that all flat earthers aren't on the same level, so to speak, that we don't all think the same things. We have debates about what we believe amongst ourselves on a regular basis.
Sure. And what would you expect? What would you expect?
I would.
When you're ready, I don't know.
A little bit more.
Yeah, I want to see that video.
Well, no. I mean, he answered it in the very beginning of it, so I was able to collect what I needed for you, and I posted the video in here too, so you can watch it again later. But the answer is actually it's pretty simple. Like I said, maybe it's not intuitive. It's not something you guess, but because the way that it's caused, it's all covered in this moon dust, and it is, from my memory also, it's made from the same material, like the iron that's in our core and stuff like that. But one of the other main elements,
I'm glad you said that.
So there's a lot of silicon up there too, and so what happens is there's meteors that crash into it all the time, and they come in like super fast, like 12 miles per second. This creates, it pulverizes the dust basically, but then at the same time also burns it so much that it melts it. And so just kind of this repeating effect, you end up with a lot of this like glass, tiny silicon and iron shards that are like microscopic that can it was a problem with them breathing it in even after.
Couple quick questions, like for instance, like you mentioned, asteroids or meteors or whatever hitting the moon. If we view those craters on the face of the moon, like how did they curve?
They all look circular
around the
circular.
Earth. Yeah, they all circular, meaning that they all came down basically. No, but it's the truth though. It means that they all basically came down at a 90-degree angle. Not only did they all come down at a 90-degree angle, then you have some of them that actually obviously went around the Earth and then hit the moon. Like, how does that happen? Seriously, and whether he deems it as coming from YouTube or not, it's a valid question.
Okay, Scott Manley has a video dealing with that. Watch that video.
I don't know who Scott Manley is. I'm asking you, how does that occur? Like how come
Scott Manley has a video on it.
How come we don't see things rising from the horizon?
It's pretty simple. The 90-degree thing, that's how gravity works. So, anytime something's gonna crash into something, it's gonna from its perspective, it's gonna be a 90-degree angle.
About the moon dust. Yeah,
but 90 degrees at a 90-degree angle, that's assuming that there is a vertical and there's a horizontal position. But yet you guys claim in space that there is no up and down. Everything is relative.
Yeah, it's relative. And so down is relative to the gravitational pull.
Come on, man.
Honestly, man. Come on.
No, you're right. There's up and down is relative to whatever we're talking about. And right now we're talking about the moon and what's hitting it.
So if Okay, listen. So if up and down exists in every if up and down exists in every reality that can exist or whatever, in every what's the
Gravitational
word I'm
frame,
looking for?
basically.
Yeah, or in every instance, basically, I'll say that if up and down can exist in every instance, even though it might not match my perfect vertical and horizontal, how come we don't see things like asteroids or shooting stars flying horizontally across the sky or from the horizon
You
up
do.
into the air?
Good
You don't
question.
see that because you would
Show me
definitely you
some.
wouldn't expect that, but you definitely see them
What do
coming
you
in
mean?
from angles from our view all the time. That's like the only way you see them.
Show me something, please, or if you know of something that I can see where somebody's documented, like an asteroid or a meteor or something rising from the horizon.
You would never
going in
see
the air.
that. That's not something you would expect. But what you're saying right now is coming straight down would be looking straight up and seeing not even a stream or anything, just seeing it come right at you. And barely anyone, I don't think anyone's ever experienced that. You always experience it as some stream in the sky,
Right,
going some direction. So
but it never comes from the horizon and goes up in the air. And if up and down
Why
is
would it do
relative,
that?
you wouldn't expect that.
because up and down is relative to the viewing position. If it's all relative,
I'm sorry.
it's always going to appear to come down from you. If it's coming up, if it's coming from that direction, it's going to hit the other side of the earth.
Listen, all right. So if I'm standing on Earth in any position, and you're telling me that things like asteroids and comets or whatever else have the ability to fly in any direction at any angle in space, at some point in time, any observer standing on Earth should see something flying in an angle that doesn't match overhead coming down, or overhead going forward, or overhead going left or right. They should at some point be able to observe some natural phenomena of an asteroid or comet flying from the horizon into the air at some degreeing angle. Period. And if you don't,
why you wouldn't see
come
that,
on.
okay, the reason why you wouldn't see that is because imagine where that rock's coming from. If that rock's coming from a position where it needs to come up to the earth so you would see it coming up, that just wouldn't happen, and it would go.
Absolutely,
it would go in a
because
position.
it's in outer space. What are you talking about?
Someone on the other
Stop
side
it.
of the
You
earth.
know what? I
would
gotta
see
mute because that's ridiculous.
Sorry, that is another YouTube argument out of nowhere.
It doesn't matter if it's a YouTube
didn't
argument
observe
or
that
not.
yourself.
If it's valid, it's a valid argument.
It is not. It is
It
not
is
a valid
too.
argument.
Nobody's
Watching a
ever
YouTube video on
observed. Nobody
pixies-
has ever observed
Sorry.
anything flying upward
Sorry.
in the air from the horizon. Nobody.
Dude, watching YouTube videos on pixies,
Just
and then
like
going into
nobody
forum and
has
say,
ever
"How
circumnavigated
do you
the globe from north to south.
Well, we'll just keep discussing this. I'm gonna make a paint picture real quick and see if
Just
it
like
comes up.
nobody's ever circumnavigated the globe from north to south.
Pan Am
the
Flight
people that
50 did.
No.
Pan Am Flight 50, look it up.
Thank you. No one's ever been into space except for all the people who've been into space. No one's ever taken a photograph of Earth except all people who've taken photographs of Earth.
Yeah, it's mighty.
If you
It's
ignore
mighty
all those
funny.
people, sure.
It's mighty
It
funny,
is.
like when the
That's what you're
shuttle's coming.
saying. It's
Yeah,
what you're saying.
it's mighty funny when the shuttle's coming back through Earth's atmosphere. It like lights up on fire because of
Hell
the
yeah.
friction of it going through the atmosphere. But yet
Friction.
when it's taking off and it's going much
It does
faster,
the
there's
same
no
thing.
friction.
It did- no,
There's
it
no
does.
friction.
No, there is.
Yeah. Okay.
There is.
It's in no way going much faster.
Oh, there
And
is
it's,
friction.
as it moves, it's reducing atmosphere. As
There
it
is-
comes
yeah.
back, it's going into increased atmosphere.
The atmosphere is
It's
more
moving
dense
slowest
than
through
sea
the
level.
densest air.
No, that's not true
on
because
takeoff.
the densest. Well,
dude,
I thought you were saying something else.
Close to 15,000 miles per hour, and when it leaves the atmosphere, it's barely gotten to 1,000, 1 or 2,000. So it's going much faster than it's coming in the atmosphere.
How fast is it going when it leaves the atmosphere?
On top of my head, 1 to 2.
No,
thousand first couple minutes.
Wait. No,
What
shut up.
altitude
Don't
and
say
speed?
nothing.
No, stop. No. I won't let him do it. It has to be going. It has to be going.
No, stop, Sean. No, stop, Sean. Don't even do it. No, because you know where I'm going.
You
know where I'm
don't want to
going.
hear it.
You know where I'm going.
We do know.
Red, please be quiet and be an adult for change.
I
Listen,
am, but you're not being an adult.
You're
not.
I'm
being
not
an
even
adult. You're
talking
giving us
to.
one YouTube argument after another. Please.
And you're giving me one classroom argument after another.
Shit, my
All right, so we're
argument
at a
came from my
stalemate.
head, and y'all still ain't answered it. So,
And the first thing is, like I said before, and I've told people this before, the vast majority of the stuff I knew way before I got into the flat Earth. The flat Earth just gave me a platform to apply it to real life. So all this getting shit from YouTube. So all this shit getting shit from YouTube doesn't mean nothing to me when you say it because it's invalid. Like on one hand, you'll talk shit about YouTube, but then on the other hand, somebody, whether it's you or somebody else, will actually point you to a YouTube video to make a claim about a something they call proof of a globe. So you can't have it both ways. So literally, dude, you just need to cool your jets and stop being so offended by everything.
But wait,
literally,
okay.
bro.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem I have. Okay, here's the problem I have. All you have are YouTube videos. We don't just have YouTube videos. We have science.
And once again, that's not true. That's not true.
You can go and learn the science, and some of the science is represented on YouTube.
I'm 46 years old. The vast majority of the stuff that I know, I knew way before I was even capable of getting onto the internet.
Yes. You are interested in conspiracies early.
My information doesn't come from YouTube. This is another one of those general statements that you make because you cast them ignorantly and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You need to just relax.
I don't know what I'm talking about, but you are parroting YouTube videos. You're literally almost word for word parroting YouTube videos that you've seen. And then you're saying I'm ignorant.
Once again, just because a fact is prevalent, whether it's on YouTube or any other social media, doesn't mean it's invalid. It just means that particular, whatever you're calling it, is something that is common enough that people actually use it or are aware of it. Just because it's something that you deem comes from YouTube doesn't mean anything. All the information, every single thing that you spit out of your mouth comes from your indoctrination that took place in the classrooms and all the movies you watch, the newspapers you read, and all the newscasts you read. So then you can't tell me that all my information comes from YouTube, and until you can understand that and get that through your thick-ass fucking skull, you're going to keep doing these circular things.
Here we go.
It's not being disrespectful. That's just how I talk, and if you guys got a problem with that, I have no
problem.
Let's just continue.
I'm arguing
what we're talking about.
Immediately, the first thing you do is go to insults. I'm arguing.
I'm not insulting you. Just because I cuss at you doesn't mean I'm insulting you. You just need to understand that you can't make these general statements like that.
I went ahead and I pulled up a launch.
Something from your own observations and your own stuff. You've got
Once again, the last time I did that, I was describing how I was experimenting with light reflection on different things. That's something that I've done. That's one of several things that I've done. I do experiments that are within my budget and within my means. So for you to sit there, and pretend that people like me don't do experiments. And for you to sit there and pretend like people like me and everybody else don't do experiments and perform things that we can, that fit our budget and our time frames and things of that nature, is just once again intellectually dishonest on your behalf.
No, what you're doing is you're doing experiments.
And here you go again. You're still trying to defend your BS because you're linking things that are common to something you say that you saw on YouTube.
What you're doing you're reproducing flawed.
And all you're doing is regurgitating flawed information. So what's the difference?
Because I can prove.
No, you can't. Because if you could prove it, there would be no such thing.
I can't go to Apache Point. I can't ask them to point the laser at the moon.
And you're 55.
Guys, why don't we talk about some substance?
I'm an adult.
Okay, Shane, I got a question.
Everything I see. Okay, I'm not
Shane,
ignorant. I don't just go on YouTube and believe flat Earth because there's YouTube videos on it.
Red's trigger right now, man. Just let him get it out.
I told you he needs some Vagisil.
See, again, you're back to yesterday. You didn't learn a thing.
I'm not back to you. I learned a lot. I learned that people like you
are the same man you were yesterday.
I learned that people like you can't change regardless of how good you talk and say that you learned things from prior experiences. I'm not calling you indoctrinated. I'm saying that you have a yeast infection.
It doesn't mean it's true. Just because you call me indoctrinated doesn't mean I'm indoctrinated. You call me an effing fool does not make me an effing fool. Okay? That's not how it works.
And just because you say my information comes from YouTube doesn't mean it comes from YouTube. You see how that works? You see how that works? You see how that works?
Here is how it works. You get on YouTube, you watch a video. You think it's convincing because you don't know anything about science. All right,
you know what?
Produce the same
maybe
thing, and then you
Vagisil's
say,
a
"Oh,
little
look,
too strong.
it
Try
confirms
vinegar
my
and water.
preconceived
Just
ideas."
don't use apple cider vinegar because apple cider vinegar is a
Gray
little too
Gray
acidic.
is right about the indoctrination, though. We're all indoctrinated.
No, we're not. Unless you can prove
Yes,
it,
we
I'm not
are.
indoctrinated. Nope.
I can prove
Unless
it.
you prove your
You
argument to
have
prove it,
in
then I'll give it to you.
question. Okay.
I can go to
Go ahead.
Project Point and point a laser at the moon, right? How is that indoctrination? Tell me. I can get a telescope and I can notice that the moons are orbiting Jupiter.
Hey,
and I
Red.
can figure out why they are orbiting
What
Jupiter.
effect
How is that
is-
indoctrination?
What effect is gravity
It's not.
having on water?
Damn it.
Well, the school system indoctrinates us.
Actually, I heard that question earlier.
10 years from now. Dude,
What's
you're
your
going to be here 10
I heard
years
that
from now.
question. How
Bashing
about they,
your
by
head
the way,
against the wall.
Hey, Shane, you answer it. What effect is gravity having on water?
Why don't we just keep it substantial? We'll just keep, with the on topic and stuff, just because it keeps going into the same thing. But with the water, so there's two forces at play there, and water has this. It's got a special property. I'm sure you've heard about it being like paramagnetic or whatever they call it. It's because of the shape of the molecule. It's not important, but it makes it do weird things. And one of the weird things it does is the surface tension, right? So even though gravity pulls it down, the
I think it's
electromagnetic
it's diamagnetic or something like that.
diamagnetic, whatever
Yeah.
the word is, the
Some
shape
big word.
causes it to be repelled to the opposite end of it, and so it has weird properties. But so that force is a lot stronger than gravity, especially on a scale that small.
Right.
So,
And I agree with that more so than the traditional theory of gravity or whatever. Like whatever you just said to me, that sounds way more plausible, than that other stuff.
He was not replacing gravity.
I didn't say that he was replacing gravity. I was just stating the fact that I agree with what he's saying on that.
Because like
level.
wind has an effect on the water. It makes waves. So what's the effect of gravity on water?
We did this 2 hours.
It holds it down to the earth.
I really
No,
say
that can be explained with density. You can't say it holds it down.
It's going to be the same stuff
No,
over and over again.
Hold on, Sean. Does density not explain it being held down?
Nope.
Quote unquote. Yes, it does.
Nope.
Density's not a force.
Yeah,
Yes, it does. Neither is gravity.
There's my question. What
Density's not a
effect
force.
is this force?
Gravity is
holding it down.
gravity
Density
is the
goes
reaction. Yeah, gravity is not a force.
Y'all been running all day. Y'all act like y'all answered it. Y'all ain't answered shit.
Yeah, you just
we did.
decided to not answer. Listen. I'll say it again. You ready? Wind cannot be seen. You can see the effects of wind. A ripple of water, a wave is an effect of wind. Gravity cannot be seen. You can see the effects of gravity. The effects of gravity on water it is held down. Why do you know that? How do you know that? Because it does not fall off.
Deja vu.
Doesn't fall off what? The
globe.
Wow.
Yep.
The globe that we don't live on?
There you
Effective
go.
gravity on the water.
Yeah, there is none.
Yeah, well,
You
I
can't
just
say-
told
you
you.
can't say-
Except
I literally
there
just
is
told
none.
you.
Was it just
Sean.
floating around?
I just
Everybody
told
go.
you. I
Hold on,
literally
Sean.
just told
Sean.
you. Hang on.
Just
Stop.
the answer.
Stop. I just
So
told.
the
No, wait.
effect-
Stop.
on.
Stop. Stop.
That's density, bro.
Nope, stop.
That's density.
Stop. I just told you the effects of gravity on water, and you said no. What the? What? No. See, here's the problem. You're wrong. I'm right. Right.
No, you're not right.
Yes,
All
I
right,
am.
so then let's change the topic.
Naysaying.
Let's go
It's
somewhere
just
else.
naysaying.
How about that? Let's go
Since
back
we're-
to
since
the
we're-
Gravity
circle
holds
jerk.
water down. No, that's density, man.
I'm sure we're gonna. I'm sure we're
gravity-
gonna revisit gravity. I'm sure we will.
Oh,
But
I'm
let's
sure
get back to
sequel-
somebody.
I'm sure sequel
I
ask
can
again.
predict.
Yeah, somebody mentioned something
I can
about
predict the future. I can
the
predict the future.
atmosphere.
Yeah, listen. Somebody
In 10
mentioned
years from now.
Somebody
In
mentioned
10
something about the
years
core of the Earth.
from
Let's
now.
go there.
You're going to be asking
Let's
what
just to put an end
to
to
the
the
earth.
rocket thing.
Hang on. What's funny is that he asked Shane, that same question, like he was gonna answer it differently, and out of anger, Kosho says, "It holds it down."
It's like the man. It holds it down.
It's like a child that asks the same question again and again and again.
Wait, I didn't say that.
Why would it fly up?
Someone did, and I heard
Yeah,
it.
that's what I said.
It just doesn't make sense. So,
It does.
what's
It really
the
does.
effect? Like the waves are being caused by the wind.
No, it's held down. Yes, weights.
Yeah, it's held down. It's held down by its own
weights.
density.
That's not an
Wait,
effect.
listen. Weights.
Yeah,
Wave,
I mean-
waves dissipate because of gravity.
Because they lose their energy.
And
That's regardless of the fact that that's the effect from the wind, from the force.
Again,
so
here,
you
again,
can grab
again,
the force.
again.
What's the effect?
I told you, it's being held down.
Yeah, because it's the density of the water is more dense than the air, Sean.
Then
It's
what
not
makes a
being
wave?
held.
Then what makes a wave?
The wind makes the wave.
So you're telling me?
force.
Are you saying?
Force.
Are you saying that a wave, it's less dense than something else, and that's how it's made? How are you?
That is the effect of the force. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, I've got a question about the water's pressure gradient. Why is water so heavy and immense pressure when you go deep and deep and deeper? And
because it has weight.
That's a good
what
question.
causes weight?
Because it has weight. The volume of it's
He
the
doesn't know.
volume of it.
Volume,
No,
yeah.
it's
No, he
weight.
doesn't know.
It's as simple. It's as
I think this is
simple
important.
as.
How
It's
do
as
you
simple
define
as.
weight?
It's as simple as if you have a stack of something. Obviously, at the bottom of that stack is supporting
That's
more weight.
exactly right.
This
and
is
Dre, I'm
why.
glad that Dre answered it that way. That's so surprising as a flat earther who answered it, because I think that's important for people to understand. Is that's what's happening with water in every place. In a pool, it gets heavier at the bottom, and in the ocean, everywhere. The same thing happens in the atmosphere. This is exactly why the atmosphere
Is denser
has
at the
pressure
bottom.
down here, and you can go up, and it easily gets less and less pressure. It's the
Right.
same
That's your
thing.
pyramid. That's
Well,
your
then
pyramid.
that debunks the no pressure, or, it's not a container because
No, it
clearly the
doesn't.
water doesn't need an upper container for its pressure gradient to end.
All water needs a container. All volumes of water need a container.
Yes, on planet Earth.
Yes,
they
I
do.
agree with that, but the Nathan Oakleys of the world are spreading this nonsense about air pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, I don't even know who he is.
People watch Nathan Oakley,
I'm glad to
and
hear
then they
that.
go along.
Keep it that way, man.
I don't even know who he is. Honestly.
Okay, then I won't go further with that.
I listen. You guys got. I mean, I know you don't because you guys don't really know me, but I really don't know all the players in Flat Earth and all that because I'm not around like that. So I don't really get my information on that level like most people think. I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
All
I don't
can
even
say-
and I don't
all
know
I
who
can say
Nathan
without trying to
Oakley
be
is.
insulting.
Well, you're coming
All-
from a better
all-
position than them.
All I'm saying is that when watch YouTube A, Z, and then you come along and say exactly the same way, and you're asking all the same questions that they're asking on YouTube videos. The original
Okay,
questions
but
that you came
once again,
to
that's
your
no
scientific
different.
inquisiveness.
That's
And you
no
don't get
different,
compared
but that's no
information.
different. Listen, that's no different than you regurgitating the stuff that you were drilled with in textbooks
Red,
and
that's
learning
way off.
curriculums your whole life. So it's
Except
like
that I
until
can-
you
except that I
listen,
can verify
dude, just
that.
leave it alone. You can
That.
you can only verify things to the degree of the controller allowing you to.
There's no controller. What controller? Please,
I give up.
Your conspiracy fantasies. Please don't put
Listen,
your conspiracy
do you live
fantasies
within
on
a
me.
government? Do you live within a government? Yes or no?
How am I controlled by the
Do
government?
you live within a government? Yes or no?
Did they choose?
It's a
where I
simple
went-
question. It's a simple
I'm
question.
asking. I'm doing what you're doing.
Do
and asking
you
a
live
question back.
within a government? Yes or no?
Did they decide where I live?
Do you live within a government? Yes or no?
Red, we having a conversation here now. Come on, no.
Do you live within a government? Yes or
He's
no?
being childish, but you can't answer the question.
Exactly, because he knows because he knows I'm about to smack his ass with some obvious
You're
facts that
about
he
to
can't
smack-
fuck with.
All you're doing
Do
is
you
you're
live?
about to lay
Do you
your
live in a
delusions on me.
fucking government? Yes or no?
Don't lay your conspiracy delusions
Like I said,
on me.
dude, you are weak and you talk all this bullshit,
This is-
but you
this
do
is a
this.
This is a strong
Stop it.
argument. I can start swearing.
Do
I can
you live
prove
within
that
a
my
government?
argument is
Yes or
strong,
no? Do you
because
live
all you're
within a
gonna do is
government?
start
Yes or no?
cussing.
Do you
No.
live within a government? Yes or no?
No.
And then that right there tells me that you are delusional because everybody that
Doesn't matter
lives
what I
lives
answer.
within a government. You can't
doesn't-
even acknowledge the fact that you live within a government, dude. Come on.
You can't prove that I am indoctrinated. So we're astounded. You can't. And all you're going to do is laugh and curse. The two things you've done so
because
far
it's
when you
funny
can't
as hell.
answer is laugh and curse.
It's
You either
funny
one or
as
the other.
hell. But
You
at
either
least
laugh
but at least I
or
can
you
admit
curse.
that I live under a government. I
Of
can
course I
admit
live
that.
under a government.
All right, those then
Of
for
course I
you
live
to
under
think
government.
that you have no controller and nobody's actually giving you the narrative, so to speak, of
Don't
the
put your
general things
conspiracy
that you deal
delusions.
with.
Do
Okay,
not put your
say it. Go
conspiracy
ahead. Say
delusions
it.
on
Say
me.
it.
Okay, so
conspiracy delusions
don't
on
put
me.
don't put your conspiracy and denial whatever delusions on me that you associate with other flat earthers. It's as simple as that. And until you understand that simple
You sound exactly like all the other flat earthers. Dude, you sound like all the other flat earthers.
You're going to remain the pompous asshole that you are.
Sound like
and you
all the
need
other
to
flat earthers.
understand that. You need to understand that.
I predicted you would either laugh or swear, and you've done both. When
Like
you
I
run
said,
out of arguments,
I
want to
change the topic because this guy keeps going back to the butt hurt
can I say something?
yeast infection thing
laughing,
from yesterday.
Laughing or cursing.
If there was a
So
controller,
we want to go to the
we want to go to
what
the
you have to
core.
say.
We want to go to the core.
Let's hear what Sasha, what do you have to say? Sasha.
if there was a controller, then we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Thank you.
Okay, and once
What
again,
controller
I'm
stopped you from believing flat
exercising.
Earth?
And once again, I'm exercising my opinion. And for you to believe that we, as common people, don't have controllers, you are extremely naive. And it's as simple as that. And I'm done with that. Let's move on to the core. Let's move on to the
You have
core.
controllers that stop you from thinking.
Let's move
You're
on to
telling
the
me that
core.
I'm not thinking because I have a controller, but you're thinking. So how come you don't have a
Listen,
controller?
now I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think that maybe you got gonorrhea or something because it's not a yeast
Laughing,
infection.
laughing,
If there was a
cursing.
controller, why would we be allowed to have this conversation right now?
Laughing or cursing or what you go to, because you don't have an argument. Where is your controller? If the controls are all powerful, how come you believe in flat Earth? How come Eric Dubé has all the views he has? How come the 200 proofs is still online? How come Mark Sargent has how many 1 million views for his flat Earth proofs?
Why wouldn't it
right?
be?
How is that the case if there are controllers? Tell me that. Why didn't they just take out Eric Dubé 5 years ago? Tell me that.
How come YouTube's removed over 3 million videos in the past year or so, and nobody says
They've
nothing
removed
about
all
that?
sorts of videos.
Yeah, but what
okay,
else? Listen, what you're.
how many
It's as simple as
have
this,
been killed
dude. It's as simple as this.
or removed?
You're sitting here. You're sitting here talking down on the source of where people get information from, whether that statement is accurate or not, and it's laughable because you get your information from a system that is literally set up to indoctrinate you. Whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter.
You are still
Don't say
trying to
that
put your
it's
delusions on
it's not
everybody.
set up to indoctrinate us.
You are still putting your conspiracy delusions on everybody else.
Yeah, it's not set up to indoctrinate you, but you never question the globe until like
No. If it was set up to indoctrinate us,
because he's
if it was set up to indoctrinate
that's
us,
logical.
YouTube would have never recommended you a flat Earth video, and you would have never gotten into flat Earth because YouTube would have been set up to indoctrinate you.
Yep. Well,
So how come when I started looking at conspiracy videos of on YouTube about flat Earth, all they did was recommend conspiracy YouTube videos on flat Earth? Tell me that if there's indoctrination.
Are they doing that right now?
Are they about to change that?
Yes.
They changed their tune now, didn't
Just like
after,
everything
what, 3 or
else,
4
just like
years after the
everything
fact?
else,
You're
just
kidding.
like everything else. Now
I still
they're
get
censoring
recommended flat Earth videos in my feed.
Come on.
I do as well.
They sure want to suppress it now.
But it's because I watch a lot of them.
Maybe it's
So.
because people can't answer the question.
You can't
Honestly,
answer why
like
you have. I have a controller, but you don't. How come I'm
Oh, that's
controlled?
you
You're
and
not
Dre,
somehow
man.
not
Y'all
controlled?
ain't getting into all that
Really
with you.
phenomenal.
You're magically
Listen,
immune.
listen. I never said that I'm not a part of that system. I have a controller also. I live within the government. I live on the earth. Everybody that lives on this earth has a controller, unless you're amongst the people that are the ones pulling the strings. I mean, it's as simple as that. I'm not denying that I have a.
You walking around this earth.
Why would your controller allow
You
you
said that.
to
Like
read
you
in
said
flat Earth?
that. This is your problem. You keep making
There's
these
no problem.
statements, putting words into people's mouth, and the people never said those things. This is why I told you before, you need to just listen and stop being so hurt and triggered about things that people say. You take everything personal. That's your problem. I don't even know you, and I can tell you that about you. Like, come on,
I don't
dude.
even know you, but I can
Grow
tell that you're
up.
paranoid. Okay, you think that these shadowy figures are controlling everything. Oh,
Well,
the
you know,
controlling
if
is
he is,
there. The
if
flow
he
of
is,
information is controlled.
then all we can do
It's
is
paranoia.
answer his questions. If we can't answer them,
Sorry.
we can't. But if we can,
To govern doesn't mean to
think-
control. That's not synonymous.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like when you do the etymology of the word itself, it means to govern the mental.
Okay.
What does that
No.
mean? If
I'll
somebody-
tell you. I have to tell you this part because I've seen that meme, and it's incorrect because the meant is not using that type of meant. Meant in that way is a part of speech. Like it's we use it in a lot of other words. right?
Even if you interpret it as a speech, it's still someone's controlling your speech.
Pulling
paranoid.
apart words in a dictionary is not.
It's not
that's
paranoid to think
intellectual.
shadowy figures are in control.
It's
Yeah,
like-
shadowy figures in control.
I mean, listen,
I
when
agree that
when I say this, I don't say this to
terrible
be
things
condescending,
lies.
but for people to think that there isn't some sort of a force or energy or whatever
Oh,
that is
come on.
out
Please,
to do anything
dude, you're
other
just
than good, it's
reiterating.
just
You're just
Some
reiterating.
of some of those
like I said-
some
like
of
I
these
said
statements you're
before,
making,
dude,
Red, are quite shockingly ignorant.
you need to like
They're
stop
quite
being so
shockingly
hurt
realistic.
about stuff.
You're not
because
being
like I said
realistic.
before,
You're
if you
being
can't see that,
indoctrinated.
exactly.
You're saying you're basically repeating a brainwashed, indoctrinated mantra.
Okay.
Exactly, P Mars, exactly.
Well, that's
Yeah.
cool that you can say that, but I've read
Yeah, it does
books
sound like
by
it, dude.
people from the United
Books, you said you
Nations
read
that
books
talk
last
about
time.
how they're going to enslave you and depopulate and all
they
this
haven't
stuff.
enslaved us.
Why would the
They're going to
UN
take away
release
your
something like
ability
that?
to.
The UN would never release
Because
something like that.
you people are just so brainwashed
Just go
by the
along with the
propaganda that you
bullshit.
don't even
Yeah,
care.
sheep.
They openly talk about how to
You're
enslave you.
so clever. You're
I'm
so clever.
just
They
telling
didn't fool
you
you.
what's
You're
happening
just
in the
much too
world,
woke,
but
right?
you're
Yeah.
dismissing me because
If
your
they wanted to,
indoctrination
if they
has
wanted to enslave us, they wouldn't go out and force
Sasha,
us.
you're so brainwashed that you're not even listening to what I'm saying. They openly discuss. Oh, do you want specifically? I can
No,
go.
please don't read some of your conspiracy books.
It's
Please don't read
Professor.
any more
Please do,
Professor.
Please do.
Professor Carol Quigley
Convince us
wrote.
all we're all sheeple.
Can you let me talk, you asshole?
Red, stop. Hey, wait, stop.
Yeah.
P-Mars,
You come.
you're right. You do it. Hang on, Red. P-Mars, go ahead.
Please. Give me a break.
So if you want, people ask this they thing all the time, and you think it's a
Yeah.
got me, but Professor Carol Quigley at Georgetown, he's a history professor. He was a historian for the Council of Foreign Relations, and he's a whistleblower on all this stuff. He wrote 2 books about it, Anglo-American Establishment and Tragedy and Hope. And the whole books is just constantly naming names of the people. He talks about these Lord Milner roundtable groups that plotted from the UK that plotted to basically overthrow and take over America. And in my opinion, they were successful.
Can I answer that? May I?
Go ahead.
Controllers allowed that book to be published.
That does seem kind of odd.
So they actually didn't allow it to. Can I answer this? Can I answer this? They didn't allow it to be published, and well, see, the thing, Carol Quigley was proud of it, right? He thought it shouldn't be a secret, like he was proud of this. So they wouldn't publish his book, and when a book doesn't get published, then people, an independent publishing house out of Canada, published it.
Okay, so wait.
It's a worldwide conspiracy.
So what you said,
the mainstream people wouldn't publish it.
So what you're saying is a publisher decided they didn't want to publish it, so someone else did, and that's part of the conspiracy.
An independent person, because the mainstream wouldn't promote it, right?
Well, the mainstream wouldn't promote OJ's book, but someone did.
Well, if you write a book and it doesn't get published, then anyone has the right to publish it.
You're right. You're right.
So
that doesn't prove anything.
So that's what happened with Carol. I'm saying it was He's saying why didn't they suppress the publishing? And I'm saying they actually did. And an independent publishing company published it with a mainstream.
They could still suppress it.
They
did suppress it. I'm saying they did suppress it. What is wrong with this?
Dude,
no.
Hang
on. P-Mar, I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is that if they wanted to suppress it, an independent publisher isn't going to stop them.
Come on.
They can suppress it in other ways. For instance, these people haven't read this book and they totally believe everything the government tells them because they're indoctrinated by the education system.
I agree.
You haven't proved indoctrination.
I don't think anybody should 100% agree in their government. Period.
I can't prove indoctrination every time you speak.
What you just said is let me finish this. P. Mars, what you just said is the mainstream, but you have the turn it. The right.
He's roboting.
Right? You're roboting, Red.
Red, you're breaking up. We can't hear you.
Well, how would
Red? You're roboting.
Red, you're breaking up.
Publishers, tell me.
Red, you were breaking up on that. We couldn't hear you.
How is that guy being controlled if he actually succeeded in publishing the book? Why was he not killed? Tell me. If these shadowy controls control everything, how come they couldn't control?
I feel like you're begging the question here.
No,
Yes,
I think we
what
should
I'm
find
doing is
common
it's a
ground because
it's a question you can't answer.
Well, no, I
saying-
think you're begging. I think it's a loaded question because you're assuming that they would kill him.
It's
But there's
loaded.
other.
I admit that it's loaded because it doesn't have.
They don't need to kill him because he put out this book and it didn't change anything. Right?
Hey, I've got a question.
Exactly.
I've got a question about.
They
It's
killed
always
every
an excuse.
person who's booked.
What do you mean an
out, they would
excuse?
be given away.
You're just making bad arguments. Don't laugh at me. There's
I'm making
books.
very, very good arguments.
What are your how do you argue against people? You go to their horse's mouth and they're openly talking about this stuff that I'm saying.
So where's the control?
Indoctrination, enslaving, brainwashing, openly discussed. Many major, powerful people: Zbigniew Brzezinski, Bertrand Russell,
please.
Aldous Huxley, Julian Huxley,
P-Mark,
endless
with
amounts of
respect.
people. Charles Garden.
All due respect.
Okay,
I'm not calling you an idiot or. I'm not calling you an idiot or anything, P-Mars, but please, if
Dude,
you are
you
saying,
need to just
I'm
listen.
just asking the question. I am, and I'm hearing what he's saying. He's saying there are all these controllers who somehow managed to get his book published. If there were all these controllers, he would have been killed immediately. So would Eric Dubay. So
You
would
don't
Mark
know
Sanchez.
that. You're not
He would
someone who
even be
controls
here.
the world.
Just people.
You don't know
just
that. You
because
don't even
people
read
go
these
against
books.
the grain-
Why would
just
they
because
them?
somebody goes against the grain doesn't necessarily mean that these so-called controllers want to touch them or have the ability to touch them.
Sure, but you've not proved there are any controllers.
You're not proving that there isn't. So
Sometimes
it's a
they do.
two-way
I don't
street.
need
You
to.
just need to be quiet and listen. That's what you need to do.
I don't seize.
Well, I have a question here.
Seize or forms.
Do you respect Aldous Huxley, or do you think Aldous Huxley is a conspiracy theorist? And you would.
I have no idea.
So you don't respect. I mean, Aldous Huxley was part of the academic elite, and he gave a speech at Berkeley talking about a controlling oligarchy that presumably always existed in the past and will always exist in the future. And he's a respected academic, so this isn't conspiracy
But Red
theory
doesn't
shit,
believe
and
in
you
that
need to
because
check
he thinks it
yourself
comes
because
from
you don't
YouTube.
read and you're ignorant.
We've gotten very
No, I don't.
Very
Dude,
far
you
off
just
track
need to
here.
be quiet and listen.
No,
Now,
I'm not being
like I
quiet. Don't
tried
tell me to be quiet. This
here-
is an open chat.
please.
So like I
Guys,
tried to do before,
guys,
let's change the
guys,
subject.
everybody.
This is
Let's
never
change the
right?
subject.
Let's calm
Let's
down.
change the
Hang on,
subject.
guys.
Thank you.
Let's all relax for a second
Okay,
because
I'm relaxed.
I'm real quick to ending it because I'm tired. But I'm gonna let it keep going because it's a Saturday and it's party time. So
I think we've been. I think everyone's
go
been.
on to the
Everybody.
core.
Yeah, I apologize for
Let's
sounding
move
like
on to
like
the
a butt.
core.
I apologize. Okay.
You put it this way: you and Dre
Okay.
will have this relationship to the end of time. If at the end of the day, you guys love each other.
I don't have
What we
any
need to
problem
do-
with him, but he's gonna know that when he starts popping fly with that bullshit, I'm gonna check him.
And he knows,
Yeah,
and you know, and,
right.
and you guys love it.
And I know.
With that
when
being
you say
said,
no
let's
controllers, I'm
change
going to
the
ask you
topic. Let's change the topic. This is why when whoever Sasha brought up the idea about when she wanted to reiterate that question, I had an attitude because it was just
Sasha is a he.
prolonging
Drake,
this.
Sasha is a he.
All right, well, he, whatever. I'm sorry, but
Sasha is
when he
Russian
brought up
version.
when he brought up that question, it was just prolonging the topic that we were trying to get away from in the first place because it was circular. Now I tried to get away from that and to touch on something else that somebody mentioned, and everybody wants to keep arguing about the bullshit, and now you guys are complaining that we're arguing about bullshit. So let's move on to the next topic. That topic being the core.
Well, I have substantial stuff from the something that was brought up before. We never ended it, so we can end it now. Just about the rockets going in and coming out. So yeah, they do go substantially slower going up. They reached what do I have here? They reached 10,000. No, I'm sorry, 3,500 kilometers per hour. They'll reach this by 2 minutes, but by the 1 minute they're only at 1,000 miles per hour, and they're already like 17 kilometers up by a minute and a half. So at 17 kilometers, that's they're basically out of most of the atmosphere, almost all of it. There's still a lot more space to go, but it's like 90% of it is something like 10 miles below the surface or the atmosphere. So
The atmosphere is thinner at height. It's thicker at sea level.
Yeah, but they actually reach a point which is called max.
All right,
Q,
whatever.
which is the point
Let's
where
move on to
craft
the
is going
next
the
topic.
fastest.
Let's move on to the next topic.
The center of the Earth, which no one has been to. Next. topic.
Well, let's talk about it because people claim that they have factual evidence or whatever to prove that the core of the Earth is what they claim it is. But how can you prove that when you've never sampled it,
none of us have been there, so
I'm not a geologist. So
well,
nobody's been there, but
it's a little deeper than that, and it's deeper than that. And let's talk about it.
There's a lot of fields.
This
There's a lot of
magnetism
fields of
and all
science.
that.
There's a lot of fields of science.
Here's a question. So it sounds like you have some questions about the core, and before you ask like a question of something that doesn't make sense or counterintuitive, sort of like on whatever question you have or concern, I want you to first tell us how you maybe tried to first look it up on Google to try and see, what the best possible scientific answer was to that question, and then how from there you then kind of identified, still something that just didn't make sense. Because a lot of this stuff, I mean, like I said, I'm not going to be able to probably answer in deep. I'm not a geologist, and
nobody here is a seismologist or a geologist, or all we'd be doing is just looking up references on Google.
In the same respect, nobody's an astrologer, nobody's an astronomer, and everything else. But you guys perform.
I am.
Okay.
Well, I'm an amateur astronomer, but I will also admit where my knowledge is limited.
Right, but you're limited as far as other genres that you touch on, that you speak knowledge or whatever the case may be, but you can't necessarily say that you're a professional in it or whatever the case may be.
Absolutely not a professional.
Okay, so for you to use that argument basically kind of says that you have to invalidate everything else that you do that doesn't pertain to whatever else. Well, see, that's why I'm saying that you can't make those types of statements and then be valid.
Why don't you walk us through what your concerns about the core are?
Hang on, guys. Let me repeat something. In astronomy, 90% of what's found is found by astronomers, not the professionals. So just remember, being an amateur and not being an expert in that field does not unqualify you for anything.
Well, no, I'm not saying that the level of expertise you have in the field is just the field in general. Like if you're going to use that logic, then you can only rely on things that you have experience in the field in. You can't rely on anything else, and that's not right to be able to or to have to be that way. This is what I'm saying. This is why you can't make that type of statement, that because I'm not an astronomer or whatever, that I can't participate in the understanding of astronomy and things of that nature. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to one question about the core yet, so it's like we don't.
Right, but because for whatever reason
are,
he felt the reason to go off onto this thing to state the fact that if I'm going to ask a question that is somehow deemed one way or the other, what did I do in order to generate the question or something, whatever. Like he went off into this thing, like what the really?
Yeah, well, that's the reason he said that.
I'm doing nothing out of this, so I'm gonna head out. If you guys want to talk to me, I'll be on Discord.
Yep.
See ya.
Good night, Sasha. Make sure you share that link.
It's in the chat.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, so I was just going to say that there's a bunch of different sciences, like seismology, geology, that he's right, no one's been there, but they can corroborate the data from each other, and some of it you actually really count on, like especially seismology. I saw Conspiracy Cats explain, and he showed like a diagram.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I live in San Diego. I love the shit out of seismology.
Yeah, and it's something that they do. There's data points all over the world where they can tell you exactly when and what was felt. And so I'll have to pull up the diagram, which I think I have at hand. But Conspiracy Cats made a good point when he said that the way that it works is, I guess the way it bounces back, I guess it's called aftershock. It bounces back off the other end of the Earth and comes back, and the points that it hits is very indicative of first two things: what's happening, and also what the shape of the planet is.
It's the material that is traveling through.
Yeah, if it hits granite,
the density.
If it hits granite, it's gonna bounce back faster.
Right, but
it's gonna bounce back before in other places.
Right, and I believe that those tests or whatever they perform with those waves or whatever they're using, they're valid. I'm not discrediting the validity of those types of tests and things that they say that they're bouncing off of different layers of Earth and whatever, blah, blah, blah. My thing is if no one's ever been to the core in any capacity, whether it's through instrumentation or physically, how can you deem that there is a molten core that's magnetic and does all these things and whatever else?
Because
How can that be?
Go ahead.
How can a molten
do you think
how can a molten metal, particularly nickel and iron, be magnetic?
Go ahead.
When you run into things like the Curie point,
Let Brenda answer because she's trying to answer.
Yeah, but Brenda likes to cut people off in the middle of their thought processes, and that's what I was trying to avoid because she was trying to cut me off in the middle of what I was saying, and I don't like that.
Well, I mainly wanted to make sure that she got the opportunity to
Well, she could have if she just would have, just listened until I finished, and then she could have said whatever she wanted to say. But
is there a point at which you're going to be finished?
Okay, go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, do you think
So,
that
like I was
ultrasound?
saying-
Do you think that an ultrasound can tell you about the baby that's in a mom in the womb?
What does an ultrasound have to do with the core of the Earth?
Do you think that ultrasound can tell you information about the baby in the womb?
What does an ultrasound have to do with the core of the Earth?
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's the same principle.
A baby in the womb of a mother is a living biological entity.
Can you see it?
That is being alive inside of in a
Can you
mother's
see it?
belly. When that baby moves, yes, I can see. I can see elbows
you can't.
move. I can see all
You
kinds
can't
of
see
things
it.
move. Did
You
you
can't
want to
see
tell
it.
me I've watched my wife's pregnant belly on a regular
You have
basis,
never
and I
seen
see
a
that
baby in the
move.
You have never seen a baby in the womb. You've never seen one.
It's a very good analogy.
So
You've
once
never
again-
seen a baby in the womb.
So
You can
once
see
again,
earthquakes, you
what
can see
does a
earthquakes,
baby
you can
have
see
to
a baby
do
move.
with the core of the Earth?
The point is that you can use waves, whether they are waves generated from earthquakes or waves generated from an ultrasound machine, to get information about things that you can't reach out and touch.
And I'm completely aware of that.
X-rays.
Yeah, so that's your answer.
Have you found any flat Earth
So how does that? No. Hold on.
You're cutting him off.
No,
You're
because
cutting him off.
because I asked.
He
the
was
question,
talking.
I asked
He
the
was
question,
talking, not
and you.
you.
Said something to me that had nothing to do
No,
about the
but
question that I
Peter was
asked.
talking. Peter was talking, and you cut him off. For somebody that complains
I
about
asked the
getting
question-
cut off, you talked
We don't
over
want to
him.
talk about stuff getting cut off, but like I said before,
But you
I
are
asked
the,
a question.
do not complain about getting
I
cut
asked
off.
a
Then
question. I asked a question.
No,
you
you
gave
cut
me
off
some
Peter.
answer that had nothing to do with it, and I'm
Peter was
restating
talking.
the question that I had. So if he does choose to say something, it could be about the question that I posed, and not some bullshit like
you're
you
not in
just said.
charge here. You're not in charge. So
Once
just shut your mouth
once
and let
again,
somebody else talk.
Brenda,
Sit
why
down.
don't you
Sit
why don't
down.
you go
Shut your
to
mouth
the
and let other
side,
people talk.
Get your
Stop.
sex change and shut the
Wait,
fuck up.
Dre, calm down, man. Dre, hey, everyone. First of all, calm down.
Every time,
Or
man, turns into
wait,
a shit
hang
show.
on.
Thank you.
I'm at the point now where I have no problem ending the show. So the next interactions that happen will be pleasant. Otherwise, I'm just gonna end it. You know what? I don't care who it is. I'm just saying in general. So here we go. Everything you guys can start it in, but the second it gets all out of rate again, I'm gonna end the stream, and that's just because I'm tired anyway, and it has nothing to do with you people. Again,
The question was, how can a molten core of nickel and iron be magnetic?
What do you mean
That
by
was
you
the
people?
question.
It's not magnetic. Where did you get that from?
I think he's trying to argue that it can't be magnetic because of the heat, but they've done some
It's another YouTube argument.
creating
Yet
giant
another
modes.
YouTube.
Well, my whole thing is, if there's, and again, I'm not a geologist, so I can't really answer the question other than I'd just be going on Wikipedia and regurgitating, and I'm not going to do that. But is there a flat Earth explanation for lava and what's under the Earth that is better or makes more sense?
I mean, I can offer my opinion, but I've never done any personal experimentation or drilling to corroborate what's actually going on. So if that's acceptable as far as an explanation, it is what it is. But if not, I'll just keep on.
So what's your opinion on it?
Just to put, I have seen an alternate explanation. It came from the electric universe, but I couldn't explain it to you.
And electromagnetism has something to do with it, in my opinion.
But it is an alternate.
The Earth's magnetic field is generated by the rotating core. That's how you generate a magnetic field, is by moving electric forces.
So how does nickel and iron generate a magnetic field just because it's in motion?
That's how you generate. That's how electric motors work.
Okay, so point me to an experiment that shows liquid metal rotating in different directions or whatever, however that works, generating an electromagnetism.
Yeah, it's called magnetohydrodynamics. It's a well-known field.
So
been
link
around
me to something
for decades.
So link me to something that shows an experiment that has what we consider to be a core that's generating electromagnetism from liquid metal that's swirling around.
Well, this is going as predicted.
Why am I supposed to do your homework for you? You do it.
No, well, I've been looking forever since
What are you talking about?
And I've yet to come across something that can show
it took me
how
5
this
seconds.
magnetism
It took
is
me
generated.
5 seconds. It took me 5 seconds to find.
Okay, so
5
then link it
seconds.
to me.
Jesus, how hard is it to Google things?
I'm on my phone. I can't do that. So link it to me.
Have you been asking seismologists?
I ask anybody who feels that they have information. If I can talk to a geologist, I will. Now, for you to sit there and assume, see, there you go. Now, for you to sit there and assume that I've never talked to a geologist makes you an asshole. Because I have. It just hasn't been on a level that I was actually to really get in depth with it because I didn't have the time to spend with them that way. So you, once again, need to check yourself about what you claim you know and you don't know about me.
Well, I don't believe you.
I don't care if you don't believe me or not. What difference does it make? I don't believe half the shit that comes out of your face. So we're on par. We're even. Leave it at that. You just so. I don't understand you. Like you're special. You are one special type of person.
Yeah,
really.
This is what it is like. This is what it's like when you get your beliefs questioned directly. This is how it feels. Just get used to that. That's how it feels. Expect it.
I don't expect anything.
You claim these things, and you don't expect those claims to be tested.
Damn it,
and
Brendan, don't do that.
We expect evidence. That's all. I'm not yelling. I'm not shouting. I just expect evidence.
Okay,
I'm not hearing
so you're sitting there saying that. So then, how hard is it since you got this? So since you got this compelling evidence to put a link, how hard is it?
Guys.
How hard is that?
Because you're the one looking for
How hard is that? How hard is that?
We're not Google.
How hard is that? How hard is that,
Red, and Dre. Hang on. It's come that time. I got a son who's staring at me like I'm crazy. I need to feed him. Again, this hangout ain't going nowhere, so you guys can continue talking. I'll put the link in the chat. I say this every time.
Okay. Guys,
when I do end this off the live stream, it will not be recorded, just so you know. Just so you know, once you guys are in here after this, I leave this. It is free reign. You guys can still have this conversation and continue it going. Everyone in the chat, if you want to go there, here you go. Here's the link. They will be probably still chatting it up. They seem to always do. But I got to end this because I got to be a father for a minute. Anybody want to promote or say something last? No insults, just promote something. Say something one last time.
I'll end and thank you everyone for letting me participate. I will say on the whole thing about whistleblowers and these people talking about conspiracies, I actually do believe people in power do have agendas that are hidden, but I will say there has never been a single flat earth whistleblower that I'm aware of, despite several centuries worth of this conspiracy allegedly being propagated. And that's not proof of anything, but it's just an observation I wanted to share, despite the minimum tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who would have to be in on to, in the areas of aviation and navigation and communications and everything. But I'm just going to leave that as my thought. You can respond to it if you want. And thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you, Peter.
I respect that. Good night.
And the nenext one stream I'm going to do, I kind of want to do that with conspiracies. You know, different conspiracies, not just flat Earth, because there are a lot of conspiracies that I still look into and I still believe that are said by flat earthers, but that doesn't mean I have the same views. Dre, you know, man, this is always home to you.
Yeah, we need to have that discussion.
Yeah, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
Seek and find you as well, my friend. I know you're gonna say it. You just wanted your question answered.
Hey man, you gotta admit, like, it wasn't answered.
No,
man.
it's answered. It's 100%.
What wasn't answered?
What was not answered? Brenda,
what was not answered?
Hang on. Okay, so
she's gonna have the same.
What wasn't answered? Yeah, you're right, Brenda. The question is, what is the effect that gravity gives on water? What does it do to water that shows us gravity is an effect that is affecting it? Did I say it right, Seek?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
And it causes it to change its locality.
Well, it holds it down, right?
Water pressure.
No, not watt pressure.
Sean, you might want to do what you got to do and then let the stream go because you know you'll be here like 20 minutes when we talk about this. So I ain't trying to interrupt.
Here's the best part.
Just let Sean do what he's got to do.
Seek and find. Stay here, Brenda. You can stay in here too, and Seek and find. You can ask her because you ask it how it needs to be asked. So the answer is very obvious, and I know I didn't say it correctly too.
Yeah, because I want to hear it.
Yeah, so guys,
it exerts a downward force on all
just
things.
Hold on to that, Brenda. Let Sean do what he got to do.
Get out of here. Okay, I got to tend to my son. Guys, thank you for being here. I'm gonna end my hangout. Just know again, it won't be recorded, but you guys can be in here. I put the link in the chat so anyone can join this one, and I will talk to you guys later.
All right, brother, man. Be.
So, guys in the chat, thank you guys for being here. You guys, it's fucking the funnest thing in the world. Just talking and figuring things out and trying to help other people understand things. Like I said, I'm going live tomorrow. What I want to talk about is exactly what the end of the stream kind of started alluding to, and that's these conspiracies with whistleblowers and secret societies and Vatican whistleblowers, and the Earth still is not flat whistleblowers. Yeah. Thank you for putting that, because I read the whole thing off my chat. We will talk gravity. I don't want to talk about it right off the bat. I want to talk conspiracies tomorrow. Guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being everyone that was on the panel. Again, I put the link in the chat. The panel still is going. They're still talking. And you guys are more than welcome to join it. And the panel's going during the live stream, because I posted them throughout the whole damn thing. Guys, again, I appreciate everything you guys have done, whether it be information or just using the information you hear here to go further your research. Because again, we are not a source of if, ands, or buts about it. We are just a stepping stone to your guys' research that you should be doing. All right, guys.
Heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching, finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence. I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gonna launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5. I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, no stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the